Chapter 20, Part 4 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 4. Mary answered him at once, doing and saying to console him all that friendship could. Kentish Town, 4th of March, 1827. Direct me at W. Godwin, Esquire, 44 Gower Place, Gower Street, London. My dear Trelawney, your long silence had instilled into me the delusive hope that I should hear you sooner than from you. I have been silly enough sometimes to start at a knock. At length your letter is come. By that, indeed, I entertain more reasonable hopes of seeing you. You will come. Indeed you must. If you are ever the kind-hearted being you were, you must come to be consoled by my sympathy, exhilarated by my encouragements, and made happy by my friendship. You are not happy. Alas, who is that has a noble and generous nature? It is not only, my noble-hearted friend, that your will is bountiful and your means small. Were you richer, you would still be tormented by ingratitude, caprice, and change. Yet I say amen to all your anathema against poverty. It is beyond measure a torment and despair. I am poor, having once been richer. I live among the needy and see only poverty around. I happen, as has always been my fate, to have formed intimate friendships with those who are great of soul, generous, and incapable of valuing money except for the good it may do. And these very people are all even poorer than myself. Is it not hard? But turning to you, who are dearest to me, who of all beings are most liberal, it makes me truly unhappy to find that you are hard-pressed. Do not talk of old age and poverty. Both the one and the other are in truth far from you. For the one it will be a miracle if you live to grow old. This would appear a strange compliment if addressed to another. But you and I have too much of the pure spirit of fire in our souls to wish to live till the flickering beam waxes dim. Think, then, of the few present years only. I have no doubt you will do your fortunes great good by coming to this country. A too long absence destroys the interest that friends take, if they are only friends in the common acceptation of the word. And your relations ought to be reminded of you. The great fault to us in this country is its expensiveness, and the dreadful ills attendant here on poverty. Elsewhere, though poor, you may live. Here you are actually driven from life, and though a few might pity, none would help you were you absolutely starving. You say you shall stay here but a short time and then go to Italy. Alas, alas! It is impossible in a letter to communicate the exact state of one's feelings and affairs here. But there is a change at hand. I cannot guess whether for good or bad as far as regards me. This winter, whose extreme severity has carried off many old people, confined Sir Tim for 10 weeks by the gout, but he is recovered. All that time a settlement for me was delayed, although it was acknowledged that Percy, now being the heir, one ought to be made. At length, after much parading, they have notified to me that I shall receive a magnificent £250 a year, to be increased next year to £300. But then I am not permitted to leave this cloudy nook. My desire to get away is unchanged, and I used to look forward to your return as a period when I might contrive. But I fear there is no hope for me during Sir T.'s life. He and his family are now at Brighton. John Shelley, dear S.'s brother, is about to marry, and talks of calling upon me. I am often led to reflect in life how people situated in a certain manner with regard to me might make my life less drear than it is. But it is always the case that the people that might won't, and it is a very great mistake to fancy that they will. Such thoughts make me anxious to draw tighter the cords of sympathy and friendship, which are so much more real than those of the world's forming in the way of relationship or connection. From the ends of the world we were brought together to be friends till death. Separated as we are, this tie still subsists. I do not wonder that you are out of heart concerning Greece. The mismanagement here is not less than the misgovernment there, the discord the same, save that here ink is spilt instead of blood. Lord Cochrane alone can assist them, but without vessels or money, how can he acquire sufficient power? At any rate, except as the captain of a vessel, I do not see what good you can do them. But the mischief is this, that while some cold, unimpressive natures can go to a new country, reside among a few friends, enter into the interests of an intimate, and live as a brother among them for a time, and then depart, leaving small trace, retaining none. As if they had ascended from a bath, they change their garments and pass on. While others, of subtler nature, receive into their very essences a part of those with whom they associate, and after a while they become enchained, either for better or worse, and during a series of years they bear the marks of change and attachment. These natures indeed are the purest and best, and of such are you, dear friend. Having you once, I ever have you. Losing you once, I have lost you forever. A riddle this, but true. And so life passes, year is added to year, the word youth is becoming obsolete, while years bring me no change for the better. Yet I said, change is at hand. I know it, though as yet I do not feel it. You will come, in the spring you will come, and add fresh delight for me to the happy change from winter to summer. I cannot tell what else material is to change, but I feel sure the year will end differently from its beginning. Jane is quite well. We talk continually of you, and expect you anxiously. Her fortunes have been more shifting than mine, and they are about to conclude, differently from mine, but I leave her to say what she thinks best concerning herself, though probably she will defer the explanation until your arrival. She is my joy and consolation. I could never have survived my exile here but for her. Her amiable temper, cheerfulness, and never-ceasing sympathy are all so much necessary value for one wounded and lost as I. Come, dear friend. Again I read your melancholy sentences, and I say, come. Let us try if we can work out good from ill. If I may not be able to throw a ray of sunshine on your path, at least I will lead you as best I may through the gloom. Believe me that all that belongs to you must be dear to me, and that I shall never forget all I owe to you. Do you remember those pretty lines of Burns? A monarch may forget his crown, that on his head an hour hath been. A bridegroom may forget his bride, who was his wedded wife yestreen. A mother may forget her child, that smiles so sweetly on her knee. But I'll remember thee, dear friend, and all thou hast done for me. Such feelings are not the growth of the moment. They must have lived for years, have flourished in smiles and retained their freshness watered by tears. To feel them one must have sailed much of life's voyage together, have undergone the same perils, and sympathized in the same fears and griefs. Such is our situation, and the heartfelt and deep-rooted sentiments fill my eyes with tears as I think of you, dear friend. We shall meet soon. Adieu, M.S. I cannot close this letter without saying a word about dear Hunt. Yet that must be melancholy. To feed 9 children is no small thing. His health has borne up pretty well hitherto, though his spirits sink. What is it in the soil of this green earth that is so ill adapted to the best of its sons? He speaks often of you with affection. To Edward Trelawney, Esquire, to the care of Samuel Barf, Esquire, Zante, the Ionian Isles. Seal, Judgment of Paris. Endorsed. Received 10th of April, 1827. Change was indeed at hand, though not of a kind that Mary could have anticipated. The only event in prospect likely to affect her much was a step shortly to be taken by Mrs. Williams. That intended step, vaguely foreshadowed in Jane's correspondence, aroused the liveliest curiosity in Claire Clairmont, as was natural. Miss Clairmont to Mrs. Williams. My dearest Jane, if I have not written to you before, it is owing to low spirits. I have not been able to take the pen, because it would have been dipped in too black a melancholy. I am tired of being in trouble, particularly as it goes on augmenting every day. I have had a hard struggle with myself lately to get over the temptation I had to lay down the burthen at once, and be free as spirits are, and leave this horrid world behind me. In order to let you understand what now oppresses me, I must tell you my history since I came to Moscow. I came here quite unknown. I was at first ill-treated on that account, but I soon acquired a great reputation, because all my pupils made much more progress in whatever they undertook than those of other people. I had few acquaintances among the English. To these I had never mentioned a single circumstance of myself or fortunes, but took care, on the contrary, to appear content and happy, as if I had never known or seen any other society all my days. I sent you a letter by Miss F., because I knew your name would excite no suspicions. But it seems my mother got hold of Miss F., sought her out, and has thereby done me a most incalculable mischief. Miss F. came back full of my story here, and though she is very friendly to me, yet others who are not so have already done me injury. The professor at the university here is a man of a good deal of talent, and was in close connection with Lockhart, the son-in-law of Sir Walter Scott, and all that party. He has a great deal of friendship for me, because, as he says, very truly, I am the only person here, besides himself, who knows how to speak English. He professes the most rigid principles, and is come to that age when it is useless to endeavor to change them. I, however, took care not to get upon the subject of principles, and so he was of infinite use to me, both by counselling and by protecting me with the weight of his high approbation. You may imagine this man's horror when he heard who I was. That the charming Miss Clairmont, the model of good sense, accomplishments, and good taste, was issued from the very den of freethinkers. I see that he is in a complete puzzle on my account. He cannot explain to himself how I can be so extremely delightful, and yet so detestable. The inveteracy of his objections is shaken. This, however, has not hindered him from doing me serious mischief. I was to have undertaken this winter the education of an only daughter, the child of a very rich family, where the professor reigns despotic, because he always settles every little dispute with some unintelligible quotation or reference to a Latin or Greek author. I am extremely interested in the child, he used to say, and no one can give her the education she ought to have but Miss Clairmont. The father and the mother have been running after me these years to persuade me to enter when the child should be old enough. I consented when now all is broken off, because the scruples of my professor do not allow it. God knows, he says, what Godwinish principles she might not instill. You may therefore think how teased I have been, more so from the uncertainty of my position, as I do not know how far this may extend. If this is only the beginning, what may be the end? I am not angry with this man. He only acts according to his conscience, nor am I surprised. I shall never cease feeling and thinking that if I had my choice, I had rather 1,000 times have a child of mine resigned to an early grave and lost for ever to me, than have it brought up in principles I abhor. If you ask me what I shall do, I can only answer you as did the Princess Mentimiletto when buried under the ruins of her villa by an earthquake. I await my fate in silence. In the meantime, while the page of fate is unrolling, I feel a secret agitation which consumes me, the more so for being repressed. I am fallen again into a bad state of health, but this is habitual to me upon the recurrence of winter. What torments me the most is the restraint I am under of always appearing gay in society, which I am obliged to do to avoid their odious curiosity. Farewell a wild dismay and terror, and let us turn to love and happiness. Never was astonishment greater than mine on receiving your letter. I had somehow imagined to myself that you would never love again, and you may say what you like, dearest Jane, you won't drive that out of my head. Blue Bag may be a friend to you, but he never can be a lover. A happy attachment that has seen its end leaves a void that nothing can fill up. Therefore I counsel the timorous and the prudent to take the greatest care always to have an unhappy attachment, because with it you can veer about like a weathercock to every point of life. What would I not give to have an unhappy passion? For then one has full permission and a perfect excuse to fall into a happy one. One has something to expect, but a happy passion, like death, has finis written in such large characters in its face, there is no hoping for any possibility of a change. You will allow me to talk upon this subject, for I am unhappily the victim of a happy passion. I had one. Like all things perfect in its kind, it was fleeting, and mine only lasted 10 minutes, but these 10 minutes have discomposed the rest of my life. The passion, God knows for what cause, from no faults of mine, however, disappeared, leaving no trace whatever behind it, except my heart wasted and ruined, as if it had been scorched by 1,000 lightnings. You will, therefore, I hope, excuse my not following the advice you give me in your last letter of falling in love, and you will readily believe me when I tell you that I am not in love, as you suspected, with my German friend Hermann. He went away last spring for 5 years to the country. I have a great friendship for him, because he has the most ardent love of all that is good and beautiful of anyone I know. I feel interested for his happiness and welfare, but he is not the being who could make life feel less a burthen to me than it does. It would, however, seem that you are a little happier than you were. Therefore, I congratulate you on this change of life. I am delighted that you have someone to watch over you and guard you from the storms of life. Do pray tell me Blue Bag's name, for what is a man without a name? Or else I shall get into the habit of thinking him as Blue Bag, and never be able to divest myself of this disagreeable association all my life. You say Trelawney is coming home, but you have said so long I begin to doubt it. If he does come, how happy you will be to see him. Happy girl, you have a great many happinesses. I have written to him many times, but he never answers my letters. I suppose he does not wish to keep up the correspondence, and so I have left off. If he comes home, I am sure he will fall ill, because the change of climate is most pernicious to the health. The first winter I passed in Russia, I thought I should have died, but then a good deal was caused by extreme anxiety. So take care of Trelawney, and do not let him get his feet wet. End of Chapter 20, Part 4. Chapter 20, Part 5 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 5. You ask me to tell you every particular of my way of life. For these last 6 months I have been tormented to death. I am shut up with 5 hateful children. They keep me in a fever from morning till night. If they fall into their father's or mother's way and are troublesome, they are whipped. But the instant they are with me, which is pretty nearly all the day, they give way to all their violence and love of mischief, because they're not afraid of my mild disposition. They go on just like people in a public house, abusing one another with the most horrid names and fighting. If I separate them, then they roll on the ground, shrieking that I have broken their arm, or pretend to fall into convulsions, and I am such a fool I am frightened. In short, I never saw the evil spirit so plainly developed. What is worse, I cannot seriously be angry with them, for I do not know how they can be otherwise with the education they receive. Everything is a crime. They may neither jump, nor run, nor laugh. It is now 2 months they have never been out of the house, and the only thing they are indulged in is in eating, drinking, and sleeping, so that I look upon their defects as proceeding entirely from the pernicious lives they lead. This is a pretty just picture of all Russian children, because the Russians are as yet totally ignorant of anything like real education. You may therefore imagine what a life I have been leading. In the summer, and we had an Italian one, I bore up very well, because we were often in the garden. But since the return of winter, which always makes me ill, and their added tiresomeness, I am quite overpowered. The whole winter long I have a fever, which comes on every evening, and prevents my sleeping the whole night. Sometimes it leaves me for a fortnight, but then it begins again. But in summer I am as strong and healthy as possible. The approach of winter fills me with horror, because I know I have 8 long months of suffering and sickness. The only amusement I have is Sunday evening, to see Miss F. and some others like her, and the only subject of conversation is to laugh at the Russians or dress. My God, what a life! But complaint is useless, and therefore I shall not indulge in it. I have said, so as those I love live, I will bear all without a murmur. If ever I am independent, I will instantly retire to some solitude. I will see no one, not even you nor Mary. And there I will live until the horrible disgust I feel at all that is human be somewhat removed by quiet and retirement. My heart is too full of hatred to be fit for society in its present mood. I am very sorry for the death of little Charles. The chances for succession are now so equally balanced, the life of an old man and the life of one young child, that I confess I see less hope than ever of the will's taking effect. It is frightful for the despairing to have their hopes suspended thus upon a single hair. Pray, do not forget to write to me when Trelawney is come. How glad I shall be to know he is in England, and yet how frightened for fear he should catch cold. I wish you would tell me how you occupy your days, at what hour you do this, and at what hour that. From 11 till 4 I teach my children, then we dine. At 5 we rise from the table. They have half an hour's dawdling, for play it cannot be called, as they are in the drawing-room, and then they learn 2 hours more. At 8 we drink tea, and then they go to bed, which is never over till 11, because all must have their hair curled, which takes up an enormous time. Since I have written the first part of my letter, I have thought over my affairs. I must go to Petersburg, because it is quite another town from Moscow, and being so much more foreign in their manners and ways of thinking, I shall be less tormented. I have decided to go, therefore I wish you very much to endeavor to procure me letters of introduction. If Trelawney comes home, beg him to do so for me, because, as he will be much in fashion, some of the numerous dear female friends he will instantly have will do it for him. If I could have a letter of recommendation, not a letter of introduction, to the English ambassador or his wife, I should be able to get over the difficulties which now beset my passage. Do think of this, Jane. My head is so completely giddy from worry and torment that I am unable to think upon my own affairs. Only this I know, that I am in a tottering situation. It is absolutely necessary that I should have letters of recommendation, and to people high in the world at Petersburg, because it is very common in Russia for adventurers, such as opera dancers too old to dance any more, and milliners, and that class of women to come here. They are received with open arms by the Russians, who are very hospitable, and then naturally they betray themselves by their atrocious conduct and are thrown off. And I have known, since I have been here, several lamentable instances of this, and I shall be classed with these people if I cannot procure letters to people whose countenance and protection must refute the possibility of such a supposition. I must confess to you that my pride never could stand this, for these adventurers are such detestable people that I have the utmost horror of them. What a miserable imposture is life, that such as follow philosophy, nature, and truth should be classed with the very refuse of mankind. That people who ought to be cited as models of virtue and self-sacrifice should be trampled under foot with the dregs of vice. It was not thus in the time of the Greeks, and this reflection makes me tired of life, for I might have been understood in the time of Socrates, but never shall be by the moderns. For this reason, I do not wish to live, as I cannot be understood. In order, therefore, not to be despised, I must renounce all worldly concerns whatever. I have long done so, and therefore you will not wonder that I have long since given my parting look to life. Do not be surprised I am so dull. I am surrounded by difficulties which I am afraid I never shall get out of. And after so many years of trouble and anguish, it is natural I should wish it were over. Do not, my dearest Jane, mention to my mother the harm her indiscretion has done, for though I shall frankly tell her of it, yet it would wound her if she were to know I had told you, and there is already so much pain in the world, it is frightful to add ever so little to the stock. You can merely say I have asked for letters of introduction at Petersburg. From the time of her first arrival in England after Edward's death, Hogg had been Jane William's persistent, devoted, and long-suffering admirer. Not many months after receiving Claire's letter, she changed her name and her abode, and was thenceforward known as Mrs. Hogg. Mary's familiar intercourse with her might, in any case, have been somewhat checked by this event, but such a change would have been a small matter compared to the bitter discovery she was soon to make, that while accepting her affection, Jane had never really cared for her, that her feeling had been of the most superficial sort. Once independent of Mary, and under another protection, she talked away for the benefit and amusement of other people, talked of their past life, prating of her power over Shelley and his devotion to her, of Mary's gloom during those sad first weeks at Ledici, intimating that jealousy of herself was the cause. Stories which lost nothing in the telling, wherein Jane Williams figured as a good angel, while Mary Shelley was made to appear in an unfavorable or even an absurd light. Mary had no suspicion, no foreboding of the mine that was preparing to explode under her feet. She sympathized in her friend's happiness, for she could not regard it but as happiness for one in Jane's circumstances to be able to accept the love and protection of a devoted man. She herself could not do it, but she often felt a wish that she were differently constituted. She knew it was impossible, but no tinge of envy or bitterness colored her words to Trelawney when she wrote to tell him of Jane's resolution. ... This is to be an eventful summer to us. Janey is writing to you and will tell her own tale best. The person to whom she unites herself is one of my oldest friends, the early friend of my own Shelley. It was he who chose to share the honor, as he generously termed it, of Shelley's expulsion from Oxford. And yet he is unlike what you may conceive to be the ideal of the best friend of Shelley. He is a man of talent, of wit. He has sensibility and even romance in his disposition, but his exterior is composed and, at a superficial glance, cold. He has loved Jane devotedly and ardently since she first arrived in England almost 5 years ago. At first she was too faithfully attached to the memory of Edward, nor was he exactly the being to satisfy her imagination. But his sincere and long-tried love has at last gained the day. Nor will I fear for her and the risk she must run when she confides her future happiness to another's constancy and good principles. He is a man of honor. He longs for home, for domestic life, and he well knows that none could make such so happy as Jane. He is liberal in his opinions, constant in his attachments. If she is happy with him now, she will be always. Of course, after all that has passed, it is our wish that all this shall be as little talked of as possible. The obscurity in which we have lived favors this. We shall remove hence during the summer, for of course we shall still continue near each other. I, as ever, must derive my only pleasure and solace from her society. Before the summer of 1827 was over, the cloud burst. Mary's journal in June is less mournful than usual. Congenial society always had the power of cheering her and making her forget herself. And in her acquaintance with Thomas More, she found a novelty which yet was akin to past enjoyment. Journal, June 26th, 1827. I have just made acquaintance with Tom More. He reminds me delightfully of the past, and I like him much. There is something warm and genuine in his feelings and manner which is very attractive, and redeems him from the sin of worldliness with which he has been charged. July 2nd. More breakfasted with me on Sunday. We talked of past times, of Shelley and Lord Byron. He was very agreeable, and I never felt myself so perfectly at my ease with anyone. I do not know why this is. He seems to understand and to like me. This is a new and unexpected pleasure. I have been so long exiled from the style of society in which I spent the better part of my life. It is an evanescent pleasure, but I will enjoy it while I can. July 11th. More has left town. His singing is something new and strange and beautiful. I have enjoyed his visits and spent several happy hours in his society. That is much. July 13th. My friend has proved false and treacherous. Miserable discovery. For 4 years I was devoted to her and earned only ingratitude. Not for worlds would I attempt to transfer the deathly blackness of my meditations to these pages. Let no trace remain save the deep, bleeding, hidden wound of my lost heart of such a tale of horror and despair. Writing, study, quiet, such remedies I must seek. What deadly cold flows through my veins. My head weighed down, my limbs sink under me. I start at every sound as the messenger of fresh misery, and despair invests my soul with trembling horror. October 9th. Quanto bene mi rammento 7 anni fa, in questa medesima stagione, I pensieri, I sentimenti del mio cuore. Allora cominci a Valperga, allora solo con mio bene fui felice. Allora le nuvole furono spinte dal furioso vento davanti alla luna, nuvole magnifiche che, in forme grandiose e bianche, parevano stabili quanto le montagne e sotto la tirannia del vento si mostravano più fragili che un velo di seta minutissima. Scendeva allor la pioggia, gli albori si spogliavano. Ma tu no bello fosti allora, ed ora bello terribile, malinconico ci sei, ed io dove sono? By those who hold their hearts safe at home in their own keeping, these little breezes are called storms in teacups. The manner was of no importance to anyone but Mary. The aspect of her outward life was unchanged by this heart shipwreck over which the world's waves closed and left no sign. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Part 1. July 1827 to August 1830. Many weary months passed away. Mary said nothing to the shallow-hearted woman who had so grievously injured her. Jane had been so dear to her, and was so inextricably bound up with a beloved past, that she shrank from disturbing the superficial friendship which she nevertheless knew to be hollow. To one of Mary's temperament, there was actual danger in living alone with such a sorrow, and it was a happy thing when in August an unforeseen distraction occurred to compel her thoughts into a new channel. She received from an unknown correspondent a letter, resulting in an acquaintance which, though it passed out of her life without leaving any permanent mark, was at the time not unfruitful of interest. The letter was as follows. Frances Wright to Mrs. Shelley, Paris, 22nd of August, 1827. I shall preface this letter with no apology. The motive which dictates it will furnish, as I trust, a sufficient introduction both for it and its writer. As the daughter of your father and mother, known to me only by their works and opinions, as the friend and companion of a man distinguished during life and preserved in the remembrance of the public as one distinguished not by genius merely, but as I imagine by the strength of his opinions and his fearlessness in their expression, viewed only in these relations, you would be to me an object of interest, and permit the word, for I use it in no vulgar sense, of curiosity. But I have heard, vaguely indeed, for I have not even the advantage of knowing one who claims your personal acquaintance, nor have I, in my active pursuits and engagements in distant countries, had occasion to peruse your works. Yet I have heard, or read, or both, that which has fostered the belief that you share at once the sentiments and talents of those from whom you drew your being. If you possess the opinions of your father and the generous feelings of your mother, I feel that I could travel far to see you. It is rare in this world, especially in our sex, to meet with those opinions united with those feelings, and with the manners and disposition calculated to command respect and conciliate affection. It is so rare that to obtain the knowledge of such might well authorize a more abrupt intrusion than one by letter. But pledged as I am to the cause of what appears to me moral truth and moral liberty, that I should neglect any means for discovering a real friend of that cause, I were almost failing to a duty. In thus addressing my inquiries respecting you to yourself, it were perhaps fitting that I should enter into some explanations respecting my own views and the objects which have fixed my attention. I conceive, however, the very motive of this letter as herein explained, with the printed paper I shall enclose with it, will supply a sufficient assurance of the heterodoxy of my opinions and the nature of my exertions for their support and furtherance. It will be necessary to explain, however, what will strike you but indistinctly in the deed of Nashoba, that the object of the experiment has in view an association based on those principles of moral liberty and equality heretofore advocated by your father. That these principles form its base and its cement, and that while we endeavor to undermine the slavery of color existing in the North American Republic, we essay equally to destroy the slavery of mind now reigning there as in other countries. With one nation we find the aristocracy of color, with another that of rank, with all perhaps those of wealth, instruction, and sex. Our circle already comprises a few united cooperators, whose choice of associates will be guided by their moral fitness only. Saving that, for the protection and support of all, each must be fitted to exercise some useful employment, or to supply $200 per annum as an equivalent for their support. The present generation will, in all probability, supply but a limited number of individuals suited in opinion and disposition to such a state of society. But that number, however limited, may best find their happiness and best exercise their utility by uniting their interests, their society, and their talents. I feel a conviction. In this conviction, I have devoted my time and fortune to laying the foundations of an establishment where affection shall form the only marriage, kind feeling and kind action the only religion, respect for the feelings and liberties of others to the only restraint, and union of interest the bond of peace and security. With the protection of the Negro in view, whose cruel sufferings and degradation had attracted my special sympathy, it was necessary to seek the land of his bondage, to study his condition, and imagine a means for effecting his liberation. With the emancipation of the human mind in view, from the shackles of moral and religious superstition, it was necessary to seek a country where political institutions should allow free scope for experiment. And with a practice in view in opposition to all the laws of public opinion, it was necessary to seek the seclusion of a new country and build up a city of refuge in the wilderness itself. Youth, a good constitution, and a fixed purpose enabled me to surmount the fatigues, difficulties, and privations of the necessary journeys, and the first opening of a settlement in the American forests. 15 months have placed the establishment in a fair way of progress, in the hands of united and firm associates, comprising a family of color from New Orleans. As might be expected, my health gave way under the continued fatigues of mind and body incidental to the first 12-month. A brain fever, followed by a variety of sufferings, seemed to point to a sea voyage as the only chance of recovery. Accordingly, I left Nashoba in May last, was placed on board a steamboat on the Mississippi for Orleans, then on board a vessel for Havre, and landed in 50 days, almost restored to health. I am now in an advanced state of convalescence, but still obliged to avoid fatigue, either bodily or mental. The approaching marriage of a dear friend also retains me in Paris, and as I shall return by way of New Orleans to my forest home in the month of November or December, I do not expect to visit London. The bearer of this letter, should he, as I trust, be able to deliver it, will be able to furnish any intelligence you may desire respecting Nashoba and its inhabitants. In the name of Robert Dale Owen, you will recognize one of the trustees, and a son of Robert Owen of Lanark. Whatever be the fate of this letter, I wish to convey to Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin Shelley my respect and admiration of those from whom she holds those names, and my fond desire to connect her with them in my esteem, and in the knowledge of mutual sympathy to sign myself her friend, Frances Wright. My address while in Europe, au sein du Général Lafayette, Rue d'Anjou, and 7 Saint-Honoré à Paris. The bearer of this letter would seem to have been Robert Dale Owen himself. His name must have recalled to Mary's mind the letter she had received at Geneva, long, long ago, from poor Fanny, describing and commenting on the schemes for social regeneration of his father, Robert Owen. Mary Shelley's feeling toward Frances Wright's schemes in 1827 may have been accurately expressed by Fanny Godwin's words in 1816. ... The outline of his plan is this: that no human being shall work more than 2 or 3 hours every day, that they shall be all equal, that no one shall dress but after the plainest and simplest manner, that they may be allowed to follow any religion or no religion as they please, and that their studies shall be mechanics and chemistry. I hate and am sick at heart at the misery I see my fellow beings suffering, but I own I should not like to live to see the extinction of all genius, talent, and elevated generous feeling in Great Britain, which I conceive to be the natural consequence of Mr. Owen's plan. But any plan for human improvement, any unselfish effort to promote the common weal, commanded the sure sympathy of Shelley's widow and Mary Wollstonecraft's daughter, whether her judgment accorded perfectly or not with that of its promoters. She responded warmly to the letter of her correspondent, who wrote back in almost rapturous terms. Frances Wright to Mary Shelley, Paris, 15th of September, 1827. My friend, my dear friend, how sweet are the sentiments with which I write that sacred word, so often prostituted, so seldom bestowed with the glow of satisfaction and delight with which I now employ it. Most surely will I go to England, most surely to Brighton, to wheresoever you may be. The fond belief of my heart is realized, and more than realized. You are the daughter of your mother. I opened your letter with some trepidation, and perused it with more emotion than now suits my shattered nerves. I have read it again and again, and acknowledge it before I sleep. Most fully, most deeply does my heart render back the sympathy yours gives. It fills up the sad history you have sketched of blighted affections and ruined hopes. I too have suffered, and we must have done so perhaps to feel for the suffering. We must have loved and mourned, and felt the chill of disappointment, and sighed over the moral blank of a heartless world ere we can be moved to sympathy for calamity, or roused to attempt its alleviation. The curiosity you express shall be most willingly answered in, as I trust, our approaching meeting. You will see then that I have greatly pitied and greatly dared, only because I have greatly suffered and widely observed. I have sometimes feared lest too early affliction and too frequent disappointment had blunted my sensibilities, when a rencontre with someone of the rare beings dropped amid the dull multitude, like oases in the desert, has refreshed my better feelings, and reconciled me with others and with myself. That the child of your parents should be one among these sweet visitants is greatly soothing and greatly inspiring. But have we only discovered each other to lament that we are not united? I cannot, will not think it. When we meet, and meet we must, and I hope soon, how eagerly and yet tremblingly shall I inquire into all the circumstances likely to favor an approach in our destinies. I am now on the eve of separation from a beloved friend whom marriage is about to remove to Germany, while I run back to my forests. And I must return without a bosom intimate? Yes. Our little circle has mind, has heart, has right opinions, right feelings, cooperates in an experiment having in view human happiness, yet I do want one of my own sex to commune with, and sometimes to lean upon in all the confidence of equality and friendship. You see, I am not so disinterested as you suppose. Delightful indeed it is to aid the progress of human improvement, and sweet is the peace we derive from aiding the happiness of others. But still the heart craves something more ere it can say, I am satisfied. I must tell, not write, of the hopes of Nashoba, and of all your sympathizing heart wishes to hear. On the 28th instant I shall be in London, where I must pass some days with a friend about to sail for Madeira. Then, unless you should come to London, I will seek you at Brighton, Arundel, anywhere you may name. Let me find directions from you. I will not say, use no ceremony with me. None can ever enter between us. Our intercourse begins in the confidence, if not in the fullness of friendship. I have not seen you, and yet my heart loves you. I cannot take Brighton in my way, my sweet friend Julia Garnet detaining me here until the last moment, which may admit of my reaching London on the 28th. I must not see you in passing. However short our meeting, it must have some repose in it. The feelings which draw me towards you have in them I know not what of respect, of pitying sympathy, of expectation, and of tenderness. They must steal some quiet, undivided hours from the short space I have yet to pass in Europe. Tell me when they shall be and where. I expect to sail for America with Mr. Owen and his family early in November, and may leave London to visit a maternal friend in the north of England towards the 20th of October. Direct to me, to the care of Mr. Robert Bailey, 4 Basinghall Street, London. Permit me the assurance of my respect and affection, and accord me the title, as I feel the sentiments, of a friend, Frances Wright. End of Chapter 21, Part 1. Chapter 21, Part 2 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Part 2. Circumstances conspired to postpone the desired meeting for some weeks, but the following extract from another letter of Fanny Wright's shows how friendly was the correspondence. Yes, I do understand the happiness flowing from confidence and entire sympathy, independent of worldly circumstances. I know the latter, compared to the former, are nothing. A delicate nursling of European luxury and aristocracy, I thought and felt for myself and for martyrized humankind, and have preferred all hazards, all privations in the forests of the New World to the dear-bought comforts of miscalled civilization. I have made the hard earth my bed, the saddle of my horse my pillow, and have staked my life and fortune on an experiment having in view moral liberty and human improvement. Many, of course, think me mad, and if to be mad mean to be one of a minority, I am so, and am very mad indeed, for our minority is very small. Should that few succeed in mastering the first difficulties, weaker spirits, though often not less amiable, may carry forward the good work. But the fewer we are who now think alike, the more we are of value to each other. To know you, therefore, is a strong desire of my heart, and all things consistent with my engagements, which I may call duties, since they are connected with the work I have in hand, will I do to facilitate our meeting. Soon after this, Mary made Frances Wright's acquaintance, and heard from herself all the story of her stirring life. She was not of American, but of Scottish birth, Dundee, and had been very early left an orphan. Her father had been a man of great ability and culture, of advanced liberal opinions and independent fortune. Fanny had been educated in England by a maternal aunt, and in 1818, when 23 years of age, had gone with her younger sister to the United States. Since that time, her life had been as adventurous as it was independent. Enthusiastic, original, and handsome, she found friends and adherents wherever she went. 2 years she spent in the States, where she found sympathy and stimulus for her speculative energies, and free scope for her untried powers. She had written a tragedy, forcible and effective, which was published at Philadelphia and acted at New York. After that, she had been 3 years in Paris, where she enjoyed the friendship and sympathy of Lafayette and other liberal leaders. In 1824, she was once more in America, fired with the idea of solving the slavery question. She purchased a tract of land on the Neshoba River, Tennessee, and settled Negroes there, assuming in her impetuosity that to convert slaves into freemen it was only necessary to remove their fetters, and that they would soon work out their liberty. She found out her error. In Shelley's words, slightly varied, How should slaves produce anything but idleness, even as the seed produces the plant? The slaves, freed from the lash, remained slaves as before, only they did very little work. Fanny Wright was disappointed, but as her letters plainly show, her schemes went much farther than Negro emancipation. She aimed at nothing short of a complete social reconstruction, to be illustrated on a small scale at the Neshoba settlement. Overwork, exposure to the sun, and continuous excitement told at last on her constitution. As she informed Mrs. Shelley in her first letter, she had broken down with brain fever and, when convalescent, had been ordered to Europe. In Mary Wollstonecraft's daughter she found a friend, hardly an adherent. Fundamentally their principles were alike, but their natures were differently attuned. Neither mentally nor physically had Mary Shelley the temperament of a revolutionary innovator. She had plenty of moral courage, but she was too scrupulous, too reflective, and too tender. The cause of liberty was sacred to her so long as it bore the fruit of justice, self-sacrifice, fidelity to duty. Fanny Wright worshipped liberty for its own sake, confident that every other good would follow it, with the generous, unpractical certainty of conviction that proceeds as much from a sanguine disposition as from a set of opinions. Experience and disappointment have little power over these temperaments, and so they never grow old or prudent. It may well be that all the ideas, all the great changes in which is summed up the history of progress, have originated with natures like these. They are the salt of the earth. But man cannot live by salt alone, and their ideas are carried out for them in detail, and the actual everyday work of the world is unconsciously accomplished by those who, having put their hand to the plough, do not look back, nor yet far forward. Still, it was a remarkable meeting, that of these two women. Fanny Wright was a person who, once seen, was not easily forgotten. She was like Minerva. Such is the recollection of Mrs. Shelley's son. Mrs. Trollope had described her personal appearance, when 3 years later she was creating a great sensation by lecturing in the chief American cities. She came on the stage surrounded by a bodyguard of Quaker ladies in the full costume of their sect. Her tall and majestic figure, the deep and almost solemn expression of her eyes, the simple contour of her finely formed head, her garment of plain white muslin, which hung around her in folds that recalled the drapery of a Grecian statue, all contributed to produce an effect unlike anything that I have ever seen before or ever expect to see again. On the other hand, the following is Robert Dale Owen's sketch of Mary Shelley. In person she was of middle height and graceful figure. Her face, though not regularly beautiful, was comely and spiritual, of winning expression, and with a look of inborn refinement as well as culture. It had a touch of sadness when at rest. She impressed me as a person of warm social feelings, dependent for happiness on living encouragement, needing a guiding and sustaining hand. It is certain that Mary felt a warm interest in her new friend. She made her acquainted with Godwin and lost no opportunity of seeing and communing with her during her stay in England, nor did they part till Fanny Wright was actually on board ship. "Dear love," wrote Fanny from Torbay, how your figure lives in my mind's eye as I saw you borne away from me till I lost sight of your little back among the shipping. From Neshoba, a few months later, she addressed another letter to Mary, which, though slightly out of place, is given here. There had apparently been some passing discord between her and the founder of the New Harmony colony. Frances Wright to Mrs. Shelley, Neshoba, 20th of March, 1828. Very, very welcome was your letter of the 16th of November, which awaited my return from a little excursion down the Mississippi, undertaken soon after my arrival. Bless your sweet kind heart, my sweet Mary. Your little enclosure, together with a little billet brought me by Dale, and which came to the address of Mr. Trollope's chambers just as he left London, is all the news I have yet received of or from our knight-errant. Once among Greeks and Turks, correspondence must be pretty much out of the question, so unless he addressed to you some more French compliments from Toulon, I shall not look to hear of him for some months. Ay, truly, they are incomprehensible animals, these same soi-disant lords of this poor planet. Like their old progenitor, Father Adam, they walk about boasting of their wisdom, strength, and sovereignty, while they have not sense so much as to swallow an apple without the aid of an Eve to put it down their throats. I thank thee for thine attempt to cram caution and wisdom into the cranium of my wandering friend. Thy good offices may afford a chance for his bringing his head on his shoulders to these forests, which otherwise would certainly be left on the shores of the Euxine, on the top of Caucasus, or at the sources of the Nile. I wrote thee hastily of my arrival and all our well-being in my last, and of Dale's amende honorable, and of Fanny's departure up the western waters, nor have I now leisure for details too tedious for the pen, though so short to give by the tongue. Dale arrived, his sweet kind heart all unthawed, and truly when he left us for Harmony, I think the very last thin flake of Scotch ice had melted from him. Camilla and Whitby leave me also in a few days for Harmony, from whence the latter will probably travel back with Dale, and Whitby go up the Ohio to engage a mechanic for the building of our houses. I hoped to have sent you with this the last communication of our little knot of trustees, in which we have stated the modification of our plan which we have found it advisable to adopt, with the reasons of the same. We have not been able to get it printed at Memphis, so Dale is to have it thrown off at Harmony, from whence you will receive it. The substance of it is that we have reduced our cooperation to a simple association, each throwing in from our private funds $100 per annum for the expenses of the table, including those of the cook whom we hire from the institution, she being one of the slaves gifted to it. All other expenses regard us individually, and need not amount to $100 more. Also, each of us builds his house or room, the cost of which, simple furniture included, does not surpass $500. The property of the trust will stand thus free of all burden whatsoever, to be devoted to the foundation of a school in which we would fain attempt a thorough cooperative education, looking only to the next generation to effect what we in vain attempted ourselves. You see that the change consists in demanding as a requisite for admission an independent income of $200, instead of receiving labor as an equivalent. Yes, dear Mary, I do find the quiet of these forests and our ill-fenced cabins of rough logs more soothing to the spirit, and now no less suited to the body than the warm, luxurious houses of European society. Yet that it would be so with you, or to any less broken in by enthusiastic devotion to human reform and mental liberty than our little knot of associates, I cannot judge. I now almost forget the extent of the change made in the last few years in my habits, yet more than in my views and feelings. But when I recall it, I sometimes doubt if many could imitate it without feeling the sacrifices almost equal to the gains. To me, sacrifices are nothing. I have not felt them as such, and now forget that there were any made. Farewell, dear Mary. Recall me affectionately and respectfully to the memory of your father. You will wear me in your own, I know. Camilla sends her affectionate wishes. Yours fondly, F. Wright. It was probably in connection with Fanny Wright's visit that Mrs. Shelley had, in October of 1827, contemplated the possibility of a flying trip to the continent, an idea which alarmed her father, for his own sake, not a little, although she had taken care to assure him of her intended speedy return. He was in as bad a way financially, and as dependent as ever, but proud of the fact that he kept up his good spirits through it all, and sorry for Mary that she could not say as much. Godwin to Mary. Gower Place, 9th of October, 1827. Dear Mary, we received your letter yesterday, and I sent you the Examiner. Nothing on earth, as you may perceive, could have induced me to break silence respecting my circumstances, short of your letter of the 1st instant, announcing a trip to the Continent without the least hint when you should return. It seems to me so contrary to the course of nature that a father should look for supplies to his daughter that it is painful to me at any time to think of it. You say that, as you had announced some time ago that you must be in town in November, I should have inferred that it was irreversible. All I can answer is that I did not so infer. I called yesterday, agreeably to your suggestion, upon young Evans, but all I got from him was that the thing was quite out of his way, to which he added, and I reproved him for it accordingly, that we had better go to the Jews. I called on Hodgetts on the 7th of September, and asked him to lend me 20 or 30 pounds. He said, would a month hence do? He could then furnish 20 pounds. Last Saturday he supped here and brought me 10 pounds, adding that was all he could do. I have heard nothing either from Peacock or from your anonymous friend. I wrote to you, of course, at Brighton on Saturday, before supper time, which letter I suppose you have received. How differently you and I are organized. In my 72nd year I am all cheerfulness, and never anticipate the evil day with distressing feelings till to do so is absolutely unavoidable. Would to God you were my daughter in all but my poverty! But I am afraid you are a Wollstonecraft. We are so curiously made that one atom put in the wrong place in our original structure will often make us unhappy for life. But my present cheerfulness is greatly owing to Cromwell, and the nature of my occupation, which gives me an object omnium aurarum, a stream for ever running and for ever new. Do you remember Denham's verses on the Thames at Cooper's Hill? Oh, could I flow like thee, and make thy stream my great example, as it is my theme, though deep, yet clear, though gentle, yet not dull, strong without rage, without o'erflowing full. Though I cannot attain this in my commonwealth, you perhaps may in your Warbeck. May blessings shower on you as fast as the perpendicular rain at this moment falls by my window. Praise your affectionate father, William Godwin. End of Chapter 21, Part 2. Chapter 21, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Part 3. During most of this autumn, Mrs. Shelley and her boy were staying at Arundel in Sussex, with or in the near neighborhood of her friends, the Miss Robinsons. There were several sisters, to one of whom, Julia, Mrs. Shelley was very much attached. While at Arundel, another letter reached her from Trelawney, who was contemplating the possibility of a return to England. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Zante, Ionian Islands, 24th of October, 1827. Dearest Mary, I received your letter dated July, and replied to both you and Hunt. But I was then at Cerigo, and as the communication of the islands is carried on by a succession of boats, letters are sometimes lost. I have now your letter from Arundel, 9th of September. It gives me pleasure to hear your anxieties as to money matters are at an end. It is one weighty misery off your heart. You err most egregiously if you think I am occupied with women or intrigues, or that my time passes pleasantly. The reverse of all this is the case. Neither women nor amusements of any sort occupy my time, and a sadder or more accursed kind of existence I never in all my experience of life endured, or I think fell to the lot of human being. I have been detained here for these last 10 months by a villainous lawsuit, which may yet endure some months longer, and then I shall return to you as the same unconnected, lone, and wandering vagabond you first knew me. I have suffered a continual succession of fevers during the summer. At present they have discontinued their attack, but they have, added to what I suffered in Greece, cut me damnably, and I fancy now I must look like an old patriarch who has outlived his generation. I cannot tell whether to congratulate Jane or not. The foundation she has built on for happiness implies neither stability nor permanent security. For a summer bower 'tis well enough to beguile away the summer months, but for the winter of life I, for my part, should like something more durable than a fabric made up of vows and promises. Nor can I say whether it would be wise or beneficial to either should Claire consent to reside with you in England. In any other country it might be desirable, but in England it is questionable. The only motive which has deterred me from writing to Jane and Claire is that I have been long sick and ill at ease, daily anticipating my return to the Continent, and concocting plans whereby I might meet you all, for 1 hour after long absence is worth 1,000 letters. And as to my heart, it is pretty much as you left it. No new impressions have been made on it, or earlier affections erased. As we advance in the stage of life, we look back with deeper recollections from where we first started. At least, I find it so. Since the death of Odysseus, for whom I have the sincerest friendship, I have felt no private interest for any individual in this country. The Egyptian fleet and part of the Turkish, amounting to some 100 sail, including transports, have been totally destroyed by the united squadron of England, France, and Russia in the harbor of Navarino. So we soon expect to see a portion of Greece wrested from the Turks, and something definitely arranged for the benefit of the Greeks. Dearest Mary, I am ever your Edward Trelawney. To Jane and Claire, say all that is affectionate from me, and forget not Leigh Hunt and his Mary Ann. I would write them all, but I am sick at heart. All these months the gnawing sorrow of her friend's faithlessness lay like an ambush at Mary's heart. In responding to Fanny Wright's overtures of friendship, she had sought a distraction from the bitter thoughts and deep dejection which had been mainly instrumental in driving her from town. But in vain, like the hunted hare, she buried her head and hoped to be forgotten. Slanderous gossip advances like a prairie fire, laying everything waste, and defying all attempts to stop or extinguish it. Jane Williams' stories were repeated, and very likely improved upon. They got known in a certain set. Mary Shelley might still have chosen not to hear or not to notice had she been allowed. But who may ignore such things in peace? As the French dramatist says in Nos Intimes, les amis sont toujours là. Les amis are there to enlighten you, if you are ignorant, as to your enemies in disguise, to save you from illusions, and to point out to you, should you forget it, the duty of upholding at any sacrifice your own interests and your own dignity. Journal, February 12, 1828. Moore is in town. By his advice, I disclosed my discoveries to Jane. How strangely are we made! She is horror-struck and miserable at losing my friendship, and yet how unpardonably she trifled with my feelings and made me all falsely a fable to others. The visit of Moore has been an agreeable variety to my monotonous life. I see few people. Lord Dillon, G. Paul, the Robinsons, voilà tout. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Hogg. Since Monday, I have been ceaselessly occupied by the scene begun and interrupted, which filled me with a pain that now thrills me as I revert to it. I then strove to speak, but your tears overcame me, whilst the struggle gave me an appearance of coldness. If I revert to my devotion to you, it is to prove that no worldly motives could estrange me from the partner of my miseries. Often, having you at Kentish Town, I have wept from the overflow of affection. Often thanked God who had given you to me. Could any but yourself have destroyed such engrossing and passionate love? And what are the consequences of the change? When first I heard that you did not love me, every hope of my life deserted me. The depression I sank under, and to which I am now a prey, undermines my health. How many hours this dreary winter I have paced my solitary room, driven nearly to madness, and I could not expel from my mind the memories of harrowing import that one after another intruded themselves. It was not long ago that, eagerly desiring death, though death should only be oblivion, I thought that how to purchase oblivion of what was revealed to me last July, a tortuous death would be a bed of roses. Do not ask me, I beseech you, a detail of the revelations made to me. Some of those most painful you made to several. Others, of less import, but which tended more perhaps than the more important to show that you loved me not, were made only to two. I could not write of these, far less speak of them. If any doubt remain on your mind as to what I know, write to Isabel, and she will inform you of the extent of her communication to me. I have been an altered being since then. Long I thought that almost a death blow is given, so heavily and unremittingly did the thought press on and sting me. But one lives on through all to be a wreck. Though I was conscious that, having spoken of me as you did, you could not love me, I could not easily detach myself from the atmosphere of light and beauty that ever surrounded you. Now I tried to keep you, feeling the while that I had lost you. But you penetrated the change, and I owe it to you not to disguise the cause. What will become of us, my poor girl? This explains my estrangement. While with you, I was solely occupied by endeavoring not to think or feel, for had I done either, I should not have been so calm as I dare say I appeared. Nothing but my father could have drawn me to town again. His claims only prevent me now from burying myself in the country. I have known no peace since July. I never expect to know it again. Is it not best, then, that you forget the unhappy M.W.S.? We hear no more of this painful episode. It did not put a stop to Jane's intercourse with Mary. Friendship in the old sense could never be. But to the end of Mary's life, her letters show the tenderness, the half-maternal solicitude she ever felt for the companion and sharer of her deepest affliction. Another distraction came to her now in the shape of an invitation to Paris, which she accepted, although she was feeling far from well, a fact which she attributed to depression of spirits, but which proved to have quite another cause. Journal, April 11th, 1828. I depart for Paris, sick at heart, yet pining to see my friend Julia Robinson. A lady, an intimate friend of hers at this time, who in a little book called Traits of Character has given a very interesting, though in some details inaccurate, sketch of Mary Shelley, says that her visit to Paris was eagerly looked forward to by many. Honor to the authoress and admiration for the women awaited her. But directly after her arrival she was prostrated on a sick, it was feared, deathbed. Her journal, 3 months later, tells the sequel. Journal, July 8th, Hastings. There was a reason for my depression. I was sickening of the smallpox. I was confined to my bed the moment I arrived in Paris. The nature of my disorder was concealed from me till my convalescence, and I am so easily duped. Health, buoyant and bright, succeeded to my illness. The Parisians were very amiable, and a monster to look at as I was, I tried to be agreeable, to compensate to them. The same authoress asserts that neither when she recovered nor ever after was she in appearance the Mary Shelley of the past. She was not scarred by the disease, which in its natural form she had had in childhood, but the pearly delicacy and transparency of her skin and the brightness and luxuriance of her soft hair were grievously dimmed. She bore this trial to womanly vanity well and bravely, for she had that within which passeth show, high intellectual endowments, and better still, a true, loving, faithful heart. The external effects of her illness must, to a great degree, have disappeared in course of time, for those who never knew her till some 20 years later than this revert to their first impression of her in words almost identical with those used by Christy Baxter, when at 90 years of age she described Mary Godwin at 15 as white, bright, and clear. If, however, she had any womanly vanity at all, it must have been a trial to her that just now her old friend Trelawney should return for a few months to England. She did not see him till November, when Claire also arrived, on a flying visit to her native land. But before their meeting, she had received some characteristic letters from Trelawney. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Southampton, 8th of July, 1828. Dear Mary, my moving about and having had much to do must be my excuse for not writing as often as I should do. That is but an excuse I allow. The truth would be better, but who nowadays ever thinks of speaking truth? The true reason, then, is that I am getting old, and writing has become irksome. You cannot plead either, so write on, dear Mary. I love you sincerely, no one better. Time has not quenched the fire of my nature. My feelings and passions burn fierce as ever, and will till they have consumed me. I wear the burnished livery of the sun. To whom am I a neighbor, and near whom? I dwell amongst tame and civilized human beings, with somewhat the same feelings as we may guess the lion feels when, torn from his native wilderness, he is tortured into domestic intercourse with what Shakespeare calls forked animals, the most abhorrent to his nature. You see by this how little my real nature is altered. But now to reply to yours. I cannot decidedly say or fix a period of our meeting. It shall be soon if you stay here at Hastings. But I have business on hand I wish to conclude, and now that I can see you when I determined to do so, I, as you see, postpone the engagement because it is within my grasp. Such is the perverseness of human nature. Nevertheless, I will write, and I pray you do so likewise. You are my dear and long true friend, and as such I love you. Yours, dear, Trelawney. I shall remain 10 or 12 days here, so address Southampton. It is enough. End of Chapter 21, Part 3. Chapter 21, Part 4 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Part 4. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Trewithen, September 1828. Dear Mary, I really do not know why I am everlastingly boring you with letters. Perhaps it is to prevent you forgetting me, or to prove to you that I do not forget you. Or I like it, which is a woman's reason. How is Jane Hogg? Do remember me kindly to her. I hope you are friends, and that I shall see her in town. I have no right to be discontented or fastidious when she is not. I trust she is contented with her lot. If she is, she has an advantage over most of us. Death and time have made sad havoc amongst my old friends there. They are never idle, and yet we go on as if they concerned us not, and thus dream our lives away till we wake no more. And then our bodies are thrown into a hole in the earth like a dead dog's that infects the atmosphere, and the void is filled up, and we are forgotten. Can such things be and overcome us like a summer cloud without our special wonder? Trelawney's visit to England was of short duration. Before the end of the next February, 1829, he was in Florence, overflowing with new plans, and as usual imparting them eagerly, certain of sympathy to Mrs. Shelley. His renewed intercourse with her had led to no diminution of friendship. He may have found her even more attractive than when she was younger, more equable in spirits, more lenient in her judgments, her whole disposition mellowed and ripened in the stern school of adversity. Their correspondence, which for 2 or 3 years was very frequent, opened, however, with a difference of opinion. Trelawney was ambitious of writing Shelley's biography, and wanted Mary to help him by giving him the facts for it. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Poste Restante, Florence, 11th of March, 1829. Dear Mary, I arrived here some 16 or 17 days back. I travelled in a very leisurely way. Whilst on the road I used expedition, but I stayed at Lyons, Turin, Genoa, and Leghorn. I have taken up my quarters with Brown. I thought I should get a letter here from you or Claire, but was disappointed. The letter you addressed to Paris I received. Tell Claire I was pained at her silence, yet though she neglects to write to me, I shall not follow her example, but will write her in a few days. My principal object in writing to you now is to tell you that I am actually writing my own life. Brown and Landor are spurring me on, and are to review it sheet by sheet as it is written. Moreover, I am commencing as a tribute of my great love for the memory of Shelley, his life and moral character. Landor and Brown are in this to have a hand, therefore I am collecting every information regarding him. I always wished you to do this, Mary. If you will not, as of the living I love him and you best, incompetent as I am, I must do my best to show him to the world as I found him. Do you approve of this? Will you aid in it? Without which it cannot be done. Will you give documents? Will you write anecdotes? Or, be explicit on this, dear, give me your opinion. If you in the least dislike it, say so, and there is an end of it. If, on the contrary, set about doing it without loss of time. Both this and my life will be sent you to peruse and approve or alter before publication, and I need not say that you will have free scope to expunge all you disapprove of. I shall say no more till I get your reply to this. The winter here, if 10 or 12 days somewhat cold can be called winter, has been clear, dry, and sunny. Ever since my arrival in Italy, I have been sitting without fire and with open windows. Come away, dear Mary, from the horrible climate you are in. Life is not endurable where you are. Florence is very gay, and a weight was taken from my mind, and body too, in getting on this side of the Alps. Heaven and hell cannot be very much more dissimilar. You may suppose I have now writing enough without scrawling long letters, so pardon this short one, dear Mary, from your affectionate E. J. Trelawney. P.S. Love to Claire. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney, April, 1829. My dear Trelawney, your letter reminded me of my misdeeds of omission, and of not writing to you as I ought, and it assured me of your kind thoughts in that happy land where as angels in heaven you can afford pity to us Arctic islanders. It is too bad, is it not, that when such a paradise does exist as fair Italy, one should be chained here without the infliction of such absolutely cold weather. I have never suffered a more ungenial winter. Winter it is still. A cold east wind has prevailed the last 6 weeks, making exercise in the open air a positive punishment. This is truly English. Half a page about the weather, but here this subject has every importance. Is it fine? You guess I am happy and enjoying myself. Is it as it always is? You know that one is fighting against a domestic enemy which saps at the very foundations of pleasure. I am glad that you are occupying yourself, and I hope that your 2 friends will not cease urging you till you really put to paper the strange, wild adventures you recount so well. With regard to the other subject, you may guess, my dear friend, that I have often thought, often done more than think on the subject. There is nothing I shrink from more fearfully than publicity. I have too much of it, and what is worse, I am forced by my hard situation to meet it in 1,000 ways. Could you write my husband's life without naming me, it would be something. But even then I should be terrified at the rousing the slumbering voice of the public. Each critique, each mention of your work might drag me forward. Nor indeed is it possible to write Shelley's life in that way. Many men have his opinions, none heartily and conscientiously act on them as he did. It is his act that marks him. You know me, or you do not, in which case I will tell you what I am, a silly goose, who, far from wishing to stand forward to assert myself in any way, now that I am alone in the world, have but the time to wrap night and the obscurity of insignificance around me. This is weakness, but I cannot help it. To be in print, the subject of men's observations, of the bitter, hard world's commentaries, to be attacked or defended, this ill becomes one who knows how little she possesses worthy to attract attention, and whose chief merit, if it be one, is a love of that privacy which no woman can emerge from without regret. Shelley's life must be written. I hope one day to do it myself, but it must not be published now. There are too many concerned to speak against him. It is still too sore a subject. Your tribute of praise, in a way that cannot do harm, can be introduced into your own life. But remember, I pray for omission. For it is not that you will not be too kind, too eager to do me more than justice, but I only seek to be forgotten. Claire has written to you she is about to return to Germany. She will, I suppose, explain to you the circumstances that make her return to the lady she was before with desirable. She will go to Carlsbad, and the baths will be of great service to her. Her health is improved, though very far from restored. For myself, I am as usual well in health and longing for summer, when I may enjoy the peace that alone is left me. I am another person under the genial influence of the sun. I can live unrepining with no other enjoyment but the country made bright and cheerful by its beams. Till then I languish. Percy is quite well. He grows very fast and looks very healthy. It gives me great pleasure to hear from you, dear friend, so write often. I have now answered your letter, though I can hardly call this one. So you may very soon expect another. How are your dogs, and where is Roberts? Have you given up all idea of shooting? I hear Medwin is a great man at Florence, so Pisa and economy are at an end. Adieu. Yours, M.S. The fiery pirate was much disappointed at Mary's refusal to collaborate with him, and quite unable to understand her unwillingness to be the instrument of making the facts of her own and Shelley's life the subject of public discussion. His resentment soon passed away, but his first wrath was evidently expressed with characteristic vigor. Mary Shelley to Trelawney, 15th of December, 1829. Your last letter was not at all kind. You are angry with me, but what do you ask, and what do I refuse? You talk of writing Shelley's life, and ask me for materials. Shelley's life, as far as the public have to do with it, consisted of few events, and these are publicly known. The private events were sad and tragical. How would you relate them? As Hunt has, slurring over the real truth? Wherefore write fiction? And the truth, any part of it, is hardly for the rude, cold world to handle. His merits are acknowledged, his virtues, to bring forward actions which, right or wrong, and that would be a matter of dispute, were in their results tremendous, would be to awaken calumnies and give his enemies a voice. As to giving more materials for Lord Byron's life, I think, I did right. I think I have achieved a great good by it. I wish it to be kept secret. Decidedly, I am averse to its being published, for it would destroy me to be brought forward in print. I commit myself on this point to your generosity. I confided the fact to you, as I would anything I did, being my dearest friend, and had no idea that I was to find in you a harsh censor and public denouncer. Did I uphold Medwin? I thought that I had always disliked him. I am sure I thought him a great annoyance, and he was always borrowing crowns which he never meant to pay, and we could ill spare. He was Jane's friend more than anyone's. To be sure, we did not desire a duel, nor a horsewhipping, and Lord Byron and Mrs. B. worked hard to promote peace. Affectionately yours, M.W.S. During this year, Mrs. Shelley was busily employed on her own novel, Perkin Warbeck, the subject of which may have occurred to her in connection with the historic associations of Arundel Castle. It is a work of great ingenuity and research, though hardly so spontaneous in conception as her earlier books. In spite of her retired life, she had come to be looked on as a celebrity, and many distinguished literary people sought her acquaintance. Among these was Lord Dillon, conspicuous by his good looks, his conversational powers, his many rare qualities of head and heart, and his numerous oddities. Between him and Mrs. Shelley a strong mutual regard existed, and the following letter is of sufficient interest to be inserted here. The writer had desired Mary's opinion on the subject of one of his poems. Lord Dillon to Mrs. Shelley, Ditchley, 18th of March, 1829. My dear Mrs. Shelley, I return you many thanks for your letter and your favorable opinion. It is singular that you should have hit upon the two parts that I almost think the best of all my poem. I fear that my delineations of women do not please you, or persons who think as you do. I have a classic feeling about your sex. That is to say, I prefer nature to what is called delicacy. I must be excused, however. I have never loved or much liked women of refined sentiment, but those of strong and blunt feelings and passions. Pray, tell me candidly, for I believe you to be sincere, though at first I doubted it, for your manner is reserved, and that put me on my guard. But now I admit you to my full confidence, which I seldom give. Is not Eccelino considered as too free? Tell me then truly. I never quote whenever I write to a person. You may trust me. You might tell me all the secrets in the world, they would never be breathed. I shall see you in May, and then we may converse more freely. But I own you look more sly than I think you are, and therefore I never was so candid with you as I think I ought to be. Have not people who did not know you taken you for a cunning person? You have puzzled me very much. Women always feel flattered when they are told they have puzzled people. I will tell you what has puzzled me. Your writings and your manner are not in accordance. I should have thought of you, if I had only read you, that you were a sort of my Sibyl, outpouringly enthusiastic, rather indiscreet, and even extravagant. But you are cool, quiet, and feminine to the last degree. I mean in delicacy of manner and expression. Explain this to me. Shall I desire my brother to call on you with respect to Mr. Peter in the Tower? He is his friend, not mine. He is very clever, and I think you would like him. Pray tell Miss G. to write to me. Yours most truly, Dillon. End of Chapter 21, Part 4. Chapter 21, Part 5 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, Part 5. Journal, October 8th, 1829. I was at Sir Thomas Lawrence's today whilst Moore was sitting, and passed a delightful morning. We then went to the Charter House, and I saw his son, a beautiful boy. January 9th, 1830. Poor Lawrence is dead. Having seen him so lately, the suddenness of this event affects me deeply. His death opens all wounds. I see all those I love die around me while I lament. January 22nd. I have begun a new kind of life somewhat, going a little into society and forming a variety of acquaintances. People like me and flatter and follow me, and then I am left alone again, poverty being a barrier I cannot pass. Still, I am often amused and sometimes interested. March 23rd. I gave a soirée which succeeded very well. Mrs. Hare is going, and I am very sorry. She likes me, and she is gentle and good. Her husband is clever, and her set very agreeable, rendered so by the reunion of some of the best people about town. Mrs. Shelley now resided in Somerset Street, Portman Square. Her occasional at-homes, though of necessity simple in character, were not on that account the less frequented. Here might be met many of the most famous and most charming men and women of their day, and here Moore would thrill all hearts and bring tears to all eyes by his exquisitely pathetic singing of his own melodies. The hostess herself, gentle and winning, was an object of more admiration than would ever be suspected from the simple, almost deprecatory tone of her scraps of journal. Among her manuscripts are numerous anonymous poems addressed to her, some sentimental, others high-flown in compliment, though none, unfortunately, of sufficient literary merit to be in themselves worth preserving. But whether they afforded her amusement or gratification, it is probable that she had to work too hard and too continuously to give more than a passing thought to such things. From the following letter of Clare's it may be inferred that Perkin Warbeck, which appeared in 1830, was in a pecuniary sense something of a disappointment, and that this was the more vexatious as Mary had lent Clare money during her visit to England, and would have been glad now to be repaid, not, however, on her own account, but that of Marshall, Godwin's former amanuensis and her kind friend in her childhood, whom, it is evident, she was helping to support in his old age. Clare to Mrs. Shelley. Dresden, 28th of March, 1830. My dear Mary, at last I take up the pen to write to you. At least thus much can I affirm, that I take it up, but whether I shall ever get to the end of my task and complete this letter is beyond me to decide. One of the causes of my long delay has been the hope of being able to send you the money for Marshall. I was to have been paid in February, but as yet have received neither money nor notice from Mrs. K. By this I am led to think she does not intend to do so until her return here in May. I am vexed, for I have been reproaching myself the whole winter with this debt. Of this be sure, the instant I am paid, I will dispatch what I owe you to London. Here I was interrupted, and for 2 days have been unable to continue. How delighted I was with the news of Percy's health, as also with his letter, though I am afraid it was written unwillingly and cost him a world of pains. Poor child! He little thinks how much I am attached to him. When I first saw him, I thought him cold, but afterwards he discovered so much intellect in all his speeches, and so much originality in his doings, that I willingly pardoned him for not being interested in anything but himself. In some weeks he will again be home for Easter. But what is this to me, since I shall not see him, nor perhaps even ever again? It seems settled that my destination is Vienna. The negotiation with Mrs. K. has been broken off on my showing great unwillingness to go to Italy. That it may not be renewed, I will not say. She now talks of going to Nice, to which place I have no objection in the world to accompany her. But nothing of this can be settled till she comes, for as neither of us can speak frankly in our letters, owing to their being subject to her husband's inspection, we have as yet done nothing but mutually misinterpret the circumspect and circuitous phraseology in which our real meaning was wrapped. Nothing can equal the letters she has written to me. They were detached pieces of agony. How she lived at all after bringing such productions into the world, I cannot guess. Instruments of torture are nothing to them. She favored me with one every week, which was a very clever contrivance on her part to keep us in an agitation equal to the one she suffered at Mogilev. Thanks to her and Natalie's perpetual indisposition, I have passed a tolerably disagreeable winter. At home I was employed in rubbings, stretchings, putting on trusses, dressing ulcers, applying leeches, and bandaging swollen glands. Out of doors our recreations were all baths, baths of bullock's blood, mud baths, steam baths, soap baths, and electricity. If I had served in a hospital, I should not have been more constantly employed with sickness and its appendages. I could understand this order of things pretty well, and even perhaps from custom find some beauty in their deformity if the sky were pitch black and the stars red. But when I see them so beautiful, I cannot help imagining that they were made to look down upon a life more consonant with their own natures than the one I lead, and I am filled with the most bitter dislike of it. I ought to confess, however, that it is a great mitigation of my disagreeable life to live in Dresden. Such is the structure of existence here that 1,000 alleviations to misery are offered. Here, as in Italy, you cannot walk the streets without meeting with some object which affords ready and agreeable occupation to the mind. I never yet was in a place where I met so much to please and so little to shock me. In vain I endeavor to recollect anything I could wish otherwise. Not a fault presents itself. The more I become acquainted with the town and see its smallness, the more I am struck with the uncommon resources in literature et le belle arti it possesses. With what regret shall I leave it for Vienna? Farewell, then, a long farewell to Mount Olympus and its treasures of wisdom, science, poetry, and skill. The vales may be green, and many rills trill through them, and many flocks pasture there. But the inhabitants will be as vile and miserable to me as were the shepherds of Admetos to Apollo when he kept their company. At any rate, Vienna is better than Russia. I trust and hope when I am there you will make some little effort to procure the newspapers and reviews and new works. This alone can soften the mortification I shall feel in being obliged to live in that city. Already I have lost the little I had gained in my English, and I can only write with an effort that is painful to me. It precludes the possibility of my finding any pleasure in composition. I pause 100 times and lean upon my hand to endeavor to find words to express the idea that is in my mind. It is a vain endeavor. The idea is there, but no words, and I leave my task unfinished. Another favor I have to ask you, which is, if I should require your mediation to get a book published at Paris, you will write to your friends there, and otherwise interest yourself as warmly as you can about it. Promise me this, and give me an answer upon it as quick as you can. I have had many letters from Charles. His affairs have taken the most favorable turn at Vienna. Everything is couleur de rose. More employment than he can accept seems likely to be offered to him. This is consolatory. He talks with rapture of his future plans, has taken a charming house, painted and furnished a pretty room for me, and will send Antonia and the babes to the lovely hills at some miles from the town so soon as they arrive. Mamma has written to me everything concerning Colburn. This is indeed a disappointment, and the more galling because odiously unjust. Let me hear if your plan of writing the memoirs of Josephine is likely to be put into execution. This perhaps would pay you better. I tremble for the anxiety of mind you suffer about Papa and your own pecuniary resources. What says the world to Moore's Lord Byron? I saw some extracts in a review, and cannot express the pleasure I experienced in finding it was sad stuff. It was the journal of the noble lord, and I should say contained as fine a picture of indigestion as one could expect to meet with in Dr. Paris, Graham, or Johnson. Of Trelawney I know little. He wrote to me, describing where he was living and what kind of life he was leading. I have not yet answered him, although I make a sacred promise every day not to let it go over my head without so doing. But there is a certain want of sympathy between us which makes writing to him extremely disagreeable to me. I admire, esteem, and love him. Some excellent qualities he possesses in a degree that is unsurpassed. But then it is exactly in another direction from my centre and my impetus. He likes a turbid and troubled life, I a quiet one. He is full of fine feelings and has no principles, and I am full of fine principles, but never had a feeling. He receives all his impressions through his heart, I through my head. Que voulez-vous? Les moyens de se rencontrer, when one is bound for the North Pole and the other for the South. What a terrible description you give of your winter. Ours, though severe, was an exceedingly fine one. From the time I arrived here until now, there has not been a day that was not perfectly dry and clear. Within this last week, we have had a great deal of rain. I well understand how much your spirits must have been affected by 3 months' incessant foggy, raw weather. In my mind, nothing can compensate for a bad climate. How I wish I could draw you to Dresden. You would go into society and would see a quantity of things which, treated by your pen, would bring you in a good profit. Life is very cheap here, and in the summer you might take a course of Joseph Litz or Carlsbad, which would set up your health and enable you to bear the winter of London with tolerable philosophy. Forgive me if I don't write descriptions. It is impossible, situated as I am. I have not one moment free from annoyance from morning till night. This state of things depresses my mind terribly. When I have a moment of leisure, it is breathed in a prayer for death. You will not wonder, therefore, that I think the Miss Booths right in their manner of acting. What is the use of trifling or mincing the matter with so despotic a ruler as the disposer of the universe? The one who is left is much to be pitied, for now she must die by herself, and that, I think, is as disagreeable as to live by oneself. In your next, pray mention something about politics and how the London University is getting on. The accounts here of the distress in England are awful. Foreigners talk of that country as they would of Torre del Greco or Torre del Annunziata at the announcement of an eruption at Vesuvius. I should think my mother must be delighted to be no more plagued with us. It was really a great bother and no pleasure for her. She writes me a delightful account of Papa's health and spirits. Heaven grant it may continue. I am reading Political Justice, and am filled with admiration at the vastness of the plan, and the clearness and skill, nothing less than immortal, with which it is executed. Farewell. Write to me about your novel, and particularly the opinion it creates in society. Pray write. The letters of my acquaintances, friends I have none, are my only pleasure. Natalie is pretty well. The knee is better, inasmuch as the swelling is smaller, but the weakness is as great as ever. We sit opposite to one another in perfect wretchedness. I, because I am obliged to entreat her all day to do what she does not like, and she, because she is entreated. C.C. My love to William. During the next 5 years, the author of Frankenstein wrote several short tales, some of which were published in the Keepsake, an annual periodical, the precursor of the Book of Beauty, but no new novel. She was to have abundant employment in furthering the work of another. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 1. August 1830 to October 1831. To all who know Trelawney's curious book, the following correspondence, which tells the story of its publication and preparation for the press, will in itself be interesting. To readers of Mary Shelley's life, it has a strong additional interest as illustrating, better than any second-hand narrative can do, the unique kind of friendship subsisting between her and Trelawney, and which, based on genuine mutual regard and admiration, and a common devotion to the memory of Shelley and of a golden age which ended at his death, proved stronger than all obstacles, and in spite of occasional eclipses through hasty words and misunderstandings, in spite of wide differences in temperament, in habits, in opinions and morals, yet survived with a kind of dogged vitality for years. Shelley said of Epipsychidion that it was an idealized history of his life and feelings. The Adventures of a Younger Son is an idealized history of Trelawney's youth and exploits, and very amusing it is, though rather gruesome in some of its details. a romance of adventures, of hair-breadth escapes by flood and field. As will be seen, the original manuscript had to be somewhat toned down before it was presented to the public, but it is, as it stands, quite sufficiently forcible, as well as blood-curdling for most readers. The letters may now be left to tell their own tale. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, 16th of August, 1830. My dear Mary, that my letter may not be detained, I shall say nothing about continental politics. My principal motive in writing is to inform you that I have nearly completed the first portion of my history, enough for 3 ordinary volumes, which I wish published forthwith. The Johnsons, as I told you before, are totally ruined by an Indian bankruptcy. The smallness of my income prevents my supporting them. Mr. Johnson is gone to India to see if he can save aught from the ruin of his large fortune. In the meantime, his wife is almost destitute. This spurs me on. Brown, who is experienced in these matters, declares I shall have no difficulty in getting a very considerable sum for the manuscript now. I shall want some friend to dispose of it for me. My name is not to appear or to be disclosed to the bookseller or any other person. The publisher who may purchase it is to be articled down to publish the work without omitting or altering a single word, there being nothing actionable, though a great deal objectionable, inasmuch as it is tinctured with the prejudices and passions of the author's mind. However, there is nothing to prevent women reading it but its general want of merit. The opinion of the 2 or 3 who have read it is that it will be very successful, but I know how little value can be attached to such critics. I'll tell you what I think, that it is good and might have been better. It is filled with events that, if not marred by my manner of narrating, must be interesting. I therefore plainly foresee it will be generally read or not at all. Who will undertake to, in the first place, dispose of it, and in the second, watch its progress through the press? I care not who publishes it. The highest bidder shall have it. Murray would not like it. It's too violent. Parsons and Scotts, and, in short, also others are spoken of irreverently, if not profanely. But when I have your reply, I shall send the manuscript to England, and your eyes will be the judge. So tell me precisely your movements. Your attached E.J.T. Poste Restante, Florence. When does Moore conclude his Life of Byron? If I knew his address, I could give him a useful hint that would be of service to the fame of the poet. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Florence, 28th of October, 1830. Dearest Mary, my friend Baring left Florence on the 25th to proceed directly to London, so that he will be there as soon as you can get this letter. He took charge of my manuscripts and promised to leave them at Hookham's, Bond Street, addressed to you. I therefore pray you lose no time in inquiring about them. They are divided into chapters and volumes, copied out in a plain hand, and all ready to go to press. They have been corrected with the greatest care, and I do not think you will have any trouble with them on that score. All I want you to do is to read them attentively, and then show them to Murray and Colburn or any other publisher, and to hear if they will publish them and what they will give. You may say the author cannot at present be named, but that when the work goes forth in the world there are many who will recognize it. besides the second series, which treats of Byron, Shelley, Greece, etc., will at once remove the veil, and the publisher who has the first shall have that. Yet at present I wish the first series to go forth strictly anonymous. Therefore you must on no account trust the publisher with my name. Surely there is the matter enough in the book to make it interesting, if only viewed in the light of a romance. You will see that I have divided it into very short chapters in the style of Fielding, and that I have selected mottos from the only 3 poets who were the staunch advocates of liberty, and my contemporaries. I have left 8 or 9 blanks in the mottos for you to fill up from the work of one of those poets. Brown, who is very anxious about the fame of Keats, has given many of his manuscripts for the purpose. Now, if you could find any from the manuscripts of Shelley or Byron, they would excite much interest, and their being strictly applicable is not of much importance. If you cannot, why fill them up from the published works of Byron, Shelley, or Keats, but no others are to be admitted. When you have read the work and heard the opinion of the booksellers, write to me before you settle anything. Only remember, I am very anxious that no alterations or omissions should be made, and that the mottos, whether long or short, double or treble, should not be curtailed. Will not Hogg assist you? I might get other people, but there is no person I have such confidence in as you, and the affair is one of confidence and trust. And are we not bound and united together by ties stronger than those which earth has to impose? Dearest friend, I am obliged hastily to conclude. Yours affectionately, E. J. Trelawney. George Baring, Esquire, who takes my book, is the brother of the banker. He has read it, and is in my confidence, and will be very ready to see and confer with you, and do anything. He is an excellent person. I shall be very anxious till I hear from you. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney, 33 Somerset Street, 27th of December, 1830. My dear Trelawney, at present I can only satisfy your impatience with the information that I have received your manuscript and read the greater part of it. Soon I hope to say more. George Baring did not come to England, but after considerable delay forwarded it to me from Cologne. I am delighted with your work. It is full of passion, energy, and novelty. It concerns the sea, and that is a subject of the greatest interest to me. I should imagine that it must command success. But, my dear friend, allow me to persuade you to permit certain omissions. In one of your letters to me you say that there is nothing in it that a woman could not read. You are correct for the most part, and yet without the omission of a few words here and there, the scene before you go to school with the mate of your ship, and above all the scene of the burning of the house following your scene with your Scotch enemy, I am sure that yours will be a book interdicted to women. Certain words and phrases, pardoned in the days of Fielding, are now justly interdicted, and any gross piece of ill taste will make your booksellers draw back. I have named all the objectionable passages, and I beseech you to let me deal with them as I would with Lord Byron's Don Juan, when I omitted all that hurt my taste. Without this yielding on your part, I shall experience great difficulty in disposing of your work. Besides that, I, your partial friend, strongly object to coarseness, now wholly out of date, and beg you for my sake to make the omissions necessary for your obtaining feminine readers. Amidst so much that is beautiful and imaginative and exalting, why leave spots which, believe me, are blemishes? I hope soon to write to you again on the subject. The burnings, the alarms, the absorbing politics of the day render booksellers almost averse to publishing at all. God knows how it will all end, but it looks as if the autocrats would have the good sense to make the necessary sacrifices to a starving people. I heard from Claire today. She is well and still at Nice. I suppose there is no hope of seeing you here. As for me, I of course still continue a prisoner. Percy is quite well and is growing more and more like Shelley. Since it is necessary to live, it is a great good to have this tie to life, but it is a wearisome affair. I hope you are happy. Yours, my dearest friend, ever, Mary Shelley. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Firenze, 19th of January, 1831. My dearest Mary, for notwithstanding what you may think of me, you every day become dearer to me. The men I have linked myself to in my wild career through life have almost all been prematurely cut off, and the only friends which are left me are women, and they are strange beings. I have lost them all by some means or other. They are dead to me in being married, or, for you are all slaves, separated by obstacles which are insurmountable. And as Lord Chatham observes, friendship is a weed of slow growth in aged bosoms. But now to your letter. I today received yours of the 27th of December. You say you have received my manuscript. It has been a painful and arduous undertaking, narrating my life. I have omitted a great deal, and avoided being a pander to the public taste for the sake of novelty or effect. Landor, a man of superior literary acquirements. Kirkup, an artist of superior taste. Baring, a man of the world and very religious. Mrs. Baring, moral and squeamish. Lady Burghersh, aristocratic and proud as a queen. And lastly, Charles Brown, a plain, downright Cockney critic, learned in the trade of authorship, and has served his time as a literary scribe. All these male and female critics have read and passed their opinions on my narrative, and therefore you must excuse my apparent presumption in answering your objections to my book with an appearance of presumptuous dictation. Your objections to the coarseness of those scenes you have mentioned have been foreseen, and without further preface or apology, I shall briefly state my wishes on the subject. Let Hogg or Horace Smith read it, and without your giving any opinion, hear theirs. Then let the booksellers, Colburn or others, see it. And then, if it is their general opinion that there are words which are better omitted, why, I must submit to their being omitted. But do not prompt them by prematurely giving your opinion. My life, though I have sent it you as the dearest friend I have, is not written for the amusement of women. It is not a novel. If you begin clipping the wings of my true story, if you begin erasing words, you must then omit sentences, then chapters. It will be pruning an Indian jungle down to a clipped French garden. I shall be so appalled at my manuscript in its printed form that I shall have no heart to go on with it. Dear Mary, I love women, and you know it, but my life is not dedicated to them. It is to men I write, and my first 3 volumes are principally adapted to sailors. England is a nautical nation, and if they like it, the book will amply repay the publisher, and I predict it will be popular with sailors, for it is true to its text. By the time you get this letter, the time of publishing is come, and we are too far apart to continue corresponding on the subject. Let Hogg, Horace Smith, or any one you like read the manuscript, or the booksellers. If they absolutely object to any particular words or short passages, why, let them be omitted by leaving blanks. But I should prefer a first edition as it now stands, and then a second as the bookseller thought best. In the same way that Anastasius was published, the suppression of the first edition of that work did not prevent its success. All men lament that Don Juan was not published as it was written, as under any form it would have been interdicted to women, and yet under any form they would have unavoidably read it. Brown, who is learned in the bookselling trade, says I should get £200 per volume. Do not dispose of it under any circumstances for less than £500 the 3 volumes. Have you seen a book written by a man named Milligan? He has written an article on me, and I am answering it. My reply to it I shall send you. The Literary Gazette, which published the extract regarding me, I have replied to, and to them I send my reply. The book I have not seen. If they refuse, as the article I write is amusing, you will have no difficulty in getting it admitted in some of the London magazines. It will be forwarded to you in a few days, so you see I am now fairly coming forward in a new character. I have laid down the sword for the pen. Brown has just called with the article in question copied, and I send it together. I have spoken to you about filling up the mottos. The title of my book I wish to be simply thus: The Life of a Man, and not The Discarded Son, which looks too much like romance or a common novel. Florence is very gay, and there are many pretty girls here, and balls every night. Tell Mrs. Paul not to be angry at my calling her and her sisters by their Christian names, for I am very lawless, as you know, in that particular, and not very particular on other things. Brown talks of writing to you about the mottos to my book, as he is very anxious about those of his friend Keats. Have you any manuscripts of Shelley's or Byron's to fill up the 8 or 10 I left blank? Remember, the short chapters are to be adhered to in its printed form. I shall have no excitement to go on writing till I see what I have already written in print. By the by, my next volumes will to general readers be far more interesting, and published with my name, or at least called Trelawney, which is our original family name. End of Chapter 22, Part 1. Chapter 22, Part 2 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 2. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Poste Restante, Firenze, 5th of April, 1831. My dear Mary, since your letter, dated December 1830, I have not had a single line from you, yet in that you promised to write in a few days. Why is this? Or have you written, and has your letter miscarried, or have not my letters reached you? I was anxious to have published the first part of my life this year, and if it had succeeded in interesting general readers, it would have induced me to have proceeded to its completion, for I cannot doubt that if the first part published anonymously, and treating of people, countries, and things little known, should suit the public palate, that the latter, treating of people that everybody knows, and of things generally interesting, must be successful. But till I see the effect of the first part, I cannot possibly proceed to the second, and time is fleeting, and I am lost in idleness. I cannot write a line, and thus 6 months, in which I had leisure to have finished my narrative, are lost, and I am now deeply engaged in a wild scheme which will lead me to the East, and it is firmly my belief that when I again leave Europe, it will be forever. I have had too many hair-breadth escapes to hope that fortune will bear me up. My present quixotic expedition is to be in the region wherein is still standing the column erected by Sardanapalus, and on it by him inscribed words to the effect, Il faut jouir du plaisir de la vie, tout le reste ni rien. At present, I can only say, if nothing materially intervenes to prevent me, that in the autumn of this year I shall bend my steps towards the above-mentioned column, and try the effect of it. I am sick to death of the pleasureless life I lead here, and I should rather the tinkling of the little bell, which I hear summoning the dead to its last resting-place, was ringing for my body than endure the petty vexations of what is called civilized life, and see what I saw a few days back, the Austrian tyrants trampling on their helot Italians. But letters are not safe. Your affectionate friend, E.J.T. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney, Somerset Street, 22nd of March, 1831. My dear Trelawney, what can you think of me in my silence? I can guess by the contents of your letters, and your not having yet received answers. Believe me, that if I am at all to blame in this, it arises from an error in judgment, not from want of zeal. Every post-day I have waited for the next, expecting to be able to communicate something definitive, and now still I am waiting. However, I trust that this letter will contain some certain intelligence before I send it. After all, I have done no more than send your manuscripts to Colburn, and I am still in expectation of his answer. In the first place, they insist on certain parts being expunged, parts of which I alone had the courage to speak to you, but which had before been remarked upon as inadmissible. These, however, with trifling exceptions, occur only in the first volume. The task of deciding upon them may very properly be left to Horace Smith, if he will undertake it. We shall see. Meanwhile, Colburn has not made up his mind as to the price. He will not give £500. The terms he will offer I shall hope to send before I close this letter, so I will say no more, except to excuse my having conceded so much time to his dilatoriness. In all I have done, I may be wrong. I commonly act from my own judgment, but alas, I have great experience. I believe that if I sent your work to Murray, he would return it in 2 months unread, simply saying that he does not print novels. Your end part would be a temptation did not your intention to be severe on Moore make it improbable that he would like to engage in it. And he would keep me as long as Colburn in uncertainty. Still, this may be right to do, and I shall expect your further instructions by return of post. However, in one way you may help yourself. You know Lockhart. He reads and judges for Murray. Write to him. Your letter shall accompany the manuscript to him. Still, this thing must not be done hastily, for if I take the manuscript out of Coburn's hands, and failing to dispose of it elsewhere, I come back to him, he will doubtless retreat from his original proposal. There are other booksellers in the world, doubtless, than these two, but occupied as England is by political questions, and impoverished miserably, there are few who have enterprise at this juncture to offer a price. I quote examples. My father and myself would find it impossible to make any tolerable arrangement with anyone except Colburn. He, at least, may be some guide as to what you may expect. Mr. Brown remembers the golden days of authors. When I first returned to England, I found no difficulty in making agreements with publishers. They came to seek me. Now money is scarce, and readers fewer than ever. I leave the rest of this page blank. I shall fill it up before it goes on Friday. Friday, March 25th. At length, my dear friend, I have received the ultimatum of these great people. They offer you £300, and another £100 on a second edition. As this was sent me in writing, and there is no time for further communication before post hour, I cannot officially state the number of the edition. I should think 1,000. I think that, perhaps, they may be brought to say £400 at once, or £300 at once, and £200 on the second edition. There can be no time for parleying, and therefore you must make up your mind whether, after doing good battle, if necessary, I shall accept their terms. Believe my experience and that of those about me. You will not get a better offer from others, because money is not to be had, and Bulwer and other fashionable and selling authors are now obliged to content themselves with half of what they got before. If you decline this offer, I will, if you please, try Murray. He will keep me 2 months at least, and the worst is, if he won't do anything, Colburn will diminish his bargain, and we shall be in a greater mess than ever. I know that as a woman I am timid and therefore a bad negotiator, except that I have perseverance and zeal, and I repeat experience of things as they are. Mr. Brown knows what they were, but they are sadly changed. The omissions mentioned must be made, but I will watch over them, and the mottos and all that shall be most carefully attended to, depend on me. Do not be displeased, my dear friend, that I take advantage of this enormous sheet of paper to save postage, and ask you to tear off 1/2 sheet, and to send it to Mrs. Hare. You talk of my visiting Italy. It is impossible for me to tell you how much I repine at my imprisonment here, but I dare not anticipate a change to take me there for a long time. England, its ungenial clime, its difficult society, and the annoyances to which I am subjected in it, weigh on my spirits more than ever. For every step I take only shows me how impossible it is, situated as I am, that I should be otherwise than wretched. My sanguine disposition and capacity to endure have borne me up hitherto, but I am sinking at last. But to quit so stupid a topic, and to tell you news, did you hear that Medwin contrived to get himself gazetted for full pay in the Guards? I fancy that he employed his connection with the Shelleys, who are connected with the king through the Fitzclarences. However, a week after he was gazetted as retiring, I suppose the officers cut him at mess. His poor wife and children, how I pity them. Jane is quite well, living in tranquillity. Hogg continues all that she can desire. She lives where she did. Her children are well, and so is my Percy, who grows more like Shelley. I hear that your old favourite, Margaret Shelley, is prettier than ever. Your Miss Burdett is married. I have been having lithographed your letter to me about Caroline. I wish to disperse about 100 copies among the many hapless fair who imagine themselves to have been the sole object of your tenderness. Claire is to have a first copy. Have you heard from poor dear Claire? She announced a little time ago that she was to visit Italy with the Kazarov to see you. I envied her, but I hear from her brother Charles that she has now quarreled with Madame K., and that she will go to Vienna. God grant that her sufferings end soon. I begin to anticipate it, for I hear that Sir Tim is in a bad way. I shall hear more certain intelligence after Easter. Mrs. P. spends her Easter with Caroline, who lives in the neighbourhood, and will dine at Field Place. I have not seen Mrs. Aldridge since her marriage. She has scarcely been in town, but I shall see her this spring, when she comes up as she intends. You know, of course, that Elizabeth St. Aubyn is married. So you know that your ladies desert you sadly. If Claire and I were either to die or marry, you would be left without a Dulcinea at all, with the exception of the 60 new objects for idolatry you may have found among the pretty girls in Florence. Take courage, however. I am scarcely a Dulcinea. Bring your friend, and not the lady of your love, but such as I am. I do not think that I shall either die or marry this year, whatever may happen the next. As it is only spring, you have some time before you. We are all here on the qui vive about the Reform Bill. If it pass, and Tories and all expect it, well, if not, Parliament is dissolved immediately, and they say that the new writs are in preparation. The Whigs triumphed gloriously in the boldness of their measure. England will be free if it is carried. I have had very bad accounts from Rome, but you are quiet as usual in Florence. I am scarcely wicked enough to desire that you should be driven home, nor do I expect it, and yet how glad I should be to see you. You never mention Zella. Adieu, my dear Trelawney. I am always affectionately yours, Mary W. Shelley. Hunt has set up a little second paper, The Tatler, which is succeeding. This keeps him above water. I have not seen him very lately. He lives a long way off. He is the same as ever, a person whom all must love and regret. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Poste Restante Firenze, 8th of April, 1831. Dear Mary, the day after I had dispatched a scolding letter to you, I received your Titanic letter, and sent Mrs. Hare her fathom of it. Now, let's to business. I thank you for the trouble you have taken about the manuscript. Let Colburn have it, and try to get £400 down, for as to what may be promised on a second edition, I am told is mere humbug. When my work is completed, I have no doubt the first part will be reprinted, but get what you can paid down at once. As to the rest, I have only to say that I consent to Horace Smith being the sole arbitrator of what is necessary to be omitted, but do not let him be prompted, and tell him only to omit what is absolutely indispensable. Say to him that it is a friend of Shelley's who asks him this favour, but do not let him or any other individual know that I am the author. If my name is known, and the work can be brought home to me, the consequences will be most disastrous. I beseech you, bear this in mind. Let all the mottos appear in their respective chapters without any omission, regardless of their number to each chapter, for they are all good, and fill up the 8 or 10 I left blank from Byron and Shelley. If from manuscript, so much the better. The changes in the opinions of all mankind on political and other topics are favorable to such writers as I and the poets of liberty whom I have selected. We shall no longer be hooted at. It is our turn to triumph now. Would those glorious spirits, to whose genius at present age owes so much, could witness the triumphant success of these opinions. I think I see Shelley's fine eyes glisten, and faded cheek glow with fire unearthly. England, France, and Belgium free, the rest of Europe must follow. The theories of tyrants all over the world are shaken as by an earthquake. They may be propped up for a time, but their fall is inevitable. I am forgetting the main business of my letter. I hope, Mary, that you have not told Colburn or anyone else that I am the author of the book. Remember that I must have the title simply A Man's Life, and that I should like to have as many copies for my friends as you can get from Colburn, 10, I hope, and that you will continue to report progress and tell me when it is come out. You must have a copy, Horace Smith one, and Jane and Lady Burgersh. She is to be heard of at Apsley House. Duke of Wellington's, and then I have some friends here. You must send me a parcel by sea. If the time is unfavorable for publication, from men's minds being engrossed with politics, yet it is so far an advantage that my politics go with the times, and not, as they would have been some years back, obnoxious and premature. I decide on Colburn as publisher, not from liberality of his terms, but his courage, and trusting that as little as possible will be omitted. And by the by, I wish you to keep copies, for I have none of those parts which are omitted. Enough of this. Of Clare I have seen nothing. Do not you, dear Mary, abandon me by following the evil examples of my other ladies. I should not wonder if fate, without our choice, united us. And who can control his fate? I blindly follow his decrees, dear Mary. Your E.J.T. End of Chapter 22, Part 2. Chapter 22, Part 3, of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 3. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney. Somerset Street, 14th of June, 1831. My dear Trelawney, your work is in progress at last, and is being printed with great rapidity. Horace Smith undertook the revision, and sent a very favorable report of it to the publishers. To me, he says, having written to you a few days ago, I have only to annex a copy of my letter to Colburn and Bentley, whence you will gather my opinion of the manuscript. It is a most powerful but rather perilous work, which will be much praised and much abused by the liberal and bigoted. I have read it with great pleasure, and think it admirable in everything but the conclusion. By this he means, as he says to Colburn and Bentley, The conclusion is abrupt and disappointing, especially as previous allusions have been made to his later life, which is not given. Probably it is meant to be continued, and if so, it would be better to state it, for I have no doubt that his first part will create a sufficient sensation to ensure the sale of a second. In his former letter to me, H.S. says, "Anyone who has proved himself the friend of yourself, and of him who we all deplore, I consider to have strong claims on my regard, and I therefore willingly undertake the revision of the manuscript. Pray assure the author that I feel flattered by this little mark of his confidence in my judgment, and that it will always give me pleasure to render him these or any other services. And now, my dear Trelawney, I hope you will not be angry at the title given to your book. The responsibility of doing anything for anyone so far away as you is painful, and I have had many qualms, but what could I do? The publishers strongly objected to the history of a man as being no title at all, or rather one to lead astray. The one adopted is taken from the first words of your manuscript, where you declare yourself a younger son. Words pregnant of meaning in this country, where to be the younger son of a man of property is to be virtually discarded, and they will speak volumes to the English reader. It is called, therefore, The Adventures of a Younger Son. If you are angry with me for this, I shall be sorry, but I knew not what to do. Your manuscript will be preserved for you, and remember also that it is pretty well known whom it is by. I suppose the persons who read the manuscript in Italy have talked, and, as I told you, your mother speaks openly about it. Still, it will not appear in print, in no newspaper accounts over which I have any control, as emanating from the publisher. Let me know immediately how I am to dispose of the dozen copies I shall receive on your account. One must go to H. Smith, another to me, and to whom else? The rest I will send to you in Italy. There is another thing that annoys me especially. You will be paid in bills dating from the day of publication, now not far distant, 3 of various dates. To what man of business of yours can I consign these? The first I should think I could get discounted at once and send you the cash. But tell me what I am to do. I know that all these hitches and drawbacks will make you vituperate womankind, and had I ever set myself up for a woman of business, or known how to manage my own affairs, I might be hurt. But you know my irremediable deficiencies on those subjects, and I represented them strongly to you before I undertook my task. And all I can say in addition is that as far as I have seen, both have been obliged to make the same concessions, so be as forgiving and indulgent as you can. We are full here of reform or revolution, whichever it is to be. I should think something approaching the latter, though the first may be included in the last. Will you come over and sit for the new Parliament? What are you doing? Have you seen Claire? How is she? She never writes except on special occasions when she wants anything. Tell her that Percy is quite well. You tell me not to marry, but I will. Anyone who will take me out of my present desolate and uncomfortable position. Anyone. And with all this, do you think that I shall marry? Never. Neither you nor anybody else. Mary Shelley shall be written on my tomb. And why? I cannot tell, except that it is so pretty a name that though I were to preach to myself for years, I never should have the heart to get rid of it. Adieu, my dear friend. I shall be very anxious to hear from you, to hear that you are not angry about all the contretemps attendant on your publication, and to receive your further directions. Yours very truly, M. W. Shelley. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Poste Restante Firenze, 29th of June, 1831. Dear Mary, your letter, dated the 14th of June, I have received after a long interval, and your letter before that is dated the 22nd of March. It would appear by your last that you must have written another letter between March and June, by allusions in this last respecting my mother. If so, it has never reached me, so that if it contained anything which is necessary for me to know, I pray you let me have a transcript, so far as your memory will serve to give it me. I am altogether ignorant of what arrangements you have made with Colburn, and am only in possession of the facts contained in the second, to wit, that Horace Smith is revising the work for publication. I trust he will not be too liberal with the pruning knife. When will the cant and humbug of these costermonger times be reformed? Nevertheless, tell H. Smith that the author is fully sensible of his kindness, and for once, at least in his life, with all his heart, joins his voice to that of the world in paying tribute to the sterling ability of Mr. Horace Smith. And I remember Shelley and others speaking of him as one often essayed on the touchstone of proof, and never found wanting. Horace Smith's criticism on the life is flattering, and as regards the perilous part, why, I never have and never shall crouch to those I utterly despise, to wit, the bigoted. The Roman pontiff might as well have threatened me with excommunication when on board the Grub, if I failed to strike my topsails and lower my proud flag to the lubberly craft which bore his silly banner, bedaubed with mitres, crosses, and St. Peter's keys. I did not mean to call my book The History of a Man, but simply thus, A Man's Life. Adventures and younger son are commonplace, and I don't like it. But if it is to be so, why, I shall not waste words in idle complaints. Would it were as I had written it. By the by, you say justly the manuscript ends abruptly. The truth is, as you know it, it is only the first part of my life, and to conclude it will fill 3 more volumes. That it is to be concluded, I thought I had stated in a paragraph annexed to the last chapter of that, which is now in the press, which should run thus: I am, or rather have, continued this history of my life, and it will prove I have not been a passive instrument of despotism, nor shall I be found consorting with those base, sycophantic, and mercenary wretches who crouch and crawl and fawn on kings, and priests and lords, and all in authority under them. On my return to Europe, its tyrants had gathered together all their helots and gladiators to restore the cursed dynasty of the Bourbons, and thousands of slaves went forth to extinguish and exterminate liberty, truth, and justice. I went forth too, my hand ever against them, and when tyranny had triumphed, I wandered in exile in the world and leagued myself with men worthy to be called so, for they, inspired by wisdom, uncoiled the frauds contained in lying legends which had so long fatally deluded the majority of mankind. Alas, those apostles have not lived to see the tree they planted fructify. Would they had tarried a little while to behold this new era of 1830 to 1831, how they would have rejoiced to behold the leagued conspiracy of kings broken, and their bloodhound priests and nobles muzzled, their impious confederacy to enslave and rob the people paralyzed by a blow that has shaken their usurpation to the base, and must inevitably be followed by their final overthrow. Yes, the sun of freedom is dawning on the pallid slaves of Europe, etc. The conclusion of this diatribe I am certain you have, and if you have not the beginning, why, put it in beginning with the words, I have continued the history of my life. If I thought there was a probability that I could get a seat in the Reformed House of Commons, I would go to England, or if there was a probability of revolution. I was more delighted with your resolve not to change your name than with any other portion of your letter. Trelawney, too, is a good name, and sounds as well as Shelley. It fills the mouth as well, and will as soon raise a spirit. By the by, when you send my books, send me also Mary Wollstonecraft's Rights of Women, and Godwin's new work on man, and tell me what you are now writing. The Hares are at Lucca Baths. Never omit to tell me what you know of Caroline. Do you think there is any opening among the demagogues for me? It is a bustling world at present, and likely so to continue. I must play a part. Write, Mary mine, speedily. Is my book advertised? If so, the motto from Byron should accompany it. Claire only remained in Florence about 10 days. Some sudden death of a relative of the family she resides with recalled them to Russia. I saw her 3 or 4 times. She was very miserable and looked so pale, thin, and haggard. The people she lived with were bigots and treated her very badly. I wished to serve her, but had no means. Poor lady, I pity her. Her life has been one of continued misery. I hope on Sir Timothy's death it will be bettered. Her spirits are broken, and she looks 50. I have not heard of her since her departure. Mrs. Hare once saw her, but she was so prejudiced against her from stories she had heard against her from the Beaux Clerks that she could hardly be induced to notice her. You are aware that I do not wish my book to appear as if written for publication, and therefore have avoided all allusions which might induce people to think otherwise. I wish all the mottos to be inserted, as they are a selection of beautiful poetry, and many of them not published. The bills, you say, Colburn and Bentley are to give you. Perhaps Horace Smith may further favor me by getting them negotiated. I am too much indebted to him to act so scurvily as not to treat him with entire confidence. So with the injunction of secrecy, you may tell him my name. If he dislikes the affair of the bills, as I cannot employ any of my people of business, why give the bills, or rather place them in the hands of a man who keeps a glover's shop? I know him well. His name is Moon, and his shop is corner 1 in Orange Street, Bloomsbury Square. When I get your reply, I will, if necessary, write to him on the subject. I pray you write me on receipt of this. My child Zella is growing up very pretty, and with a soul of fire. She is living with friends of mine near Lucca. The only copies of the book I wish you to give away are to Horace Smith, Mary Shelley, Lady Burghersh, No. 1 Hyde Park Terrace, Oxford Road, and Jane Williams, to remind her that she is not forgotten. Shelley's tomb and mine in Rome is, I am told, in a very dilapidated state. I will see to its repair. Send me out 6 copies by sea, 1 if you can sooner. Address them to Henry Dunn, Leghorn. E. J. Trelawney. End of Chapter 22, Part 3. Chapter 22, Part 4 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 4. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Poste Restante Firenze, 19th of July, 1831. By the by, Mary, if it is not too late, I should wish the name of Zella to be spelt in the correct Arabic, thus Zella in my book. I changed it in common with several others of the names to prevent my own being too generally recognized. With regard to hers, if not too late, I should now wish it to appear in its proper form, besides which, in the chapter towards the conclusion, wherein I narrate an account of a pestilence which was raging in the town of Batavia, I wish the word Java fever to be erased and cholera morbus substituted. For we alone had the former malady on board the schooner, having brought it into the Batavia roads with us. But on our arrival there we found the cholera raging with virulence, most of those attacked expiring in the interval of the setting and rising of the sun. Luis, our steward, I thought died from fever, as we had had it previously on board, but the medicals pronounced it or denounced it cholera. If the alteration can be made, it will be interesting, as in the history of the cholera I see published, they only traced the origin to 1816, when the fact is it was in 1811 that I am speaking of, and no doubt it has existed for thousands of years before, but it is only of late, like the natives of Hindustan, it has visited Europe. It is sent by Nemesis, a fitting retribution for the gold and spices we have robbed them of. The malediction of my Malayan friends has come to pass, for I have no doubt the Russian caravans which supply that empire with tea, silks, and spices introduced the cholera, or gave it into the bargain, or as bona mano. I wish you would write, for I am principally detained here by wishing to get a letter from you ere I go to some other place. Yours and truly, E.T. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney, Somerset Street, 26th of July, 1831. My dear Trelawney, your 3rd volume is now printing, so I should imagine that it will very soon be published. Everything shall be attended to as you wish. The letter to which I alluded in my former one was a tiny one enclosed to Claire, which perhaps you have received by this time. It mentioned the time of the agreement, £300 in bills of 3, 6, and 8 months, dated from the day of publication, and £100 more on a second edition. The mention I made of your mother was that she speaks openly in society of your forthcoming memoirs, so that I should imagine very little real secrecy will attend to them. However, you will but gain reputation and admiration through them. I hope you are going on, for your continuation will, I am sure, be ardently looked for. I am so sorry for the delay of all last winter, yet I did my best to conclude the affair. But the state of the nation has so paralyzed bookselling that publishers were very backward, though Colburn was in his heart eager to get at your book. As to the price, I have taken pains to ascertain, and you receive as much as is given to the best novelists at this juncture, which may console your vanity if it does not fill your pocket. The Reform Bill will pass, and a considerable revolution in the government of the country will, I imagine, be the consequence. You have talents of a high order. You have powers. These, with industry and discretion, would advance you in any career. You ought not, indeed you ought not, to throw away yourself as you do. Still, I would not advise your return on the speculation, because England is so sad a place that the mere absence from it I consider a peculiar blessing. My name will never be Trelawney. I am not so young as I was when you first knew me, but I am as proud. I must have the entire affection, devotion, and above all, the solicitous protection of any one who would win me. You belong to womankind in general, and Mary Shelley will never be yours. I write in haste, but I will write soon again, more at length. You shall have your copies the moment I receive them. Believe me, with all gratitude and affection, yours, M. W. Shelley. Jane thanks you for the book promised. I am infinitely chagrined at what you tell me concerning Claire. If the B.'s spoke against her, that means Mrs. B., and her stories were gathered from Lord Byron, who feared Claire and did not spare her. And the stories he told were such as to excuse the prejudice of any one. The same to the same, Somerset Street, 2nd of October, 1831. My dear Trelawney, I suppose that I have now some certain intelligence to send you, though I fear that it will both disappoint and annoy you. I am indeed ashamed that I have not been able to keep these people in better order, but I trusted to honesty when I ought to have ensured it. However, thus it stands. Your book is to be published in the course of the month, and then your bills are to be dated. As soon as I get them, I will dispose of them as you direct, and you will receive notice on the subject without delay. I cannot procure for you a copy until then. They pretend that it is not all printed. If I can get an opportunity, I will send you one by private hand. At any rate, I shall send them by sea without delay. I will write to Smith about negotiating your bills, and I have no doubt that I shall be able somehow or another to get you money on them. I will go myself to the city to pay Barr's correspondent as soon as I get the cash. Thus your pretty dear, how fascinating is flattery, will do her best as soon as these tiresome people fulfill their engagements. In some degree they have the right on their side, as the day of publication is a usual time from which to date the bills, and that was the time which I acceded to. But they talked of such hurry and speed that I expected that that day was nearer at hand than it now appears to be. November is the publishing month, and no new things are coming out now. In fact, the Reform Bill swallows up every other thought. You have heard of the Lords' majority against it, much longer than was expected, because it was not imagined that so many bishops would vote against government. Do, whenever you write, send me news of Claire. She never writes herself, and we are all excessively anxious about her. I hope she's better. God knows when fate will do anything for us. I despair. Percy is well. I fancy that he will go to Harrow in the spring. It is not yet finally arranged, but this is what I wish, and therefore I suppose it will be, as they have promised to increase my allowance for him, and leave me pretty nearly free, only with Eton prohibited. But Harrow is now in high reputation under a new headmaster. I am delighted to hear that Zella is in such good hands. It is so necessary in this world of woe that children should learn betimes to yield to necessity. A girl allowed to run wild makes an unhappy woman. Hunt has set up a penny daily paper, literary and theatrical. It is succeeding very well, but his health is wretched, and when you consider that his sons, now young men, do not contribute a penny towards their own support, you may guess that the burthen on him is very heavy. I see them very seldom, for they live a good way off, and when I go, he is out, she busy, and I am entertained by the children who do not edify me. Jane has just moved into a house about half a mile further from town on the same road. They have furnished it themselves. Dina improves, or rather she always was and continues to be a very nice child. The adventures did not reach a second edition in their original form. The first edition failed, indeed, to repay its expenses. But they were afterwards republished in Colburn's Family Library. The second part of Trelawney's Autobiography took the chatty and discursive form, so popular at the present day, of reminiscences. It is universally known as Recollections of Shelley, Byron, and the Author. So long as Shelley and Byron survive as objects of interest in this world, so long must this fascinating book share their existence. As originally published, it has not a dull page. Lifelike as if written at the moment it all happened, it yet has the pictorial sense of proportion which can rarely exist till a writer stands at such a distance of time from the scenes he describes that he can estimate them, not only as they are, but in their relation to surrounding objects. It would seem as if, for the conversations at least, Trelawney must sometimes have drawn on his imagination as well as his memory. If so, it can only be replied that by his success he has triumphantly vindicated his artistic right to do so. Terse, original, and characteristic, each speech paints its speaker in colors which we know and feel to be true. Nothing seems set down for effect. It is spontaneous, unstudied, everyday reality. And if the history of Trelawney's own exploits in Greece somewhat recall the tarasconnades of his early adventures, it at least puts a thrilling finish to a book it was hard to conclude without falling into bathos. As a writer on Shelley, Trelawney surely stands alone. Many authors have praised Shelley, others have condemned and decried him, others again have tried to pity and excuse him. No one has apprehended as happily as Trelawney the peculiar timbre, if it may be so described, of his nature, or has brought out so vividly, and with so few happy touches, his moral and social characteristics. Saint or sinner, the Shelley of Trelawney is no lay figure, no statue even, no hero of romance. It is Shelley, the man, the boy, the poet. Trelawney assures us that Hogg's picture of Shelley as a youth is absolutely faithful. But Hogg's picture only shows us Shelley in his salad days, and even that we are never allowed to contemplate without the companion portrait of the biographer, smiling with cynical amusement while he yields his tribute of heartfelt but patronizing praise. The conclusions to which Hogg had come by observation, Trelawney arrived at by intuition. Fiery and imaginative, his nature was by far the more sympathetic of the two, though it may be that in virtue of very unlikeness Hogg would have proved, in the long run, the fitter companion for Shelley. Between Trelawney and Mary there existed the same kind of adjustable difference. His descriptions of her have been largely drawn upon in earlier chapters of the present work, and need not be reverted to here. She had been 7 years dead when the Recollections were published. 20 years later, when Mary Shelley had been 27 years in her grave, there appeared a second edition of the book. In those 20 years, what change had come over the spirit of its pages? An undefinable difference, like that which comes over the face of nature when the wind changes from west to east, and yet not so undefinable either, for it had power to reverse some very definite facts. Byron's feet, for instance, which, as the result of an investigation after death, were described in 1858 as having both been clubbed and withered to the knee. The feet and legs of a sylvan satyr are, in 1878, pronounced to have been faultless, but for the contraction of the back sinews, the tendon Achilles, which prevented his heels from resting on the ground. Unfortunately, to quote Mr. Garnett's comment on this discrepancy in his article on Shelley's last days, as in the natural world, the same agencies that are elevating one portion of the earth's surface are at the same time depressing another. So in the microcosm of Mr. Trelawney's memory and judgment, the embellishment of Lord Byron's feet has been accompanied by a corresponding deterioration of Mrs. Shelley's heart and head. Yes, the Mary Shelley with whom, in the early days, even Trelawney could find no fault, save perhaps for a tendency to mournfulness and solitude, and an occasional fit of literary abstraction when she might have been looking after the commissariat, who in later years was his trusty friend, his sole correspondent, his literary editor, his man of business, and withal his pretty dear, every day dearer to him. Mary, my Mary, superior surely to the rest of her sex, with whom at one time it seems plain enough that he would have been nothing loath to enter into an alliance, offensive and defensive, for life, would she but have preferred the name of Trelawney to that of Shelley. This Mary, whose voice had been silent for 27 years, and to whom he himself had raised a monument of praise, rises from her tomb as conventional and commonplace, unsympathetic and jealous, narrow, orthodox, and worldly. Yet she had borne with his exactions and scoldings and humors for friendship's sake, and with full faith in the loyalty and generosity of his heart. A pure and delicate-minded woman, she had not been scandalized by his lawless morals. She had had the courage to withstand him when he was wrong, working for him the while like a devoted slave. Never was a more true and disinterested friendship than hers for him, and he, who knew her better than most people did, was well aware of it. Where then was the change? Alas, it was in himself. In this revolving world, where time that gave doth now his gift confound, and where naught may endure but mutability, the flourish set on youth is soon transfixed. Greek fevers and gunshot wounds told on the pirate's disposition as well as on his constitution. The habits of mind he had cultivated and been proud of, combativeness, opposition to all authority as such, finally became his masters. He could not even acquiesce in his own experience. Age and the ravages of time were to blame for his morbid censoriousness. Time that feeds on the rarities of nature's truth. These later recollections are but the distorted images of a blurred mirror. But none the less, the tale is a sad one. We can but echo Trelawney's own words to Mary. Can such things be and overcome us like a summer cloud without our especial wonder? End of chapter 22. Chapter 23, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 1. October 1831 to October 1839. Trelawney's book was only one among many things which claimed Mrs. Shelley's attention during these 3 years. In 1830, Godwin published his Thoughts on Man. The relative positions of father and daughter had come to be reversed, and Mary now negotiated with the publishers for the sale of his work, as he had formerly done for her. Godwin himself set a high value, even for him, on this book, and anticipated for it a future and an influence which were not to be realized. Godwin to Mary. 15th of April, 1830. Dear Mary, if you do me the favor to see Murray, I know not how far you can utter the following things, or if you do, how far they will have any weight with His Highness. Yet I cannot but wish you should have them in your mind. The book I offer is a collection of 10 new and interesting truths, illustrated in no unpopular style. They are the fruit of 30 years' meditation, it being so long since I wrote the Enquirer, in the full maturity of my understanding. The book, therefore, will be very far from being merely one book more added to the number of books already existing in English literature. It must, as I conceive, when published, make a deep impression, and cause the thinking part of the public to perceive there are here laid before us 10 interesting truths never before delivered. Whether it is published during my life or after my death, it is a light that cannot be extinguished, the precious life-blood of a discerning spirit, embalmed and treasured up on purpose to a life beyond life. In the following amusing letter, Claire gives Mary a few commissions. She was to interest her literary acquaintance in Paris in the publication and success of a French poem by a friend of Claire's at Moscow, the greatest wish of whose heart was to appear in print. She was also to find a means of preventing the French translatress of Moore's Life of Byron from introducing Claire's name into her elucidatory footnotes. This was indeed all important to Claire, as any revival of scandal about her might have robbed her of the means of subsistence, but it was also an extremely difficult and delicate task for Mary. but no one ever hesitated to make her of use. Her friends estimated her power by her good will, and her good will by their own need of her services. And they were generally right, for the will never failed, and the way was generally found. Clare to Mrs. Shelley, Nice, 11th of December, 1830. My dear Mary, your last letter, although so melancholy, gave me much pleasure, merely, therefore, because it came from you. I intended to have written to all and each of you, but until now have not been able to put my resolution into execution. It must seem to you that I am strangely neglectful of my friends, or perhaps you think, since I am so near Trelawney, that I have been taking a lesson from him in the art of cultivating one's friendships. But neither of these is the case. My silence is quite on another principle than this. I am not desperately in love, nor just risen from my bed at 4 in the afternoon in order to write my 1,000,000th love letter, nor am I indifferent to those whom time and the malice of fortune have yet spared to me, but simply I have been too busy. Since I have been at Nice, I have had to change lodgings 4 times. Besides this, we were a long time without a maid, and received and paid innumerable visits. My whole day was spent in shifting my character. In the morning I arose a waiting-maid, and having attended to the toilette of Natalie, sank into a housemaid, a laundry-maid, and after noon I fear me, a cook, having to look to the cleaning of the rooms, the getting up of linen, and the preparation of various pottages fit for the patient near me. At midday I turned into a governess, gave my lessons, and at 4 or 5 became a fine lady for the rest of the day, and paid visits or received them, for at Nice it is the custom, so soon as a stranger arrives, that everybody comme il faut in the place comes to call upon you. Nor can you shut your doors against them even if you were dying, for as Nice is the resort of the sick, and as everybody either is sick or has been sick, nursing has become the common business. So we went on day after day. We had déjeuner dansant, soirée dansant. Dîner dansant are considered as des trois by order of the physicians. Bal parle, theatres, opéras, grand dîner, petit souper, concert, visite du matin, promenade âne, pâté de campagne, réunion littéraire, grand cercle, promenade en bateau, cotelet choisi, thunderstorms from the sea, and political storms from France. In short, if we had only had an earthquake or the shock of one, we should have run through the whole series of modifications of which human existence is susceptible. Voilà Paris, as the song says. You may perhaps expect that the novelty of society should have suggested to me remarks and observations as multifarious as the forms under which I observed it. Sorry I am to say that either from its poverty or from my own poverty of intellect, I have not gathered from it anything beyond the following couple of conclusions: that people of the world, disguise themselves as they may, possess but 2 qualities, a great want of understanding and a vast pretension to sentiment. From this duplexity arises the duplicity with which they are so often charged, and no wonder, for with hearts so heavy and heads so light, How is it possible to keep anything like a straightforward course? In alleviation of this, I must confess that wherever I went, I carried about with me my own identity, that unhappy identity which has cost me so dear, and of which, with all my pains, I have never been able to lose a particle, and contemplated the people I judge through the medium of its rusty atoms. I must speak to you of an affair that interests me deeply. M. Gams has informed me that he has sent to Paris a poem of his in manuscript called Moes. He gave it to the Prince Nicholas Sherbatoff at Moscow just upon his setting out for Paris. This is many months ago. Whether the prince gave any promise to endeavor to get it published, I do not know, but if he did, he is such a very indolent and selfish man that his efforts would never get the thing done. M. Gams has written to me to ask if you have any literary friends in Paris who would be kind enough to interest themselves about it. The address of the prince is as follows: Son Excellence le Prince Nicholas Sherbatoff, Rue Saint-Lazare, No. 17, à Paris. Can you not get someone to call upon him to ask about the manuscript, and to propose it to some bookseller? This someone may enter into a direct correspondence with M. Gams by addressing him chez M. Lenhold, Marchand de Musique, à Moscow. I should be highly delighted if you could settle things in this way, as I know my friend has nothing more at heart than to appear in print, and that I should be glad to be the means of communicating some pleasure to an existence which I know is almost utterly without it, and of showing my gratitude for the kindness and goodness he has showered upon me. Nor, as far as my poor judgment goes, is the work unworthy of inspiring interest, and of being saved from oblivion. It pleased me much when it was read to me, and then it is true I was in a desert, and there a drop of water will often seem to us more precious than the finest jewel. Another subject connected with Paris also presses itself on my mind. In Moore's Life of Lord Byron, only the most distant allusion was made to Lady Caroline Lamb. Yet, in the French translation, its performer, Madame Sophie Bellet, or some such name, had the indelicacy to unveil the mystery in a note, and to expose it in distinct and staring characters to the public. This piece of impudence was harmless to Lady Caroline, since her independence of others was assured beyond a doubt. But to anyone whose bread depends upon the public, a printed exposure of their conduct will infallibly bring on destitution, and reduce them to the necessity of weighing upon their relations for support. I know the subject is a disagreeable one, and that you do not like disagreeable subjects. I know nothing of business, or whether there exists any means of averting this blow. Perhaps a representation to the translator of the evils that would follow would be sufficient. But as I have no means of trying this, I am reduced to suggest the subject to your attention, with the firm hope that you will find some method of warding off the threatened mischief. What you tell me of the state of family resources has naturally depressed my spirits. Will the future never cease unrolling new shapes of misery? Stair above stair of wretchedness is all we know. The present, bad as it is always better than what comes after. Of all the crowd of eager inquirers at the Delphic shrine, was there ever found one who thanked, or had any reason to thank, the Pythia for what she disclosed to him? For me, I have long abandoned hope and the future, and am now diligently pursuing and retracing the past, going the back way, as it were, to eternity, in order to avoid the disappointments and perplexities of an unknown course. But I must beg pardon for my cowardice and disagreeableness, and leave it, or else I shall be recollected with as much reluctance as the Pythia. I wish I could give you any idea of the beauty of Nice. So long as I can walk about beside the sounding sea, beneath its ambient heaven, and gaze upon the far hills enshrined in purple light, I catch such pleasure from their loveliness that I am happy without happiness. But when I come home, then it seems to me as if all the phantasmagoria of hell danced before my eyes. Mrs. K. has arrived, and in no very amiable humor. The only conversation I hear is, first, the numberless perfections of herself, husband, and child. This, as it is true, would be well enough, but still upon repetition it tires. Second, the infinite superiority of Russia over all other countries, since it is an established truth that liberty and civilization are the most dreadful of all evils. I, to avoid ill temper, assent to all they say. Then in company, when opposed in their doctrines, they drag me forward, and the tacit consent I have given as an argument in favor of their way of thinking, and I am at once set down by everybody either as a fawning creature or an utter fool. However, I am glad she has come, as the responsibility of Natalie's health was too much. For heaven's sake, excuse me to dear Jane that I have not written. My first moment shall be given to do so. I think of England and my friends all day long. Entreat everybody to write to me. Do, pray, do so yourself. My love to Mother and Papa, and William and everybody. How happy was I that Percy was well. In haste, ever yours, C. Claremont. Mrs. Shelley's mind was much occupied during 1831 by the serious question of sending her son to a public school. She wished to give him the best possible education, and she wished, too, to give it him in such a form as would place him at no disadvantage among other young men when he took his place in English society. Shelley, she mentions in one of her letters, had expressed himself in favor of a public school, but Shelley's family had also to be consulted, and she seems to have had reason to hope they would help in the matter. They quite concurred in her views for Percy, only putting a veto on Eton, where legends of his father's school days might still be lingering about. Nothing was better than that she should send him to a public school, if she could. These last words were implied, not expressed. But a public school education in England is not to be given on a very limited income. Funds had to be found, and Mrs. Shelley made, through the lawyer, a direct request to Sir Timothy for assistance. She received the following answer. Mr. Whitton to Mrs. Shelley, Stonehall, 6th of November, 1831. Dear Madam, I have been, from the time I received your last favour to the present, in correspondence with Sir Timothy Shelley as to your wishes of an advance upon the £300 per annum he now makes to you, and I recommended him to consult his friend and solicitor, Mr. Stedman of Horsham, thereon, and which he did. You have not perhaps well put together and estimated on the great amount of the charges upon the estate by the late Mr. Shelley, and on the legacies given by his will. But looking at all these, and the very limited interest of the estate now vested in you, Sir Timothy has paused in his consideration thereof, and in the result has brought his mind that, having regard to the other provisions he is bound to make for his other children, he ought not to increase the allowance to you, and upon that ground he declines so doing, and therefore feels the necessity of your making such arrangements as you may find necessary to make the £300 per annum answer the purposes for yourself and for your son, and he has this morning stated to me his fixed determination to abide thereby, and I lose not a moment, after I receive this communication from him, to make it known to you, and I trust and hope you will find it practicable to give him a good education out of the £300 a year. I remain, Madam, your very obedient servant, William Whitton. The seeming brutality of the concluding sentence must in fairness be ascribed to the writer and not to those he represented. To Mrs. Shelley, knowing the impossibility of carrying out the public school plan on her own income, the wishes and hopes must have sounded a mockery. It had to be done, however, if it was the best thing for the boy. The money must be earned, and she worked on. One day she received from her father a new kind of petition which, showing the effect on him of advancing years, must have struck a pang to her heart. She was accustomed to his requests for money, but now he wrote to her for an idea. End of Chapter 23, Part 1. Chapter 23, Part 2 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 2. Godwin to Mrs. Shelley, 13th of April, 1832. My dear Mary, you desire me to write to you if I have anything particular to say. I write then to say that I am still in the same dismaying predicament in which I have been for weeks past, at a loss for materials to make up my third volume. This is by no means what I expected. I knew, and I know, that incidents of hair-breadth escapes and adventures are innumerable, and that without having fixed on any one of them, I took for granted they would come when I called for them. Such is the mischievous effect, the anxious expectation that is produced by past success. I believe that when I came to push with all my force against the barriers that seemed to shut me in, they would give way and place all the treasures of invention before me. Meanwhile, it unfortunately happens that I cannot lay my present disappointment to the charge of advancing age. I find all my faculties and all my strength in full bloom about me. My disappointment has put that to a sharp trial. I thought that the severe stretch of my faculties would cause them to yield and subside into feebleness and torpor. No such thing. Day after day, week after week, I apply to this one question, without remission and with discernment. But I cannot please myself. If I make the round of all my thoughts and come home empty-handed, it would seem that in the flower and vigor of my youth I should have done the same. Meanwhile, my situation is deplorable. I am not free to choose the thing I would do. I have written 2 volumes and a quarter, and have received 5/6 of the price of my work. I'm afraid you will think I am useless by teasing you with conceptions only proper to myself. But it is not altogether so. A bystander may see a point of game which a player overlooks. Though I cannot furnish myself with satisfactory incidents, I have disciplined my mind into a tone that would enable me to improve them if offered to me. My mind is like a train of gunpowder, and a single spark, now happily communicated, might set the whole in motion and activity. Do not tease yourself about my calamity, but give it one serious thought. Who knows what such a thought may produce? Your affectionate father, William Godwin. In the spring of 1832, the cholera appeared in London. Claire, at a distance, was torn to pieces between real apprehension for the safety of her friends and distracting fears lest the disease should select among them for its victim someone on whose life depended the realization of Shelley's will. For Percy especially, she was solicitous. Mary must take him away at once to the seaside, anywhere. If money was an obstacle, she, Claire, was ready to help to defray the cost out of her salary. Mrs. Shelley did leave London, although it may safely be asserted at no one's expense but her own. She stayed for a month at Southend, and afterwards for a longer time at Sandgate. Besides contributing tales and occasionally verses to the Keepsake, she was employed now and during the next 2 or 3 years in preparing and writing the Italian and Spanish lives of literary men for Lardner's Cabinet Cyclopedia. These included, among the Italians, Petrarch, Boccaccio, Bauhardo, Machiavelli, Metastasio, Goldoni, Alfieri, Ugo Foscolo, etc. Among the Spanish and Portuguese, Cervantes, Lope de Vega, Calderon, Camoens, and a host of others, besides notices of the troubadours, the Romances Moriscos, and the early poets of Portugal. Claire, too, tried her hand at a story, to which she begged Mary to be a kind of godmother. I have written a tale which I think will do for the Keepsake. I shall send it home for your perusal. Will you correct it? Do write and let me know where I may send it, so as to be sure to find you. Will you be angry with me if I beg you to write the last scene of it? I am now so unwell I can't. My only time for writing is after 10 at night. The rest of the tale was composed at that hour, after having been scolding and talking and giving lessons from 7 in the morning. It was very near its end when I got so ill I gave it up. If you cannot do anything with it, you can at least make curl papers of it, and that is always something. Do not mention it to anybody. Should it be printed, one can speak of it, and if you judge it not worthy, then it is no use mortifying my vanity. The truth is, I should never think of writing, knowing well my incapacity for it, but I want to gain money. What would one not do for that, since it is the only key of freedom? One is even impudent enough to ask a great authoress to finish one's tale for one. I think in your hands it might get into the Keepsake, for it is about a Pole, and that is the topic of the day. If it should get any money, half will naturally belong to you. Should you have the kindness to arrange it, Julia would perhaps also be so kind as to copy it out for me, that the alterations in your hand may not be seen. I wish it to be signed Mont Obscur. Mary did what was asked of her. Trelawney, now in England again, had influence in some literary quarters, and at her request willingly consented to exert it on Claire's behalf. Meanwhile, he requested her to receive his eldest daughter on a visit of considerable length. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, 17th of July, 1832. My dear Mary, I am awaiting an occasion of sending to Italy, my friend Lady D. undertaking the charge of her. It may be a month before she leaves England. At the end of this month, Mrs. B. leaves London, and you will do me a great service if you will permit my daughter to reside with you till I can make the necessary arrangements for going abroad. She has been reared in a rough school like her father. I wish her to live and do as you do, and that you will not put yourself to the slightest inconvenience on her account. As we are poor, the rich are our inheritance, and we are justified on all and every occasion to rob and use them. But we must be honest and just amongst ourselves. Therefore, must to the last fraction pay her own expenses, and neither put you to expense nor inconvenience. For the rest, I should like to learn to lean upon herself alone, to see the practical part of life, to learn housekeeping on trifling means, and to benefit by her intercourse with a woman like you. But I am ill at compliments. If you will permit to come to you, I will send or bring her to you about the 25th of this month. I should like you and to know each other before she leaves England, and thus I have selected you to take charge of her in preference to any other person. But say if it chimes in with your wishes. Adieu, dear Mary, your attached friend, Edward Trelawney. By the by, tell me where the Sandgate coach starts from, its time of leaving London, and its time of arrival at Sandgate, and where you are, and if they will give you another bedroom in the house you are lodging in, and if you have any intention of leaving Sandgate soon. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, 27th of July, 1832. My dear Mary, you told me in your letter that it would be more convenient for you to receive on the last of the month, so I made my arrangements accordingly. I now find it will suit me better to come to you on Wednesday, so that you may expect on the evening of that day by the coach you mention. I shall, of course, put up at the inn. As to your style of lodging or living, is not such a fool as to let that have any weight with her. If you were in a cobbler's stall, she would be satisfied. And as to the dullness of the place, why, that must mainly depend on ourselves. Brompton is not so very gay, and the reason of my removing to Italy is that Mrs. B. was about sending her to reside with strangers at Lincoln. Besides, is acting entirely by her own free choice, and she gladly preferred Sandgate to Lincoln. At all events, come we shall. And if you, by barricading or otherwise oppose our entrance, why, I shall do to you, not as I would have others do unto me, but as I do unto others. Make an onslaught on your dwelling, carry your tenement by assault, and give the place up to plunder. So on Wednesday evening, at 5 by your account, you must be prepared to quietly yield up possession or take the consequences. So as you shall deport yourself, you will find me your friend or foe, Trelawney. Mary's guest stayed with her over a month. During this time she was saddened by the sudden death of her friendly acquaintance, Lord Dillon. She was anxious, too, about her father, whose equable spirits had failed him this year. No assistance seemed to avail much to ease his circumstances. He was not far from his 80th year, and still his hopes were anchored in a yet-to-be-written novel. I feel myself able and willing to do everything, and to do it well, so he wrote, and nobody disposed to give me the requisite encouragement. If I can agree with his tyrants, his publishers, for 300, 400, or 500 pounds for a novel, and to be subsisted by them while I write it, I probably shall not starve for a 12-month to come. But this dancing attendance wears my spirits and destroys my tranquillity. Hands have I, but I handle not. I have feet, but I walk not, neither is there any breath in my nostrils. Meanwhile my life wears away, and there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave whither I go. But indeed I am wrong in talking of that, for I write now, not for marble to be placed over my remains, but for bread to put into my mouth. Mary tried in the summer to tempt him down to Sandgate for a change, but the weather was very cold, and he declined. 28th of August, 1832. Dear Mary, see, winter comes to rule the varied year, sullen and sad, with all his rising train, vapors and clouds and storms. I am shivering over a little fire at the bottom of my grate, and have small inclination to tempt the sea breezes and the waves. We must therefore defer our meeting till it comes within the walls of London. Au revoir. To what am I reserved? I know not. The wide, no, not the unbounded prospect lies before me, but shadows, clouds, and darkness rest upon it. A new shadow was now to fall upon the poor old man in the death from cholera of his only son, Mary's half-brother William. This son in his early youth had given some trouble and caused some anxiety, but his character, as he grew up, had become steadier and more settled. He was happily married and seemed likely to be a source of real comfort and satisfaction to his parents in their old age. By profession he was a reporter, but he had his hereditary share of literary ability and of talent turned for the relation of fictitious adventures, and left in manuscript a novel called Transfusion, published by his father after his death, with the motto, "Some noble spirits, judging by themselves, may yet conjecture what I might have been." Although inevitably somewhat hardened against misfortune of the heart by his self-centered habits of mind and anxiety about money, Godwin was much saddened by this loss, and to Mrs. Godwin it was a very great and bitter grief indeed. Clare saw at once in this the beginning of fresh troubles, the realization of all the gloomy forebodings in which she had indulged. She wrote to Jane Hogg, "That nasty year, 1832, could not go over without imitating in some respects 1822, and bringing death and misfortune to us. From the time it came in till it went out I trembled, expecting at every moment to hear the most gloomy tidings. William's death came and fulfilled my anticipations. Misfortune as it was not such a heavy one to me as the loss of others that might have been. I, however, was fond of him, because I did not view his faults in that desponding light which his other relations did. I have seen more of the world, and comparing him with other young men, his frugality, his industry, his attachment to his wife, and his talents raised him, in my opinion, considerably above the common par. But in our family, if you cannot write an epic poem or novel that by its originality knocks all other novels on the head, you are a despicable creature, not worth acknowledging. What would they have done or said had their children been fond of dress, fond of cards, drunken, profligate, as most people's children are? To Mary she wrote in a somewhat different tone, assuming that she, Clare, was the victim on whom all misfortune really fell, and wondering at Mary's incredible temerity in allowing her boy, that all-important heir apparent, to face the perils of a public school. And then, losing sight for a moment of her own feverish anxiety, she gives a vivid sketch of Mrs. Mason's family. End of Chapter 23, Part 2. Chapter 23, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 3. Miss Clairmont to Mrs. Shelley, Pisa, 26th of October, 1832. My dear Mary, though your last letter was on so melancholy a subject, yet I am so destitute of all happiness that to receive it was one to me. I have not yet got over the shock of William's death. From the moment I heard of it until now, I have been in a complete state of annihilation. How long it will last, I am sure I cannot tell. I hope not much longer, or perhaps I shall go mad. The horrible and most inevitable future is the image that torments me, just as it did 10 years ago in this very city. But I won't torment you, who have 1,000 enjoyments that veil it from you, and need not feel the blow till it comes. Our fates were always different. Mine is to feel the shadow of coming misfortunes, and to sicken beneath it. There seems to have been great imprudence on William's part. My mother says he went to Bartholomew Fair the day before he was taken ill. Then he did not have medical assistance so soon as ill, which they say is of the highest importance in the cholera, so altogether I suppose his life was thrown away, a most lucky circumstance for himself, but God knows what it will be for the Godwins. His death changed my plans. I had settled to go to Vienna, but as the cholera is still there, I no longer considered myself free to offer another of my mother's children to be its victim. Mrs. Mason represented the imprudence of it, considering my weak health, the depressed state of my spirits for the last 12 years, the fatigue of the long journey, and the chilliness of the season of the year, which are all things that predispose excessively to the disease, and I yielded out of regard to my mother. I thought she would prefer anything to my dying, or else at Vienna, Charles tells me, I could earn more than I am likely to earn here. For the same reason, Paris was abandoned. I beg you will tell her this, and hope she will think I have done well. In the meantime, I stay with Mrs. Mason, and have got an engagement as day governess with an English family, which will supply me with money for my own expenses, but nothing more. In the spring they wish to take me entirely, but the pay is not brilliant. When I know more about them, I will tell you. Nothing can equal Mrs. Mason's kindness to me. Hers is the only house, except my mother's, in which all my life I have always felt at home. With her I am as her child. From the merest trifle to the greatest object, she treats me as if her happiness depended on mine. Then she understands me so completely. I have no need to disguise my sentiments, to barricade myself up in silence, as I do almost with everybody, for fear they should see what passes in my mind and hate me for it, because it does not resemble what passes in theirs. This ought to be a great happiness to me, and would, did not her unhappiness and precarious state of health darken it with the torture of fear. It is too bitter, after a long life passed in unbroken misery, to find a good only that you may lose it. Laurette's marriage is to take place at the end of November, Mrs. Mason having tried every means to hinder it, and seeing that she cannot, is now impatient it should be over. Their present state is too painful. She cannot disguise her dislike of Gallioni, he having nearly killed her with his scenes, and Laurette cannot sympathize with her. Being on the point of marrying him, and feeling grateful for his excessive attachment, she wishes to think as well of him as she can. It is the first time the mother and daughter have ever divided in opinion, and galls both in a way that seems unreasonable to those who live in the world and are accustomed to meet rebuffs in their dearest feelings at every moment. But our friends live in solitude, and have nursed themselves into a height of romance about everything. They both think their destinies annihilated because the union of their minds has suffered this interruption. However, no violence mingles with this sentiment and excites displeasure. On the contrary, I wish it did, for it would be easier to heal than the tragic, immutable sorrow with which they take it. While these two dissolve in quiet grief, Nerina, the Italian, agitates herself on the question. She forgets all her own love affairs, and all the saber slashes and dagger stabs of her own poor heart, to fall into fainting fits and convulsions every time she sees Laurette and her mother fix their eyes mournfully upon each other. And she talks and writes upon the subject incessantly, even till 3 o'clock in the morning. She has a band of young friends of both sexes, and with them, either by word of mouth or by letter, she fogare herself of her hatred of Galloni, of the unparalleled cruelty of Laurette's fate, and of the terrific grave that is yawning for her mother. Her mind is discursive, and she introduces into her lamentations observations upon the faulty manner in which she and her sister have been educated, strictures upon the nature of love, objurgations against the whole race of man, and eloquent appeals to the female sex to prefer patriotism to matrimony. All the life that is left in the house is now concentrated in Nerina, and I am sure she cannot complain of a dearth of sensations, for she takes good care to feel with everything about her, for if the chair does but knock the table, she shudders and quakes for both, and runs into her own study to write it down in her journal. Into this small study she always hurries me, and pours out her soul, and I am well pleased to listen, for she is so full of genius. When the tide has flowed so long it has spent itself, we generally pause and then begin to laugh at the ridiculous figures human beings cut in struggling all their might and main against a destiny which forces millions and millions of enormous planets on their way, and against which all struggling is useless. 8th of November. My letter has been lying by all this time. I have not had time to write. I am afraid this winter I shall scarcely be able to keep up a correspondence at all. I must be out at 9 in the morning, and I am not home before 10 at night. I inhabit at Mrs. Mason's a room without a fire, so that when I get home there is no sitting in it without perishing with cold. I cannot sit with the Masons, because they have a set of young men every night to see them, and I do not wish to make their acquaintance. I walk straight into my own room on my return. Writing either letters or articles will be a matter of great difficulty. The season is very cold here. My health always diminishes in proportion to the cold. I am very glad to hear that Percy likes Harrow, but I shudder from head to foot when I think of your boldness in sending him there. I think in certain things you are the most daring woman I ever knew. There are few mothers who, having suffered the misfortunes you have, and having such advantages depending upon the life of an only son, would venture to expose that life to the dangers of a public school. As for me, it is not for nothing that my fate has been taken out of my own hands and put into those of people who have wantonly torn it into miserable shreds and remnants. Having once endured to have my whole happiness sacrificed to the gratification of some of their foolish whims, why I can endure it again, and so my mind is made up and my resolution taken. I confess I could wish there were another world in which people were to answer for what they do in this. I wish this, because without it I am afraid it will become a law that those who inflict must always go on inflicting, and those who have once suffered must always go on suffering. I hope nothing will happen to Percy, but the year, the school itself that you have chosen, and the ashes that lie near it, and the hauntings of my own mind, all seem to announce the approach of that consummation which I dread. I'm very glad you are delighted with Trelawney. My affections are entirely without jealousy. The more those I love others, and are loved by them, the better pleased am I. I am in a vile humour for writing a letter. You would not wonder at it if you knew how I am plagued. I can say from experience that the wonderful variety there is of miseries in this world is truly astonishing. If some Linnaeus would class them as he did flowers, the number of their kinds would far surpass the boasted infinitude of the vegetable creation. Not a day nor hour passes but introduces me to some new pain, and each one contains within itself swarms of smaller ones, animalcule pains which float up and down in it, and compose its existence and their own. What Mademoiselle de L'Espanasse was for love, I am for pain. All my letters are on the same subject, and yet I hope I do not repeat myself, for truly with such diversity of experience I ought not. Our friends here send their best love to you, and are interested in your perilous destiny. I have just received a letter from my mother, and in obedience to her representations draw my breath as peacefully as I can till the month of January. Will you explain to me one phrase of her letter? Talking of the chances of their getting money, she says, quote, "Then Miss Northcote is not expected to live over the winter," end quote, and not a word beside. Who in the world is Miss Northcote, and what influence can her death have in bettering their prospects? Notwithstanding my writing such a beastly letter as this is to you, pray do write. I work myself into the most dreadful state of irritation when I am long without letters from some of you. Tell Jane I entreat her to write, and tell my mother that the bill of lading of the parcel for me is come, but Mrs. Mason sent it off to Leghorn without my seeing it, and was too ill herself to look at the date, so I know not when it was shipped. But as Mr. Routh has the bill, I suppose I shall hear when it has arrived and performed quarantine. Thank Trelawney for me for his kindness about the article. Pisa is very dull yet. I am told there are 7 or 8 English families arrived, but I have not seen them. Farewell, my dear Mary. Be well and happy, and excuse my dullness. Yours ever affectionately, C. Claremont. One term's experience was enough to convince Mrs. Shelley that she could only afford to continue her son's school education by leaving London herself and settling with him at Harrow for some years. In January 1833 she wrote an account of her affairs to her old friend, Mrs. Gisborne. Never was poor body so worried as I have been ever since I last wrote, I think. Worries which plague and press on one and keep one fretting. Money, of course, is the alpha and omega of my tale. Harrow proved so fearfully expensive that I have been sadly put to it to pay Percy's bill for 1/4, £60 soltanto, and to achieve it am hampered for the whole year. My only resource is to live at Harrow, for in every other respect I like the school, and would not take him from it. He will become a home boarder, and school expenses will be very light. I shall take a house being promised many facilities for furnishing it by a kind friend. To go and live at pretty Harrow with my boy, who improves each day and is everything I could wish, is no bad prospect. But I have much to go through, and am so poor that I can hardly turn myself. It is hard on my poor dear father, and I sometimes think it hard on myself to leave a knot of acquaintances I like. But that is a fiction, for half the times I am asked out I cannot go because of the expense, and I am suffering now for the times when I do go, and so incur debt. No, Maria mine, God never intended me to do other than struggle through life, supported by such blessings as to make existence more than tolerable, and yet surrounded by such difficulties as make fortitude a necessary virtue, and destroy all idea of great and good luck. I might have been much worse off, and I repeat this to myself 10,000 times a day, to console myself for not being better. My father's novel is printed, and I suppose will come out soon. Poor dear fellow, it is hard work for him. I am in all the tremor of fearing what I shall get for my novel, which is nearly finished. His and my comfort depend on it. I do not know whether you will like it. I cannot guess whether it will succeed. There's no writhing interest, nothing wonderful nor tragic. Will it be dull? Qui lo sa? We shall see. I shall, of course, be very glad if it succeeds. Percy went back to Harrow today. He likes his school much. Have I any other news for you? Trelawney has gone to America. He is about to cross to Charleston directly there is a prospect of war in America. I am truly sorry. Brothers should not fight for the different and various portions of their inheritance. What is the use of republican principles and liberty if peace is not the offspring? War is the companion and friend of monarchy. If it be the same of freedom, the gain is not much to mankind between a sovereign and president. Not long after taking up her residence at Harrow, which she did in April 1833, Mrs. Shelley was attacked by influenza, then prevailing in a virulent form. She did not wholly recover from its effects till after the midsummer holidays, which she spent at Putney for change of air. She found the solitude of her new abode very trying. Her boy had, of course, his school pursuits and interests to occupy him, and though her literary work served while it lasted to ward off depression, the constant mental strain was attended with an inevitable degree of reaction for which a little genial and sympathetic human intercourse would have been the best, indeed the only cure. As for her father, now she had gone, he missed her sadly. End of Chapter 23, Part 3. Chapter 23, Part 4 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 4. Godwin to Mrs. Shelley, July 1833. Dear Mary, I shall certainly not come to you on Monday. It would do neither of us good. I am a good deal of a spoiled child, and were I not so, and could rouse myself, like Diogenes, to be independent of all outward comforts, you would treat me as if I could not, so that it would come to the same thing. What a while it is since I saw you! The last time was the 10th of May, towards 2 months. We who used to see each other 2 or 3 times a week, but for the scale of miles at the bottom of the map, you might as well be at Timbuktu or in the deserts of Arabia. Oh, this vile Harrow! Your illness, for its commencement or duration, is owing to that place. At one time I was seriously alarmed for you. And now that I hope you are better, with what tenaciousness does it cling to you! If I ever see you again, I wonder whether I shall know you. I am much tormented by my place, by my book, and hardly suppose I shall ever be tranquil again. I am disposed to adopt the song of Simeon, and to say, Lord, now lettest thou thy servant depart in peace. At 70 years of age, what is there worth living for? I have enjoyed existence, been active, strenuous, proud, but my eyes are dim, and my energies forsake me. Your affectionate father, William Godwin. The next letter is addressed to Trelawney, now in America. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney, Harrow, 7th of May, 1834. Dear Trelawney, I confess I have been sadly remiss in not writing to you. I have written once, however, as you have written once, but once to me. I wrote in answer to your letter. I'm sorry you did not get it, as it contained a great deal of gossip. It was misdirected by a mistake of Jane's. It was sent at the end of last September to New York. I told you in it of the infidelity of several of your womankind, how Mrs. R.S. was flirting with Bulwer, to the infinite jealousy of Mrs. Bulwer, and making themselves the talk of the town. Such and much tittle-tattle was in that letter, all old news now. The S's, Captain Robert and wife, I mean, went to Paris and were ruined, and are returned under a cloud to rusticate in the country in England. Bulwer is making the amiable to his own wife, who is worth in beauty all the Mrs. R.S.'s in the world. Jane has been a good deal indisposed, and has grown very thin. Jeff had an appointment which took him away for several months, and she pined and grew ill on his absence. She is now reviving under the beneficent influence of his presence. I called on your mother a week or two ago. She always asks after you with empressement, and is very civil indeed to me. She was looking well, but tells me, in her note enclosing your letter, that she is ill of the same illness as she had 2 years ago, but not so bad. I think she lives too well. Is expecting to be confined in a very few weeks, or even days. She is very happy with B. He is a thoroughly good-natured and estimable man. It is a pity he is not younger and handsomer. However, she is a good girl, and contented with her lot. We are very good friends. I should like much to see your friend, Lady Dorothea, but though in Europe I am very far from her. I live on my hill, descending to town now and then. I should go oftener if I were richer. Percy continues quite well, and enjoys my living at Harrow, which is more than I do, I'm sorry to say, but there is no help. My father is in good health. Mrs. Godwin has been very ill lately, but is now better. I thought Fanny Kemble was to marry and settle in America. What a singular likeness you have discovered! I never saw her except on the stage. So much for news. They say it is a long lane that has no turning. I have traveled the same road for nearly 12 years, adversity, poverty, and loneliness being my companions. I suppose it will change at last, but I have nothing to tell you of myself except that Percy is well, which is the beginning and end of my existence. I am glad you are beginning to respect woman's feelings. You have heard of Sir H.'s death. Mrs. B., who is great friends with S., now Sir William, and M.P., says that it is believed that he has left all he could to the Catholic members of his family. Why not come over and marry Letitia, who in consequence will be rich? and I dare say still beautiful in your eyes, though 34. We have had a mild, fine winter, and the weather now is as warm, sunny, and cheering as an Italian May. We have thousands of birds and flowers innumerable, and the trees of spring in the fields. Jane's children are well. The time will come, I suppose, when we may meet again more richly provided by fortune, but youth will have flown, and that in a woman is something. I have always felt certain that I should never again change my name, and that is a comfort. It is a pretty and a dear one. Adieu. Write to me often, and I will behave better, and as soon as I have accumulated a little news, write again. Ever yours, M.W.S. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Gisborne, 17th of July, 1834. I am satisfied with my plan as regards him, Percy. I like the school, and the affection thus cultivated for me will, I trust, be the blessing of my life. Still there are many drawbacks. This is a dull, inhospitable place. I came counting on the kindness of a friend who lived here, but she died of the influenza, and I live in a silence and loneliness not possible anywhere except in England, where people are so islanded individually in habits. I often languish for sympathy and pine for social festivity. Percy is much, but I think of you and Henry, and shrink from binding up my life in a child who may hereafter divide his fate from mine. But I have no resource. Everything earthly fails me but him. Except on his account, I live but to suffer. Those I loved are false or dead. Those I love, absent and suffering. And I, absent and poor, can be of no use to them. Of course, in this picture, I subtract the enjoyment of good health and usually good spirits. These are blessings, but when driven to think, I feel so desolate, so unprotected, so oppressed and injured, that my heart is ready to break with despair. I came here, as I said, in April 1833, and 9th of June was attacked by the influenza so as to be confined to my bed, nor did I recover the effects for several months. In September, during Percy's holidays, I went to Putney and recovered youth and health. Julia Robinson was with me, and we spent days in Richmond Park and on Putney Heath, often walking 12 or 14 miles, which I did without any sense of fatigue. I sorely regretted returning here. I am too poor to furnish. I have lodgings in the town, disagreeable ones, yet often, in spite of care and sorrow, I feel wholly compensated by my boy. God help me, if anything was to happen to him, I should not survive it a week. Besides his society, I have also a good deal of occupation. I have finished a novel, which, if you meet with, read, as I think there are parts which will please you. I am engaged writing the lives of some of the Italian literati for Dr. Lardner's Cyclopedia. I have written those of Petrarch, Boccaccio, etc., and am now engaged on Machiavelli. This takes up my time and is a source of interest and pleasure. My father, I suppose you know, has a tiny, shabby place under government. The retrenchments of Parliament endanger and render us anxious. He is quite well, but old age takes from his enjoyments. Mrs. Godwin, after influenza, has been suffering from the tic douloureux in her arm most dreadfully. They are trying all sorts of poisons on her with little effect. Their discomfort and low spirits will force me to spend Percy's holidays in town to be near them. Jane and Jeff are well. He was sent last autumn and winter by Lord Brougham as one of the corporation commissioners. He was away for months, and Jane took the opportunity to fall desperately in love with him. She pined and grew ill and wasted away for him. The children are quite well. Dina spent a week here lately. She's a sweet girl. Edward improves daily under the excellent care taken of his education. I leave Jane to inform you of their progress in Greek. Dina plays wonderfully well, and has shown great taste for drawing, but this last is not cultivated. I did not go to the Abbey, nor the opera, nor hear Grisi. I am shut out from all things, like you, by poverty and loneliness. Percy's pleasures are not mine. I have no other companion. What effect Paganini would have had on you, I cannot tell. He threw me into hysterics. I delight in him more than I can express. His wild, ethereal figure, rapt look, and the sounds he draws from his violin are all superhuman of human expression. It is interesting to see the astonishment and admiration of Spagnoletti and Nervi as they watch his evolutions. Bulwer is a man of extraordinary and delightful talent. He went to Italy and Sicily last winter, and I hear disliked the inhabitants. Yet, notwithstanding, I am sure he will spread inexpressible and graceful interest over the last days of Pompeii, the subject of his new novel. Trelawney is in America and not likely to return. Hunt lives at Chelsea and thrives, I hear, by his London pursuit. I have not seen him for more than a year, for reasons I will not here detail. They concern his family, not him. Claire is in a situation in Pisa, near Mrs. Mason. Laurette and Nerina are married, the elder badly to one who won her at the dagger's point. A sad, unintelligible story. Nerina to the best and most delightful Pistoiese, by name Bartolomeo Cini, both to Italians. Laurette lives at Genoa, Nerina at Livorno. The latter is only newly a bride, and happier than words can express. My Italian maid, Maria, says to Claire, "Non vedrò oramai la mia padrona ed il mio bimbo." Her bimbo, as tall as I am and large in proportion, has good health withal. Pray write one word of information concerning your health before I attribute your silence to forgetfulness. But you must not trifle now with the anxiety you have awakened. I will write again soon. With kindest regards to your poor good husband, the fondest hopes that your health is improved, and anxious expectation of a letter, believe me ever affectionately yours, M. W. Shelley. End of Chapter 23, Part 4. Chapter 23, Part 5 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 5. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Gisborne. Harrow, 30th of October, 1834. My dearest Maria, thank you many times for your dear letter. God grant that your constitution may yet bear up a long time, and that you may continue impressed with the idea of your happiness. To be loved is indeed necessary. Sympathy and companionship are the only sweets to make the nauseous draught of life go down. And I, who feel this, live in a solitude such as, since the days of hermits in the desert, no one was ever before condemned to. I see no one, speak to no one, except perhaps for the chance half-hour in the course of a fortnight. I never walk beyond my garden, because I cannot walk alone. You will say I ought to force myself, so I thought once and tried, but it would not do. The sense of desolation was too oppressive. I only find relief from the sadness of my position by living a dreamy existence from which realities are excluded. But going out disturbed this. I wept. My heart beat with a sense of injury and wrong. I was better shut up. Poverty prevents me from visiting town. I am too far for visitors to reach me. I must bear to the end. 12 years have I spent, the currents of life benumbed by poverty. Life and hope are over for me, but I think of Percy. Yet, for the present, something more is needed, something not so unnatural as my present life. Not that I often feel ennui. I am too much employed, but it hurts me, it destroys the spring of my mind, and makes me at once over-sensitive with my fellow creatures, and yet their victim and their dupe. It takes all strength from my character, and makes me, who by nature am too much so, timid. I used to have one resource, a belief in my good fortune. This is exchanged after 12 years, one adversity, blotted and sprinkled with many adversities, a dark ground with sad figures painted on it, to a belief in my ill fortune. Percy is spared to me because I am to live. He is a blessing. My heart acknowledges that perhaps he is as great an one as any human being possesses. And indeed, my dear friend, while I suffer, I do not repine while he remains. He is not all you say, he has no ambition, and his talents are not so transcendent as you appear to imagine. But he is a fine, spirited, clever boy, and I think promises good things. If hereafter I have reason to be proud of him, these melancholy days and weeks at Harrow will brighten in my imagination, and they are not melancholy. I am seldom so, but they are not right, and it will be a good thing if they terminate happily soon. At the same time, I cannot in the least regret having come here. It was the only way I had of educating Percy at a public school, of which institution, at least here at Harrow, the more I see, the more I like. Besides that, it was Shelley's wish that his son should be brought up at one. It is indeed peculiarly suited to Percy, and whatever he may be, he will be twice as much as if he had been brought up in the narrow confinement of a private school. The boys here have liberty to the verge of license, yet of the latter, save the breaking of a few windows now and then, there is none. His life is not quite what it would be if he did not live with me, but the greater scope given to the cultivation of the affections is surely an advantage. You heard of the dreadful fire at the Houses of Parliament? We saw it here from the commencement, raging like a volcano. It was dreadful to see, but fortunately I was not aware of the sight. Papa lives close to the speakers, so you may imagine my alarm when the news reached me, fortunately without foundation, as the fire did not gain that part of the speaker's house near them, so they were not even inconvenienced. The poor, dear speaker has lost dreadfully. What was not burnt is broken, soaked, and drenched, all their pretty things. And imagine the furniture and princely chambers. The house was a palace. For the sake of convenience to the Commons, they are to take up their abode in the ruins. With kindest wishes for you and S.G., ever dearest friend, your affectionate Mary W. Shelley. The same to the same. February 1835. I must tell you that I have had the offer of £600 for an edition of Shelley's works, with life and notes. I am afraid it cannot be arranged, yet at least, and the life is out of the question. But in talking over it, the question of letters comes up. You know how I shrink from all private detail for the public, but Shelley's letters are beautifully written, and everything private might be omitted. Would you allow the publisher to treat with you for their being added to my edition? If I could arrange, all as I wish, they might be in acquisition to the books, and being transacted through me, you could not see any inconvenience in receiving the price they would be worth to the bookseller. This is all in aria as yet, but I should like to know what you think about it. I write all this, yet am very anxious to hear from you. Never mind postage, but do write. Percy is reading the Antigone. He has begun mathematics. Mrs. Cleveland and Jane dined with me the other day. Mrs. Cleveland thought Percy wonderfully improved. The volume of Lardner's Cyclopedia with my lives was published on the 1st of this month. It is called Lives of Eminent Literary Men, Volume 1. The lives of Dante and Ariosto are by Mr. Montgomery. The rest are mine. Do write, my dearest Maria, and believe me ever and ever, affectionately yours, M. W. Shelley. L'Odore, Mrs. Shelley's fifth novel, came out in 1835. It differs from the others in being a novel of society, and has been stigmatized rather unjustly as weak and colorless, although at the time of its publication it had a great success. It is written in a style which is now out of date, and undoubtedly fails to fulfill the promise of power held out by Frankenstein and, to some extent, by Valperga. But it bears on every page the impress of the refinement and sensibility of the author, and has moreover a special interest of its own, due to the fact that some of the incidents are taken from actual occurrences in her early life, and some of the characters sketched from people she had known. Thus, in the description of Clorinda, it is impossible not to recognize Amelia Viviani. The whole episode of Edward Villiers' arrest and imprisonment for debt, and his young wife's anxieties, is an echo of her own experience at the time when Shelley was hiding from the bailiffs and meeting her by stealth in St. Paul's or Holborn. Lodore himself has some affinity to Byron, and possibly the account of his separation from his wife and of their daughter's girlhood is a fanciful train of thought suggested by Byron's domestic history. Most of Mary's novels present the contrast of the Shelleyan and Byronic types. In this instance, the latter was recognized by Clare, and drew from her one of those bitter tirades against Byron, which, natural enough in her at the outset, became in the course of years quite morbidly venomous. Not content with laying Allegra's death to his charge, she, in her later letters, accuses him of treacherously plotting and conspiring, out of hatred to herself, to do away with the child, an allegation unjust and false. In the present instance, however, she only entered an excited protest against his continual reappearance as the hero of a novel. Mrs. Hare admired Lodore amazingly. So do I, or should I, if it were not for that modification of the beastly character of Lord Byron of which you have composed Lodore. I stick to Frankenstein, merely because that vile spirit does not haunt its pages as it does in all your other novels, now as Castruccio, now as Raymond, now as Lodore. Good God! To think a person of your genius, whose moral tact ought to be proportionately exalted, should think it a task befitting its powers to gild and embellish and pass off as beautiful what was the merest compound of vanity, folly, and every miserable weakness that ever met together in one human being. as I do not want to be severe on the poor man because he is dead and cannot defend himself, I have only taken the lighter defects of his character. Or else I might say that never was a nature more profoundly corrupted than his became, or was more radically vulgar than his was from the very outset. Never was there an individual less adapted, except perhaps Alcibiades, for being held up as anything but an object of commiseration, or as an example of how contemptible is even intellectual greatness when not joined with moral greatness. I shall be anxious to see if the hero of your new novel will be another beautified Byron. Thank heaven you have not taken to drawing your woman upon the same model. Cornelia I like the least of them. She is most like him, because she is so heartlessly proud and selfish, but all the others are angels of light. Euthanasia is Shelley in female attire, and what a glorious being she is! No author, much less the ones, French, English, or German, of our day, can bring a woman that matches her. Shakespeare has not a specimen so perfect of what a woman ought to be. His, for amiability, deep feeling, wit, are as high as possible. But they want her commanding wisdom, her profound benevolence. I am glad to hear you are writing again. I am always in a fright lest you should take it into your head to do what the warriors do after they have acquired great fame, retire and rest upon your laurels. That would be very comfortable for you, but very vexing to me, who am always wanting to see women distinguishing themselves in literature, and who believe there has not been or ever will be one so calculated as yourself to raise our sex upon that point. If you would but know your own value and exert your powers, you could give the men a most immense drubbing. You could write upon metaphysics, politics, jurisprudence, astronomy, mathematics, all those highest subjects which they taunt us with being incapable of treating, and surpass them. And what a consolation it would be, when they begin some of their prosy, lying, but plausible attacks upon female inferiority, to stop their mouths in a moment with your name, and then to add, "And if women, whilst suffering the heaviest slavery, could outdo you, what would they not achieve were they free?" With this manifesto on the subject of woman's genius in general, and of Mary's in particular, perhaps just redeemed by its tinge of irony from the last degree of absurdity, it is curious to contrast Mrs. Shelley's own conclusions, drawn from weary personal experience, and expressed, towards the end of the following letter, in a mood which permitted her no illusions and few hopes. End of Chapter 23, Part 5. Chapter 23, Part 6 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 6. Mrs. Shelley to Mrs. Gisborne, Harrow, 11th of June, 1835. My dearest friend, it is so inexpressibly warm that were not a frank lying before me ready for you, I do not think I should have courage to write. Do not be surprised, therefore, at stupidity and want of connection. I cannot collect my ideas, and this is a good-will offering rather than a letter. Still, I am anxious to thank S.G. for the pleasure I have received from his tale of Italy, a tale all Italy, breathing of the land I love. The descriptions are beautiful, and he has shed a charm round the concentrated and undemonstrative person of his gentle heroine. I suppose she is the reality of the story. Did you know her? It is difficult, however, to judge how to procure for it the publication it deserves. I have no personal acquaintance with the editors of any of the annuals. I had with that of the Keepsake, but that is now in Mrs. Norton's hands, and she has not asked me to write, so I know nothing about it. But there arises a stronger objection from the length of the story. As the merit lies in the beauty of the details, I do not see how it could be cut down to 1/4 of its present length, which is as long as any tale printed in an annual. When I write for them, I am worried to death to make my things shorter and shorter, till I fancy people think ideas can be conveyed by intuition, and that it is a superstition to consider words necessary for their expression. I was so very delighted to get your last letter. To be sure, the wisest of men said no news was good news, but I am not apt to think so, and was uneasy. I hope this weather does not oppress you. What an odd climate! A week ago I had a fire, and now it is warmer than Italy. Warmer, at least, in a box pervious to the sun than in the stone palaces where one can breathe freely. My father is well. He had a cough in the winter, but after we had persuaded him to see a doctor, it was easily got rid of. He writes to me himself, "I am now well, now nervous, now old, now young." One sign of age is that his horror is so great of change of place that I cannot persuade him ever to visit me here. One would think that the sight of the fields would refresh him, but he likes his own nest better than all, though he greatly feels the annoyance of so seldom seeing me. Indeed, my kind Maria, you made me smile when you asked me to be civil to the brother of your kind doctor. I thought I had explained my situation to you. You must consider me as one buried alive. I hardly ever go to town. Less often I see anyone here. My kind and dear young friends, the Misses Robinson, are at Brussels. I am cut off from my kind. What I suffer, what I have suffered. I, to whom sympathy, companionship, the interchange of thought is more necessary than the air I breathe, I will not say. Tears are in my eyes when I think of days, weeks, months, even years spent alone, eternally alone. It does me great harm, but no more of so odious a subject. Let me speak rather of my Percy. To see him bright and good is an unspeakable blessing. But no child can be a companion. He is very fond of me, and would be wretched if he saw me unhappy. But he is with his boys all day long, and I am alone, so I can weep unseen. He gets on very well, and is a fine boy, very stout. This hot weather, though he exposes himself to the sun, instead of making him languid, heightens the color in his cheeks and brightens his eyes. He is always gay and in good humor, which is a great blessing. You talk about my poetry, and about the encouragement I am to find from Jane and my father. When they read all the fine things you said, they thought it right to attack me about it, but I answered them simply, "She exaggerates. You read the best thing I ever wrote in the Keepsake, and thought nothing of it." I do not know whether you remember the verses I mean. I will copy it in another part. It was written for music. Poor dear Lord Dillon spoke of it as you do of the rest. But one swallow does not make a summer. I can never write verses except under the influence of strong sentiment, and seldom even then. As to a tragedy, Shelley used to urge me, which produced his own. When I returned first to England and saw Kean, I was in a fit of enthusiasm, and wished much to write for the stage, but my father very earnestly dissuaded me. I think that he was in the wrong. I think myself that I could have written a good tragedy, but not now. My good friend, every feeling I have is blighted. I have no ambition, no care for fame. Loneliness has made a wreck of me. I was always a dependent thing, wanting fosterage and support. I am left to myself, crushed by fortune, and I am nothing. You speak of women's intellect. We can scarcely do more than judge by ourselves. I know that, however clever I may be, there is in me a vacillation, a weakness, a want of eagle-winged resolution that appertains to my intellect as well as to my moral character, and renders me what I am, one of broken purposes, failing thoughts, and a heart all wounds. My mother had more energy of character. Still, she had not sufficient fire of imagination. In short, my belief is, whether there be sex in souls or not, that the sex of our material mechanism makes us quite different creatures, better, though weaker, but wanting in the higher grades of intellect. I am almost sorry to send you this letter, it is so querulous and sad. Yet if I write with any effusion, the truth will creep out, and my life since you left has been so stained by sorrow and disappointments. I have been so barbarously handled, both by fortune and my fellow creatures, that I am no longer the same as when you knew me. I have no hope. In a few years, when I get over my present feelings and live wholly in Percy, I shall be happier. I have devoted myself to him as no mother ever did, and to idolize him. And the reward will come when I can forget 1,000 memories and griefs that are as yet alive and burning, and I have nothing to do but brood. Percy is gone 2 miles off to bathe. He can swim, and I am obliged to leave the rest to fate. It is no use coddling, yet it costs me many pangs. But he is singularly trustworthy and careful. Do write, and believe me ever your truly attached friend, M.W.S. A Dirge. 1. This morn thy gallant bark, love, sailed on a stormy sea. 'Tis noon, and tempests dark, love, have wrecked it on the lee. Ah woe, ah woe, ah woe, by spirits of the deep, he's cradled on the billow to his unwaking sleep. 2. Thou liest upon the shore, love, beside the knelling surge, but sea nymphs evermore, love, shall sadly chant thy dirge. O come, O come, O come, ye spirits of the deep, while near his seaweed pillow my lonely watch I keep. 3. From far across the sea, love, I hear a wild lament, by echo's voice for thee, love, from ocean's caverns sent. O list, O list, O list, ye spirits of the deep, loud sounds their wail of sorrow, while I forever weep. P.S. Do you not guess why neither these nor those I sent you could please those you mention? Papa loves not the memory of Shelley, because he feels that he injured him. And Jane, do you not understand enough of her to be convinced of the thoughts that make it distasteful to her that I should feel, and above all be thought by others to feel, and to have a right to feel? Oh, the human heart, it is a strange puzzle. The weary, baffled tone of this letter was partly due to a low state of health, which resulted in a severe attack of illness. During her boys' midsummer holidays, she went to Dover in search of strength, and while there received a letter from Trelawney, who had returned from America, as vivacious and irrepressible as ever. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley, Bedford Hotel, Brighton, 12th of September, 1835. Mary, dear, 6 days I rest, and do all that I have to do on the 7th, because it is forbidden. If they would make it a felony to obey the commandments without benefit of clergy, don't you think the pleasure of breaking the law would make me keep them? I cannot surmise one of the 1,000 reasons which you say are to prevent my seeing you. On the contrary, your being chained to your rock enables me to play the vulture at discretion. It is well for you, therefore, that I am the most prudent of men. What a host of virtues I am gifted with! When I am dead, lady mine, build a temple over me and make pilgrimages. Talking of tombs, let it be agreed between you and me that whichever first has £500 at his disposal shall dedicate it to the placing of a fitting monument over the ashes of Shelley. We will go to Rome together. The time, too, cannot be far distant, considering all things. Remember me to Percy. I shall direct this to Jane's, not that I think you are there. Adieu, Mary. Your E. Trelawney. During the latter part of Mary's residence in London, she had seen a great deal of Mrs. Norton, who was much attracted by her and very fond of her society, finding in her a most sympathetic friend and confidant at the time of those domestic troubles, culminating in the separation from her children, which afterwards obtained a melancholy publicity. Mrs. Shelley never became wholly intimate with her brilliant contemporary. Reserve and a certain pride of poverty forbade it, but she greatly admired her, and they constantly corresponded. 1835. I do not wonder, Mary wrote to Trelawney, at your not being able to deny yourself the pleasure of Mrs. Norton's society. I never saw a woman I thought so fascinating. Had I been a man, I should certainly have fallen in love with her. As a woman, 10 years ago, I should have been spellbound, and had she taken the trouble, she might have wound me round her finger. 10 years ago, I was so ready to give myself away, and being afraid of men, I was apt to get tousy-mousy for women. Experience and suffering have altered all that. I am more wrapped up in myself, my own feelings, disasters, and prospects for Percy. I am now proof, as Hamlet says, both against man and woman. There is something in the pretty way in which Mrs. Norton's witticisms glide, as it were, from her lips, that is very charming. And then her color, which is so variable, the eloquent blood which ebbs and flows, mounting as she speaks to her neck and temples, and then receding as fast. It reminds me of the frequent quotation of eloquent blood, and gives a peculiar attraction to her conversation, not to speak of fine eyes and open brow. Now, do not in your usual silly way show her what I say. She is, despite all her talents and sweetness, a London lady. She would quiz me, not perhaps to you, well do I know the London ton, but to every one else in her prettiest manner. The day after this, she was writing again to Mrs. Gisborne. 13th of October, 1835. Of myself, my dearest Maria, I can give but a bad account. Solitude, many cares, and many deep sorrows brought on this summer an illness from which I am only now recovering. I can never forget nor cease to be grateful to Jane for her excessive kindness to me when I needed it most, confined as I was to my sofa, unable to move. I went to Dover during Percy's holidays, and change of air and bathing made me so much better that I thought myself well. But on my return here I had a relapse, from which now this last week I am, I trust, fast recovering. Bark and port wine seemed the chief means of my getting well. But in the midst of all this I had to write to meet my expenses. I have published a second volume of Italian Lives in Lardner's Encyclopedia. All in that volume, except Galileo and Tasso, are mine. The last is chief, I allow, and I grieve that it had been engaged to Mr. M. before I began to write. I am now about to write a volume of Spanish and Portuguese lives. This is an arduous task, from my own ignorance and the difficulty of getting books and information. The booksellers want me to write another novel, Lodore having succeeded so well, but I have not as yet strength for such an undertaking. Then there is no Spanish circulating library. I cannot while here read in the museum if I would, and I would not if I could. I do not like finding myself a stray bird alone among men, even if I knew them. One hears how happy people will be to lend me their books, but when it comes to the point, it is very difficult to get at them. However, as I am rather persevering, I hope to conquer these obstacles after all. Percy grows. He is taller than I am and very stout. If he does not turn out an honor to his parents, it will be through no deficiency in virtue or in talents, but from a dislike of mingling with his fellow creatures, except the 2 or 3 friends he cannot do without. He may be the happier for it. He has a good understanding and great integrity of character. Adieu, my dear friend. Ever affectionately yours, Mary W. Shelley. In April 1836, poor old Godwin died, and with him passed away a large part of Mary's life. Of those in whose existence her own was summed up, only her son now remained, and even he was not more dependent on her than her father had been. Godwin had been to his daughter one of those lifelong cares which, when they disappear, leave a blank that nothing seems to fill. Too often because the survivor has borne the burden so long as to exhaust the power and energy indispensable to recovery. But she had also been attached to him all her life, with an excessive and romantic attachment, only overcome in one instance by a stronger devotion still, a defection she never could and never did repent of, but for which her whole subsequent life had been passed in attempting to make up. If she confided any of her feelings to her diary, no fragment has survived. She busied herself in trying to obtain from government some assistance, an annuity if possible, for Mrs. Goodwin. It was very seldom in her life that Mary asked anybody for anything, and the present exception was made in favor of one whom she did not love, and who had never been a good friend to her. But had Mrs. Godwin been her own mother, instead of a disagreeable, jealous old stepmother, she could not have made greater exertions in her behalf. Mrs. Norton was ready and willing to help by bringing influence to bear in powerful quarters, and gave Mary some shrewd advice as to the wording of her letter to Lord Melbourne. She wrote, "Press not on the politics of Mr. Godwin, for God knows how much gratitude for that ever survives, but on his celebrity, the widow's age and ill health, and if your proud little spirit will bear it, on your own toils. For after all, the truth is that you, being generous, will, rather than see the old creature starve, work your brains and your pen. and you have your son and delicate health to hinder you from having means to help her. As to petitioning, no one dislikes begging more than I do, especially when one begs for what seems mere justice. But I have long observed that though people will resist claims, however just, they like to do favors. Therefore, when I beg, I am a crawling lizard, a humble toad, a brown snake in cold weather, or any other simile most feebly rampante, the reverse of rampant, which would be the natural attitude for petitioning, but which must never be assumed except in the poodle style, standing with one's paws bent to catch the bits of bread on one's nose. Forgive my jesting. Upon my honor, I feel sincerely anxious for your anxiety, and sad enough on my own affairs, but Irish blood will dance. My meaning is that if one asks at all, one should rather think of the person written to than one's own feelings. He is an indolent man. Talk of your literary labors. A kind man. Speak of her age and infirmities. A patron of all genius. Talk of your father's and your own. A prudent man. Speak of the likelihood of the pension being a short grant, as you have done. Lastly, he is a great man. Take it all as a personal favor. As to not apologizing for the intrusion, we ought always to kneel down and beg pardon for daring to remind people we are not so well off as they are. What was asked was that Godwin's small salary, or a part of it, should be continued to Mrs. Godwin for her life. As the nominal office Godwin had held was abolished at his death, this could not be. But Lord Melbourne pledged himself to do what he could to obtain assistance for the widow in some form or other, so it is probable that Mary effected her purpose. End of Chapter 23, Part 6. Chapter 23, Part 7 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 7. Trelawney to Mrs. Shelley. Hastings, 25th of September, 1836. Mary dear, your letter was exceedingly welcome. It was honored accordingly. You divine truly I am leading a vegetable sort of a life. They say the place is pretty, the air is good, the sea is fine. I would willingly exchange a pretty place for a pretty girl. The air is keen and shrewish, and as to the sea, I am satisfied with a bath of less dimensions. Notwithstanding the want of sun, and the abundance of cold winds, I lave my sides daily in the brine, and thus I am gradually cooling down to the temperature of the things round about me, so that the thinnest-skinned feminine may handle me without fear of consequences. Possibly you may think that I am like the torpid snake that the forester warmed by his hearth. No, I am not. I am steeling myself with Plato and Platonics. So now farewell to love and womankind. Othello's occupation's gone. From an allusion in one of Mrs. Norton's letters to Mary, it appears likely that what follows refers to Fanny Kemble, Mrs. Butler. You say, had I seen those eyes you saw the other day? Yes, the darts shot from those eyes are still rankling in my body, yet it is a pleasing pain. The wound of the scorpion is healed by applying the scorpion to the wound. Is she not a glorious being? Have you ever seen such a presence? Is she not dazzling? There is enchantment in all her ways. Talk of the divine power of music, why, she is all melody and poetry and beauty and harmony. How envious and malignant must the English be not to do her homage universal. They never had, or will have again, such a woman as that. I would rather be her slave than king of such an island of Calibans. You have a soul and sense, and a deep feeling for your sex, and revere such cunning patterns of excelling nature. Therefore, besides I owe it you, I will transcribe what she says of you. Quote, I was nervous. It was my first visit to anyone, and there is a gentle frankness in her manner, and a vague remembrance of the thought and feeling in her books which prevents my being as with a visiting acquaintance. Zella is doing wondrous well, and chance has placed her with a womankind that even I, setting beauty aside, am satisfied with. By the by, I wish most earnestly you could get me some good morality in the shape of Italian and French. It is indispensable to the keeping alive her remembrance of those languages, and not a book is to be had here. Nor do I know exactly how to get them by any other means, so pray think of it. I am inundated with letters from America, and am answering them by Mrs. Jameson. She sailing immediately is a very heavy loss to me. She is the friendliest-hearted woman in the world. I would rather lose anything than her. I don't think I shall stay here much longer. It is a bad holding ground. My cable is chafing. I shall drift somewhere or other. It is well, for Mamma Percy has so much of her temperate blood. When us three meet, we shall be able to ice the wine by placing it between us. That will be nice, as the girls say. A glance from Mrs. Nesbit has shaken my firm nerves a little. There is a mystery, a deep well of feeling in those star-like eyes of hers. It is strange that actresses are the only true and natural people. They only act in the proper season and place, whilst all the rest seem eternally playing a part, and like dilettanti acting, damned absurdly. J. Trelawney. From Brighton at New Year, Mrs. Shelley sent Trelawney a cheery greeting. From Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney. Brighton, 3rd of January, 1837. My dear Trelawney, this day will please you. It is a thaw. What snow we had! Hundreds of people have been employed to remove it during the last week. At first they cut down deep several feet, as if it had been clay, and piled it up in glittering pyramids and masses. Then they began to cart it onto the beach. It was a new sort of Augean stable, a never-ending labor. Yesterday, when I was out, it was only got rid of in a very few and very circumscribed spots. Nature is more of a Hercules. She puts out a little finger in the shape of gentle thaw, and it recedes and disappears. Percy arrived yesterday, having rather whetted than satisfied his appetite by going 7 times to the play. He plays like Apollo on the flageolet, and like Apollo is self-taught. Jane thinks him a miracle. It's very odd. He got a frock-coat at Meta, and if you had not disappointed us with your handkerchief, he would have been complete. He's a good deal grown, though not tall enough to satisfy me. However, there is time yet. He is quite a child still, full of theatres and balloons and music, yet I think there is a gentleness about him which shows the advent of the reign of petticoats. How I dread it. Poor Jane writes dismally. She is so weak that she has frequent fainting fits. She went to a physician who ordered her to wean the child, and now she takes 3 glasses of wine a day, and every other strengthening medicament, but she is very feeble and has a cough and tendency to inflammation on the chest. I implored her to come down here to change the air, and Jeff gave leave and would have given the money, but fear lest his dinner should be overdone while she was away, and lest the children should get a finger scratched, makes her resolve not to come. What bad bogey is this? If she got stronger, how much better they would be in consequence. I think her in a critical state, but she will not allow of a remedy. Poor dear little Zella. I hope she is well and happy. Thank you for your offer about money. I have plenty at present, and hope to do well hereafter. You're very thoughtful, which is a great virtue. I've not heard from your mother or Charlotte since you left. A day or two afterwards I saw Betsy Freeman. She was to go to her place the next day. I paid her for her work. She looked so radiantly happy that you would have thought she was going to be married rather than to a place of hardship. I never saw anyone look so happy. I told her to let me know how she got on, and to apply to me if she wanted assistance. I am glad you are amused at your brothers. I really imagined that Fanny Butler had been the attraction, till sending to the Gloucester, I found you were gone by the Southampton coach, and then I suspected another magnet, till I find that you are in all peace, or rather war, at Sherfield House. Much better so. I am better a great deal. Quite well, I believe I ought to call myself, only I feel a little odd at times. I have seen nothing of the S's. I've met with scarce an acquaintance here, which is odd, but then I do not look for them. I'm too lazy. I hope this letter will catch you before you leave your present perch. Believe me always, yours truly, M. W. Shelley. Will this be a happy New Year? Tell me. The last I can't say much for, but I always fear worse to come. Nobody's mare is dead. If this frost does not kill, my own, such as it will be, is far enough off still. The next letter is dated only 3 weeks later. What happened in that short time to account for its complete change of tone does not appear, except that from one allusion it may be inferred that Mrs. Shelley was overtaken by unexpected money difficulties at a moment when she had fancied herself tolerably at ease on that score. Nothing more likely, for in the matter of helping others she never learned prudence or the art of self-defense. Probably, however, there was a deeper cause for her sombre mood. She was being pressed on all sides to write the biography of her father. The task would have been well suited to her powers. She looked on it, moreover, in the light of a duty which she wished and intended to perform. Fragments and sketches of hers for this book have been published, and are among the best specimens of her writing. But circumstances, scruples, similar to those which had hindered her from writing Shelley's life, stood between her and the present fulfillment of the task. There were few people to whom she could bring herself to explain her reasons, and those few need not have required, still less insisted on any such explanation. But Trelawney, hot and vehement, could and would not see why Mary did not rush into the field at once to immortalize the man whose system of philosophy, more than any other writer's, had molded Shelley's. He never spared words, and he probably taxed her with cowardice or indolence, time-serving and worldliness. Shaken by her father's loss, and saddened by that of her friends, Mr. and Mrs. Gisborne, who had died within a short time of each other shortly before this, exhausted by work, her feelings warped by solitude, struggle, and disappointment, This challenge to explain her conduct evoked the most mournful of all her letters, as explicit as anyone could wish, true in its bitterness, and most bitter in its truth. Mrs. Shelley to Trelawney. Brighton, Thursday, 27th of January, 1837. Dear Trelawney, I'm very glad to hear that you are amused and happy. Fate seems to have turned her sunny side to you, and I hope you will long enjoy yourself. I know of but one pleasure in the world, sympathy with another, or others rather, leaving out of the question the affections, the society of agreeable, gifted, congenial-minded beings is the only pleasure worth having in the world. My fate has debarred me from this enjoyment, but you seem in the midst of it. With regard to my father's life, I certainly could not answer it to my conscience to give it up. I shall therefore do it, but I must wait. This year I have to fight my poor Percy's battle, to try and get him sent to college without further dilapidation of his ruined prospects, and he has now to enter life at college. That this should be undertaken at a moment when a cry was raised against his mother, and that not on the question of politics but religion, would mar all. I must see him fairly launched before I commit myself to the fury of the waves. A sense of duty towards my father, whose passion was posthumous fame, makes me ready, as far as I am concerned, to meet the misery that must be mine if I become an object of scurrility and attack. For the rest, for my own private satisfaction, all I ask is obscurity. What can I care for the parties that divide the world, or the opinions that possess it? What has my life been? What is it? Since I lost Shelley, I have been alone and worse. I had my father's fate for many a year pressing me to the earth. I had Percy's education and welfare to guard over, and in all this I had no one friendly hand stretched out to support me. Shut out from even the possibility of making such an impression as my personal merits might occasion, without a human being to aid or encourage, or even to advise me, I toiled on my weary, solitary way. The only persons who deigned to share those melancholy hours, and to afford me the balm of affection, were those dear girls whom you chose so long to abuse. Do you think that I have not felt, that I do not feel all this? If I have been able to stand up against the breakers which have dashed against my stranded, wrecked bark, it has been by a sort of passive, dogged resistance which has broken my heart, while it a little supported my spirit. My happiness, my health, my fortunes are all wrecked. Percy alone remains to me, and to do him good is the sole aim of my life. One thing I will add. If I have ever found kindness, it has not been from liberals. To disengage myself from them was the first act of my freedom. The consequence was that I gained peace and civil usage, which they denied me. More I do not ask. Of fate I only ask a grave. I know not what my future life is, and shudder. But it must be borne, and for Percy's sake I must battle on. End of Chapter 23, Part 7. Chapter 23, Part 8 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, Part 8. If you wish for a copy of my novel, you shall have one, but I did not order it to be sent to you, because being a rover, all luggage burdens. I have told them to send it to your mother, at which you will scoff, but it was the only way I had to show my sense of her kindness. You may pick and choose those from whom you deign to receive kindness. You are a man at a feast. Champagne and comfit your diet, and you naturally scoff at me and my dry crust in a corner. Often you have scoffed and sneered at all the element of kindness or society that fate has afforded me. I have been silent, for the hungry cannot be dainty, but it is useless to tell a pampered man this. Remember in all this, except in 1 or 2 instances, my complaint is not against persons, but fate. Fate has been my enemy throughout. I have no wish to increase her animosity or her power by exposing myself more than I possibly can to her venomous attacks. You have sent me no address, so I direct this to your mother. Give her and Charlotte my love, and tell them I think I shall be in town at the beginning of next month. My time in this house is up on the 3rd, and I ought to be in town with Percy to take him to Sir Tim's solicitors, and so begin my attack. I should advise you, by the by, not to read my novel. You will not like it. I cannot teach. I can only paint, such as my paintings are, and you will not approve of much of what I deem natural feeling, because it is not founded on the new light. I had a long letter from Mrs. Norton. I admire her excessively, and I think I could love her infinitely, but I shall not be asked nor tried, and shall take very good care not to press myself. I know what her relations think. If you are still so rich, and can lend me 20 pounds till my quarter, I shall be glad. I do not know that I absolutely need it here now, but may run short at last, so, if not inconvenient, will you send it next week? I shall soon be in town, I suppose. Where, I do not yet know. I dread my return, for I shall have 1,000 worries. Despite unfavorable weather, quiet and ease have much restored my health, but mental annoyance will soon make me as ill as ever. Only writing this letter makes me feel half dead. Still, to be thus at peace is an expensive luxury, and I must forego it for other duties, which I have been allowed to forget for a time, but my holiday is past. Happy is Fanny Butler if she can shed tears and not be destroyed by them. This luxury is denied me. I am obliged to guard against low spirits as my worst disease, and I do guard, and usually I am not in low spirits. Why then do you awaken me to thought and suffering by forcing me to explain the motives of my conduct? Could you not trust that I thought anxiously, decided carefully, and from disinterested motives, not to save myself, but my child from evil? Pray let the stream flow quietly by, as glittering on the surface as it may be, and do not awaken the deep waters which are full of briny bitterness. I never wish anyone to dive into the secret depths. Be content, if I can render the surface safe sailing, that I do not annoy you with clouds and tempests, but turn the silvery side outward, as I ought. For God knows I would not render any living creature so miserable as I could easily be. And I would also guard myself from the sense of woe which I tie hard about it, and sink low, low out of sight and fathom line. Adieu. Excuse all this. It is your own fault. Speak of yourself. Never speak of me, and you will never again be annoyed with so much stupidity. Yours truly, M.S. The painful mood of this letter was not destined to find present relief. From her father's death in 1836 until the year 1840 was to be perhaps the hardest, dreariest, and most laborious time she had ever known. No chance had she now to distract her mind or avoid the most painful themes. Her very occupation was to tie her down to these. She was preparing her edition of Shelley's works with notes. The prohibition as to bringing his name before the public seems to have been withdrawn, or at any rate slackened. It had probably become evident, even to those least disposed to see, that the undesirable publicity, if not given by the right person, would inevitably be given by the wrong one. Much may also have been due to the fact that Mr. Whitton, Sir Timothy's solicitor, was dead, and had been replaced by another gentleman who, unlike his predecessor, used his influence to promote milder counsels and a better mutual understanding than had prevailed hitherto. This task was accepted by Mary as the most sacred of duties, but it is probable that if circumstances had permitted her to fulfill it in the years which immediately followed Shelley's death, she would have suffered from it less than now. It might not have been so well done. She might have written at too great length, or have indulged in too much expression of personal feeling. And in the case of omissions from his writings, the decision might have been even harder to make. Still, it would have cost her less. Her heart, occupied by one subject, would have found a kind of relief in the necessity for dwelling on it. But 17 years had elapsed, and she was 42 and very tired. 17 years of struggle, labor, and loneliness. Even the mournful satisfaction of retrospect poisoned and distorted by Jane William's duplicity. She could no longer dwell on the thought of that affection which had consoled her in her supreme misfortune. Mary had had many and bitter troubles and losses, but nothing entered into her soul so deeply as the defection of this friend. Alienation is worse than bereavement. Other sorrows had left her desolate. This one left her different. Hence the fact that an undertaking which would have once been a painful pleasure was too often a veritable martyrdom. Who does not remember Hans Andersen's little princess in his story of the White Swans, who freed her 11 brothers from the evil enchantment which held them transformed by spinning shirts of stinging nettles? Such nettle shirts had Mary now to weave and spin, to exorcise the evil spirits which had power of misrepresenting and defaming Shelley's memory, and to save Percy forever from their sinister spells. Her health was weak, her heart was sore, her life was lonely, and in spite of her undaunted efforts, she was still so badly off that she was, as the last letter shows, reduced to accepting Trelawney's offer of a loan of money. Nor was it only her work that she had on her mind. She was also very anxious about her son's future. He had, at this time, an idea of entering the diplomatic service, and his mother overcame her diffidence so far as to try and procure an opening for him, no easy thing to find. Among the people she consulted and asked was Lytton Bulwer. His answer was not encouraging. Sir E. L. Bulwer to Mrs. Shelley, Hertford Street, 17th of March, 1839. My dear Mrs. Shelley, many thanks for your congratulations. I am delighted to find you like Richelieu. With regard to your son, with his high prospects, the diplomacy may do very well, but of all professions it is the most difficult to rise in. The first steps are long and tedious. An attaché at a small court is an exile without pay, and very little opening to talent. However, for young men of fortune and expectations, it fills up some years agreeably enough, what with flirting, dressing, dancing, and perhaps, if one has good luck, a harmless duel or two. To be serious, it is better than being idle, and one certainly learns languages, knowledge of the world, and good manners. Perhaps I may send my son, some 17 years hence, if my brother is then a minister, into that career. But it will depend on his prospects. Are you sure that you can get an attacheship? It requires a good deal of interest, and there are plenty of candidates among young men of rank, and, I fear, claims more pressing and urging than the memory of genius. I could not procure that place for a most intimate friend of mine a little time ago. I will take my chance some evening, but I fear not Thursday. In fact, I'm so occupied just at present that till after Easter I have scarcely a moment to myself, and at Easter I must go to Lincoln. Yours ever, E. L. Bulwer. Mrs. Norton interested herself in the matter. She could not effect much, but she was sympathetic and kind. "You have your troubles," she wrote, "struggling for one who, I trust, will hereafter repay you for every weary hour and years of self-denial, and I shall be glad to hear from you now and then how all goes on with you and him. So do not forget me when you have a spare half-hour, and if ever I have any good news to send, do not doubt my then writing by the first post, for I think my happiest moments now are when, in the strange mixture of helplessness and power which has made the warp and woof of my destiny, I can accidentally serve some one who has had more of the world's buffets than its good fortune." Some scraps of journal belonging to 1839 afford a little insight into Mrs. Shelley's difficulties while editing her husband's manuscripts. Journal, February 12, 1839. I almost think that my present occupation will end in a fit of illness. I am editing Shelley's poems and writing notes for them. I desire to do Shelley honor in the notes to the best of my knowledge and ability. For the rest, they are or are not well written. It little matters to me which. Would that I had more literary vanity, or vanity of any kind. I were happier. As it is, I am torn to pieces by memory. Would that all were mute in the grave. I much disliked the leaving out any of Queen Mab. I dislike it still more than I can express, and I even wish I had resisted to the last. But when I was told that certain portions would injure the copyright of all the volumes to the publisher, I yielded. I had consulted Hunt, Hogg, and Peacock. They all said I had a right to do as I liked, and offered no one objection. Trelawney sent back the volume to Moxon in a rage at seeing parts left out. Hogg has written me an insulting letter because I left out the dedication to Harriet. Little does Jefferson, how little does anyone know me. When Clark's edition of Queen Mab came to us at the Baths of Pisa, Shelley expressed great pleasure that these verses were omitted. This recollection caused me to do the same. It was to do him honor. What could it be to me? There are other verses I should well like to obliterate forever, but they will be printed. And any to her could in no way tend to my discomfort, or gratify one ungenerous feeling. They shall be restored, though I do not feel easy as to the good I do Shelley. I may have been mistaken. Jefferson might mistake me and be angry. That were nothing. He has done far more, and done his best to give another poke to the poisonous dagger which has long rankled in my heart. I cannot forgive any man that insults any woman. She cannot call him out. She disdains words of retort. She must endure. But it is never to be forgiven. Not, indeed, cherished as matter of enmity, that I never feel, but of caution to shield oneself from the like again. In so arduous a task, others might ask for encouragement and kindness from their friends. I know mine better. I am unstable, sometimes melancholy, and have been called on some occasions imperious. But I never did an ungenerous act in my life. I sympathize warmly with others, and have wasted my heart in their love and service. All this together is making me feel very ill, and my holiday at Woodleigh only did me good while it lasted. March. Illness did ensue. What an illness! Driving me to the verge of insanity. Often I felt the cord would snap, and I should no longer be able to rule my thoughts. With fearful struggles, miserable relapses, after long repose I became somewhat better. October 5th, 1839. Twice in my life I have believed myself to be dying, and my soul being alive. Though the bodily functions were faint and perishing, I had opportunity to look death in the face, and I did not fear it, far from it. My feelings, especially in the first and most perilous instance, was, I go to no new creation. I enter under no new laws. The God that made this beautiful world, and I was then at Ledici, surrounded by the most beautiful manifestation of the visible creation, made that into which I go. As there is beauty and love here, such is there, and I feel as if my spirit would, when it left my frame, be received and sustained by a beneficent and gentle power. I had no fear. Rather, though I had no active wish, but a passive satisfaction in death. Whether the nature of my illness, debility from loss of blood without pain, caused this tranquillity of soul, I cannot tell. But so it was, and it had this blessed effect, that I have never since anticipated death with terror, and even if a violent death, which is the most repugnant to human nature, menaced me, I think I could, after the first shock, turn to the memory of that hour, and renew its emotion of perfect resignation. The darkest moment is that which precedes the dawn. These unhappy years were like a series of clearing showers, which often concludes a stormy day. The clouds were lifting, and though Mary Shelley could never be other than what sorrow and endurance had made her, the remaining years of her life were to bring alleviations to her lot. Slanting rays of afternoon sunshine, powerless indeed to warm into life the tender buds of morning, but which illumined this landscape and lightened her path, and shed over her a mild radiance which she reflected back on others, affording to them the brightness she herself could know no more, and diffusing around her that sensation of peace which she was to know now, perhaps, for the first time. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24, Part 1 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Part 1. October 1839 to February 1851. Mrs. Shelley's annotated edition of Shelley's works was completed by the appearance in 1840 of the collected prose writings, along with which was republished the Journal of a 6 Weeks' Tour, a joint composition, and her own 2 letters from Geneva reprinted in the present work. Mary's correspondence with Carlyle on the subject of a motto for her book was the occasion of the following note. 5 Cheyne Row, Chelsea, 3rd of December, 1839. Dear Mrs. Shelley, there does some indistinct remembrance of a sentence like the one you mention hover in my head, but I cannot anywhere lay hand on it. Indeed, I rather think it was to this effect: treat men as what they should be, and you help to make them so. Further, is it not rather one of Wilhelm's kind speeches than of the uncles or the fair saints? James Fraser shall this day send you a copy of the work. You, with your own clear eyes, shall look for yourself. I have no horse now. The mud forced me to send it into the country till dry weather came again. Leighton House is so much the farther off. Tant pis pour moi. Yours always truly, T. Carlyle. The words ultimately prefixed to the collection are the following from Carlyle. That though, O my brother, impart to me truly how it stands with thee in that inner heart of thine, what lively images of things past thy memory has painted there, what hopes, what thoughts, affections, knowledge do now dwell there. For this and no other object that I can see was the gift of hearing and speech bestowed on us two. The proceeds of this work were such as to set her for some time at comparative ease on the score of money. The Godwin quicksand was no longer there to engulf them. Journal, June 1st, 1840, Brighton. I must mark this evening, tired as I am, for it is one among few, soothing and balmy. Long oppressed by care, disappointment, and ill health, which all combined to depress and irritate me, I felt almost to have lost the spring of happy reverie. On such a night it returns. The calm sea, the soft breeze, the silver bow new bent in the western heaven. Nature, in her sweetest mood, raised one's thoughts to God and imparted peace. Indeed, I have many, many blessings, and ought to be grateful, as I am, though the poison lurks among them. For it is my strange fate that all my friends are sufferers. Ill health or adversity bears heavily on them, and I can do little good, and lately ill health and extreme depression have even marred the little I could do. If I could restore health, administer balm to the wounded heart, and banish care from those I love, I were in myself happy while I am loved, and Percy continues the blessing that he is. Still, who on such a night must not feel the weight of sorrow lessened? For myself, I repose in gentle and grateful reverie, and hope for others. I am content for myself. Years have, how much, cooled the ardent and swift spirit that at such hours bore me freely along. Yet, though I no longer soar, I repose. Though I no longer deem all things attainable, I enjoy what is. And while I feel that whatever I have lost of youth and hope, I have acquired the enduring affection of a noble heart, and Percy shows such excellent dispositions that I feel that I am much the gainer in life. Fate does indeed visit some too heavily. Poor R, for instance, God restore him. God and good angels guard us. Surely this world, stored outwardly with shapes and influences of beauty and good, is peopled in its intellectual life by myriads of loving spirits that mold our thoughts to good, influence beneficially the course of events, and minister to the destiny of man. Whether the beloved dead make a portion of this company, I dare not guess, but that such exist I feel, far off when we are worldly, evil, selfish, drawing near and imparting joy and sympathy when we rise to noble thoughts and disinterested action. Such surely gather round one on such an evening, and make part of that atmosphere of love, so hushed, so soft, on which the soul reposes and is blessed. These serene lines were written by Mrs. Shelley within a few days of leaving England on the first of those tours described by her in the series of letters published as Rambles in Germany and Italy. It had been arranged that her son and two college friends, both of whom, like him, were studying for their degree, should go abroad for the long vacation, and that Mrs. Shelley should form one of the reading party. Paris was to be the general rendezvous. Mrs. Shelley, who was staying at Brighton, intended traveling via Dieppe, but her health was so far from strong that she shrank from the long crossing and started from Dover instead. She was now accompanied by a lady's maid, a circumstance which relieved her from some of the fatigue incidental to a journey. They traveled by diligence, a new experience to her, as in her former wanderings with Shelley they had had their own carriage, save indeed on the first tour of all, when they set off to walk through France with a donkey. And in more recent years she had travelled in England by the newly introduced railroads, to which, whatever their faults may be, I feel eternally grateful, she says, adding afterwards, a pleasant day it will be when there is one from Calais to Paris. So recent a time, and yet how remote it seems. Mary had never been a good traveller, but she found now, to her surprise and satisfaction, that in spite of her nervous suffering, she was better able than formerly to stand the fatigue of a journey. She had painful sensations, but the fatigue I endured seemed to take away weariness instead of occasioning it. I felt light of limb and in good spirits. On the shores of France I shook the dust of accumulated cares from off me. I forgot disappointment and banished sorrow. Weariness of body replaced beneficially weariness of soul, so much heavier, so much harder to bear. Change, in short, did her more good than travelling did her harm. I feel a good deal of the gypsy coming upon me, she wrote a few days later, now that I am leaving Paris. I bid adieu to all acquaintances and set out to wander in new lands, surrounded by companions fresh to the world, unacquainted with its sorrows, and who enjoy with zest every passing amusement. I myself, apt to be too serious, but easily awakened to sympathy, forget the past and the future, and am ready to be amused by all I see as much or even more than they. From Paris they journeyed to Metz and Treves, down the Moselle and the Rhine, by Schaffhausen and Zurich, over the Splugen Pass to Cadenabia on the Lake of Como. Here they established themselves for 2 months. Mrs. Shelley occupied herself in the study of Italian literature, while the young men were busy with their Cambridge work. Her son's friends were devoted to her, and no wonder. Indeed, her amiability and sweetness, her enjoyment of travelling, her wide culture and great store of knowledge, her acuteness of observation, and the keen interest she took in all she saw, must have made her a most fascinating companion. On leaving Como they visited Milan, and on their way home, passing through Genoa, Mary looked again on the Villa Diodati and the little Maison Chapois nestling below, where she had begun to write Frankenstein. All unaltered, but in her what a change! Shelley, Byron, the blue-eyed William, where were they? Where was Fanny, whose long letters had kept them informed of English affairs? Mary herself and Claire Were they the same people as the two girls, one fair, one dark, who had excited so much idle and impertinent speculation in the tourists from whose curiosity Byron had fled? But where are the snows of yesteryear? In autumn, Mrs. Shelley and her son returned to England, but the next year they again went abroad, and this time for a longer sojourn. They were now better off than they had ever been, for after Percy had attained his majority and taken his degree, his grandfather made him an allowance of £400 a year, a free gift, not subject to the condition of repayment. This welcome relief from care came not a day too soon. Mrs. Shelley's strength was much shaken. Her attacks of nervous illness were more frequent, and had she had to resume her life of unvaried toil, the results might have been serious. It is probably to this event that Mrs. Norton refers in the following note of congratulation. Mrs. Norton to Mrs. Shelley. Dear Mrs. Shelley, I cannot tell you how sincerely glad I was to get a note so cheerful, and cheerful on such good grounds as your last. I hope it is the dawn, that your day of struggling is over, and nothing to come but gradually increasing comfort. With tolerable prudence and abroad, I should hope Percy would find his allowance quite sufficient, and I think it will be a relief that may lift your mind and do your health good to see him properly provided for. I am too ill to leave the sofa, or I should by rights be at Lord Palmerston's this evening. But when I see any one likely to support the very modest request made to Lord P., I will speak about it to them. I have little doubt that, since they are not asked for a paid attachéship, you will succeed. In 3 weeks I am to set up the magnificence of a one-horse chay myself, and then Fulham and the various streets of London where friends and foes live will become attainable. At present I have never stirred over the threshold since I came up from Brighton. Ever yours, very truly, Care Norton. They began their second tour by a residence at Kissingen, where Mrs. Shelley had been advised to take the waters for her health. The cure over, by which she benefited a good deal, they proceeded to Gotha, Weimar, Leipzig, Berlin, and Dresden, all perfectly new ground to Mary. Dresden and its treasures of art were a delight to her, only marred by the overwhelming heat of the summer. Through Saxon Switzerland they traveled to Prague, and Mary was roused to enthusiasm by the intense romantic interest of the Bohemian capital, as she was afterwards by the magnificent scenery of the approach to Linz, of which she gives in her letters a vivid description, and of Salzburg and the Salzkammergut. Through the Tyrol, over the Brenner Pass, by the Lake of Garda, they came to Verona, and finally to Venice, another place fraught to Mary with associations unspeakable. Many a scene which I have since visited and admired has faded in my mind, as a painting in a diorama melts away, and another struggles into the changing canvas. But this road was as distinct in my mind as if I traversed yesterday. I will not here dwell on the sad circumstances that clouded my first visit to Venice. Death hovered over the scene. Gathered into myself, with my mind's eye, I saw those before me long departed, and I was agitated again by emotions, by passions, and those the deepest a woman's heart can harbor. A dread to see her child even at that instant expire, which then occupied me. It is a strange, but to any person who has suffered, a familiar circumstance. that those who are enduring mental or corporeal agony are strangely alive to immediate external objects, and their imagination even exercises its wild power over them. I have experienced it, and the particular shape of a room, the progress of shadows on a wall, the peculiar flickering of trees, the exact succession of objects on a journey, have been indelibly engraved in my memory, as marked in and associated with hours and minutes when the nerves were strung to their utmost tension by endurance of pain, or the far severer infliction of mental anguish. Thus the banks of the Brenta presented to me a moving scene, not a palace, not a tree of which I did not recognize as marked and recorded, at a moment when life and death hung upon our speedy arrival at Venice. And at Fusina, as then, I now beheld the domes and towers of the Queen of Ocean arise from the waves with a majesty unrivaled upon earth. They spent the winter at Florence, and by April were in Rome. This indeed was the Holy Land of Mary Shelley's pilgrimage. There was the spot where William lay, there the tomb which held the heart of Shelley. Mary may well have felt as if standing by her own graveside. Was not her heart of hearts buried with them? And there, too, was the empty grave where now Trelawney lies, the touching witness to that undying devotion of his to Shelley's memory which Mary never forgot. None of this is touched upon, it could not be, in the published letters. The eternal city itself filled her with such emotions and interests as not even she had ever felt before. It is curious to compare some of these with her earlier letters from abroad, and to notice how, while her power of observation was undiminished, the intellectual faculties of thought and comparison had developed and widened, while her interest was as keen as in her younger days, nay, keener, for her attention now, poor thing, was comparatively undivided. End of Chapter 24, Part 1. Chapter 24, Part 2 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2 by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Part 2. Scenery, art, historical associations, the political and social state of the countries she visited, and the characteristics of the people, nothing was lost on her. And on all she saw she brought to bear the ripened faculties of a reflective and most appreciative mind. Some of her remarks on Italian politics are almost prophetic in their clear-sighted sagacity. That after all she had suffered, she should have retained such keen powers of enjoyment as she did, may well excite wonder. Perhaps this enjoyment culminated at Sorrento, where she and her son positively reveled in the luxuriant beauty and witchery of a perfect southern summer. Her impressions of these two tours were published in the form of letters, and entitled Rambles in Germany and Italy, and were dedicated to Samuel Rogers in 1844. He thus acknowledged the copy of the work she sent him. St. James Place, 30th of July, 1844. What can I say to you in return for the honor you have done me, an honor so undeserved? If some feelings make us eloquent, it is not so with others, and I can only thank you from the bottom of my heart, and assure you how highly I shall value and how carefully I shall preserve the two precious volumes on every account, for your sake and for their own. Ever yours most sincerely, S. Rogers. In the spring of 1844, it became evident that Sir Timothy Shelley's life was drawing to a close. In anticipation of what was soon to happen, Mary, always mindful of her promise to Leigh Hunt, wrote to him as follows. Putney, 20th of April, 1844. My dear Hunt, the tidings from Field Place seem to say that ere long there will be a change. If nothing untoward happens to us till then, it will be for the better. 20 years ago, in memory of what Shelley's intentions were, I said that you should be considered one of the legatees to the amount of £2,000. I need scarcely mention that when Shelley talked of leaving you this sum, he contemplating reducing other legacies, and that one among them is, by a mistake of the solicitor, just double what he intended it to be. 20 years have, of course, much changed my position. 20 years ago it was supposed that Sir Timothy would not live 5 years. Meanwhile a large debt has accumulated, for I must pay back all on which Percy and I have subsisted, as well as what I borrowed for Percy's going to college. In fact, I scarcely know how our affairs will be. Moreover, Percy shares now my right. That promise was made without his concurrence, and he must concur to render it of avail. Nor do I like to ask him to do so till our affairs are so settled that we know what we shall have, whether Shelley's uncle may not go to law. In short, till we see our way before us. It is both my and Percy's great wish to feel that you are no longer so burdened by care and necessity. In that he is as desirous as I can be. But the form and the degree in which we can do this must at first be uncertain. From the time of Sir Timothy's death, I shall give directions to my banker to honour your quarterly cheques for £30 a quarter. And I shall take steps to secure this to you, and to Mary Ann if she should survive you. Percy has read this letter and approves. I know your real delicacy about money matters, and that you will at once be ready to enter into my views, and feel assured that if any present debt should press, if we have any command of money, we will take care to free you from it. With love to Mary Ann, affectionately yours, Mary Shelley. Sir Timothy died in this year, and Mary's son succeeded to the baronetcy and estates. The fortune he inherited was much encumbered, as besides paying Shelley's numerous legacies and the portions of several members of the family, he had also to refund with interest all the money advanced to his mother for their maintenance for the last 21 years, amounting now to a large sum, which he met by means of a mortgage effected on the estates. But all was done at last. Clare was freed from the necessity for toil and servitude. She was indeed well off, as she inherited altogether £12,000. Hers is the legacy to which Mrs. Shelley alludes as being, by a mistake, double what had been intended. When Shelley made his will, he bequeathed to her £6,000. Not long before the end of his life, he added a codicil to the effect that these £6,000 should be invested for her benefit, intending in this way, it is supposed, to secure to her the interest of this sum, and to protect her against recklessness on her own part or needy rapacity on the part of others. Through the omission in the lawyer's draft of the word "these," this codicil was construed into a second bequest of £6,000 which she received. The Hunts, by Shelley's bounty and the generosity of his wife and son, were made comparatively easy in their circumstances. Byron had declined to be numbered among Shelley's legatees. Not so Mr. Hogg, whose letter on the occasion is too characteristic to omit. Hogg to Mrs. Shelley. Dear Mary, I have just had an interview with Mr. Gregson. He spoke of your affairs cheerfully, and thinks that, with prudence and economy, you and your baronet boy will do well. And such, I trust and earnestly hope, will be the result of this long turmoil of worldly perplexity. Mr. Gregson paid me the noble tribute of the most generous and kind and munificent affection of our incomparable friend. He not only paid the legacy, but very obligingly offered me some interest, for which offer and for such prompt payment I return my best thanks to yourself and to Percy. I was glad to hear from Mr. Gregson for the honor of poesy that Lord Byron had declined to receive his legacy. How much I wish that my scanty fortunes would justify the like refusal on my part. I dare say you wish that you were a good deal richer, that this had happened and not that, and that a great deal which was quite impossible had been done, and so on. I should be sorry to believe that you were quite contented. Such a state of mind, so preposterous and unnatural, especially in any person whose circumstances were affluent, would surely portend some great calamity. I hope that I may venture to look forward to the time when the baronet will inhabit Field Place in a style not unworthy of his name. My desire grows daily in the strength to keep up families, for it is only from these that Shelleys and Byrons proceed. If low people sometimes affect a little in some particular line, they always show that they are poor creeping creatures in the main and in general. However this may be, and whatever you or yours may take of Shelley property, either by heirship or conquest, as they say in Scotland, I hope that you may not be included in the unbroken entail of gout, which takes so largely from the comforts, and adds so greatly to the irritability natural to yours, dear Mary, very faithfully, T.J. Hogg. For many and good reasons there could be little real sympathy between Hogg and Mary Shelley. In lieu of it, she willingly accepted his genuine enthusiasm for Shelley, and she was a better friend to him than he was to her. The veiled impertinence of his tone to her must have severely tried her patience, if not her endurance. Indeed, the mocking style of his ironical eulogies of her talents, and her fidelity to the memory of her husband are more offensive to those who know what she was than any ill-humored tirade of Trelawney's. The high esteem in which Mrs. Shelley was held by the eminent literary men who were her contemporaries is pleasantly attested in a number of letters and notes addressed to her by T. Moore, Samuel Rogers, Carlyle, Bulwer, Prosper Mérimée, and others. Letters for the most part of no great importance, except in so far as they show the familiar and friendly terms existing between the writers and Mrs. Shelley. One, however, from Walter Savage Landor, deserves insertion here for its intrinsic interest. Dear Mrs. Shelley, it would be very ungrateful in me to delay for a single post an answer to your very kind letter. If only 3 or 4 like yourself, supposing there are that number in one generation, are gratified by my writings, I am quite content. Hardly do I know whether in the whole course of 50 years I have been so fortunate. For one of my earliest resolutions in life was never to read what was written about me, favorable or unfavorable, and another was to keep as clear as possible of all literary men, well knowing their jealousies and animosities, and so little did I seek celebrity or even renown, that on making a present of my Gebir, and afterwards of my later poems to the bookseller, I insisted that they should not even be advertised. Whatever I have written since, I have placed at the disposal and discretion of some friend. Are not you a little too enthusiastic in believing that writers can be much improved by studying my writings? I mean in their style. The style is a part of the mind, just as feathers are part of the bird. The style of Addison is admired. It is very lax and incorrect. But in his manner there is the shyness of the loves. There is the graceful shyness of a beautiful girl not quite grown up. People feel the cool current of delight and never look for its source. However, he wrote the Vision of Mirza, and no prose man in any age of the world had written anything so delightful. Alas, so far from being able to teach men how to write, it will be 20 years before I teach them how to spell. They will write simile, foreign, sovereign, therefore, impel, compel, rebel, etc. I wish they would turn back to Hooker, not for theology. The thorns of theology are good only to heat the oven for the reception of wholesome food. But Hooker and Johnson and Milton spelt many words better than we do. We need not wear their coats, but we may take the gold buttons off them and put them on smoother stuff. Believe me, dear Mrs. Shelley, very truly yours, W. S. Landor. End of Chapter 24, Part 2. Chapter 24, Part 3 of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Part 3. Of individuals, as of nations, it may be true that those are happiest who have no history. The later years of Mrs. Shelley, which offer no event of public interest, were tranquil and comparatively happy. She brought out no new work after 1844. It had been her intention, now that the prohibition which constituted the chief obstacle was removed, to undertake the long-projected life of Shelley. It seemed the more desirable as there was no lack of attempts at biography. Chief among these was the series of articles entitled Shelley Papers, contributed by Mr. Hogg to the New Monthly Magazine during 1832. They were afterwards incorporated with that so-called Life of Shelley, which deals only with Shelley's first youth, and which, though it consists of 1 halfpenny worth of Shelley to an intolerable deal of Hogg, is yet a classic, and one of the most amusing classics in the world. So amusing, indeed, that for its sake we might address the author somewhat as Sterne is said to have apostrophized Mrs. Cibber, after hearing her sing a pathetic air of Handel, "Man, for this be all thy sins forgiven thee." The second chapter of the book includes some fragments of biography by Mary, a facsimile of one of which, in her handwriting, is given here. Medwin's Life of Shelley, inaccurate and false in facts, distasteful in style and manner, had caused Mrs. Shelley serious annoyance. The author, who wrote for money chiefly, actually offered to suppress the book for a consideration, a proposal which Mrs. Shelley treated with the silent contempt it deserved. These were, however, strong arguments in favor of her undertaking the book herself. She summoned up her resolution and began to collect her materials. But it was not to be. Her powers and her health were unequal to the task. The parallel between her and the princess of the Nettleshirts was to be carried out to the bitter end, for the last Nettleshirt lacked a sleeve, and the youngest brother always retained one swan's wing instead of an arm. The last service Mary could have rendered to Shelley was never to be completed, and so the exact details of certain passages of Shelley's life must remain forever, to some extent, matters of speculation. No one but Mary could have supplied the true history, and as she herself had said in the introductory note to her edition of his poems, it was not yet time to do that. Too many were living who might have been wounded or injured. Nay, there still are too many to admit of a biographer's speaking with perfect frankness. But although she might have furnished to some circumstances a key which is now forever lost, it is equally true that there was much to be said which hardly could, and most certainly never would, have been told by her. Of his earliest youth and his life with Harriet she could herself know nothing but by hearsay. But the chief difficulty lay in the fact that too much of her own history was interwoven with his. How could she, now or at any time, have placed herself, as an observer, so far outside the subject of her story as to speak of her married life with Shelley, of its influence on the development of his character and genius, of the effect of that development, and of her constant association with it on herself? Yet any life of him which left this out of account would have been most incomplete. More than that, no biography of such a man as Shelley can be completely successful which is written under great restrictions and difficulties. To paint a lifelike picture of a nature like his requires a genius akin to his, aglow with the fervor of confident enthusiasm. It was, then, as well that Mary never wrote the book. The invaluable notes which she did write to Shelley's poems have done for him all that it was in her power to accomplish, and all that is necessary. They put the reader in possession of the knowledge it concerns him to have, that of the scenes or the circumstances which inspired or suggested the poems themselves. In 1847 she became acquainted with the lady to whom her son was afterwards married, and who was to be to Mrs. Shelley a kind of daughter and sister in one. No one, except her son, is living who knew Mary so well and loved her so enthusiastically. A mutual friend had urged them to become acquainted, assuring them both they ought to know each other, they would suit so perfectly. Some people think that this course is one which tends oftener to postpone than to promote the desired intimacy. In the present case, it was justified by the result. Mrs. Shelley called. Her future daughter-in-law, on entering the room, beheld something utterly unlike what she had imagined or expected in the famous Mrs. Shelley, a fair, lovely, almost girlish-looking being, as slight as a reed, with beautiful clear eyes, who put out her hand as she rose, saying half timidly, "I'm Mary Shelley." From that moment, we have her word for it, the future wife of Sir Percy had lost her heart to his mother. Their intercourse was frequent and soon became necessary to both. The younger lady had had much experience of sorrow, and this drew the bond all the closer. Not for some time after this meeting did Sir Percy appear on the scene. His engagement followed at no distant date, and after his marriage he, with his wife and his mother, who never during her life was to be parted from them, again went abroad. The cup of such happiness as in this world was possible to Mary Shelley seemed now to be full, but the time was to be short during which she could taste it. She only lived 3 years longer, years checkered by very great anxiety on account of illness, yet to those who now look back on them they seem as if lived under a charm. To live with Mary Shelley was indeed like entertaining an angel. Perfect unselfishness, selflessness indeed, characterized her at all times. One illustration of this is afforded by her repression of the terror she felt when she saw Shelley's passion for the sea asserting itself in his son. Her own nerves had been shaken and her life darkened by a catastrophe, but not for this would she let it overshadow the lives of others. Not even when her son, with a friend, went off to Norway in a little yacht, and she was dependent for news of them on a 3 weeks' post, would she ever let him know the mortal anxiety she endured. But after his marriage she told it to her daughter-in-law, saying, "Now he will never wish to go to sea." But of herself she never seemed to think at all. She lived in and for others. Her gifts and attainments, far from being obtruded, were kept out of sight. Modest almost to excess as she was, she yet knew the secret of putting others at their ease. She was ready with sympathy and help and gentle counsel for all who needed them, and to the friends of her son she was such a friend as they will never forget. The thought of Shelley, the idea of his presence, never seemed to leave her mind for a moment. She would constantly refer to what he might think or do or approve of, almost as if he had been in the next room. Of his history or her own she never spoke, nor did she ever refer to other people connected with their early life, unless there was something good to be said of them. Of those who had behaved ill to her, no word on the subject of their behavior passed her lips. Her daughter-in-law had so little idea of what her associations were with Clare that on one occasion, when Miss Claremont was coming to stay at Field Place, and Lady Shelley, who did not like her, expressed a half-formed intention of being absent during her visit and leaving Mrs. Shelley to entertain her, she was completely taken aback by the exclamation which escaped Mary's lips. "Don't go, dear. Don't leave me alone with her. She has been the bane of my life ever since I was 3 years old." No more was ever said, but this was enough, even to those who did not know all, to reveal a long history of endurance. Clare came, and more than once, to stay at Field Place. But her excitability and eccentricity had so much increased as at times to be little, if at all, under her own control, and after one unmistakable proof of this, it was deemed, by those who cared for Mrs. Shelley, desirable that she should go and return no more. She died at Florence in 1878. Mary Shelley's strength was ebbing, her nervous ailments increased, and the result was a loss of power in one side. Life at Field Place had had to be abandoned on grounds of health, not her own, and Sir Percy Shelley had purchased Boscombe Manor for their country home, anticipating great pleasure from his mother's enjoyment of the beautiful spot and fine climate. But she became worse, and never could be moved from her house in Chester Square till she was taken to her last resting-place. She died on the 21st of February, 1851. She died, and her place among those who knew her intimately has never been filled up. She walked beside them like a spirit of good to comfort and benefit, to lighten the darkness of life, to cheer it with her sympathy and love. These, her own words about Shelley, may with equal fitness be applied to her. Her grave is in the Bournemouth churchyard, where some time after her father and mother were laid by her side. As an author, Mary Shelley did not accomplish all that was expected of her. Her letters from abroad, both during her earlier and later tours, the descriptive fragments intended for her father's biography, and above all her notes on Shelley's works, are indeed valuable and enduring contributions to literature. but it was in imaginative work that she had aspired to excel, and in which both Shelley and Godwin had urged her to persevere, confident that she could achieve a brilliant success. None of her novels, however, except Frankenstein, can be said to have survived the generation for which they were written. Only in that work has she left an abiding mark on literature. Yet her powers were very great, her culture very extensive, her ambition very high. The friend whose description of her has been quoted in an earlier chapter tries to account for this. She says, "I think a partial solution for the circumscribed fame of Mrs. Shelley as a writer may be traced to her shrinking and sensitive retiringness of nature. If, as Thackeray perhaps justly observes, persons, to succeed largely in this world, must assert themselves, most assuredly Mary Shelley never tried that path to distinction. I never knew in my life either man or woman whose whole character was so entirely in harmony. No jarring discords, no incongruous, anomalous, antagonistic opposites met to disturb the perfect unity, and to counteract one day the impressions of the former. Gentleness was ever and always her distinguishing characteristic. Many years' friendship never showed me a deviation from it. But with this softness there was neither irresolution nor feebleness. Many have fancied and accused her of being cold and apathetic. She was no such thing. She had warm, strong affections. As daughter, wife, and mother, she was exemplary and devoted. Besides this, she was a faithful, unswerving friend. She was not a mirthful, scarcely could be called a cheerful person, and at times was subject to deep and profound fits of despondency, when she would shut herself up and be quite inaccessible to all. Her undeviating love of truth was ever acted on, never swerved from. Her worst enemy could never charge her with falsification, even equivocation. Truth, truth, truth was the governing principle in all the words she uttered, the thoughts and judgments she expressed. Hence she was most intolerant to deceit and falsehood, in any shape or guise, and those who attempted to practice it on her aroused as much bitter indignation as her nature was capable of. It is too often the case that authors talk too much of their writings, and all thereunto belonging. Mrs. Shelley was the extremest reverse of this. In fact, she was almost morbidly averse to the least allusion to herself as an authoress. To call on her and find her table covered with all the accessories and unmistakable traces of book-making, such as copy, proofs for correction, etc., made her nearly as nervous and unself-possessed as if she had been detected in the commission of some offense against the conventionalities of society or the code of morality. I really think she deemed it unwomanly to print and publish, and had it not been for the hard cash which, like so many of her craft, she so often stood in need of, I do not think she would have ever come before the world as an authoress. Like all raised in supremacy above their fellows, either mentally or physically, Mrs. Shelley had her enemies and detractors, but none ever dared to impugn the correctness of her conduct. From the hour of her early widowhood to the period of her death, she might have married advantageously several times. But she often said, "I know not what temptation could make me change the name of Shelley." But the true cause lay deeper still, and may afford a clue to more puzzles than this one. End of Chapter 24, Part 3. Chapter 24, Part 4 and Postscript of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, Part 4, and Postscript. What Mary Godwin might have become had she remained Mary Godwin for 6 or 8 years longer, it is impossible now to do more than guess at. But the free growth of her own original nature was checked, and a new bent given to it by her early union with Shelley. Two original geniuses can rarely develop side by side, certainly not in marriage, least of all in a happy marriage. Two minds may, indeed, work consentaneously, but one, however unconsciously, will take the lead. Should the other preserve its complete independence, angles must of necessity develop, and the first fitness of things disappear. And in a marriage of enthusiastic devotion and mutual admiration, the younger or the weaker mind, however candid, will shirk or stop short of conclusions which it instinctively feels may lead to collision. On the other hand, strong and pronounced views or peculiarities on the part of one may tend to elicit their exact opposite on the part of the other, both results being equally remote from real independence of thought. However it may be, either in marriage or in any intellectual partnership, it is a general truth that from the moment one mind is penetrated by the influence of another, its own native power over other minds has gone, and forever. And Mary parted with this power at 16, before she knew what it was to have it. When she left her father's house with Shelley, she was but a child, a thing of promise, everything about her yet to be decided. Shelley himself was a half-formed creature, but of infinite possibilities and extraordinary powers, and Mary's development had not only to keep pace with his, but to keep in time and tune with his. Sterne said of Lady Elizabeth Hastings that to have loved her was a liberal education. To love Shelley adequately and worthily was that and more. It was a vocation, a career. Enough for a lifetime, and an exceptional one. Every reader of the present biography must see, too, that in Mary Shelley's case physical causes had much to do with the limit of her intellectual achievements. Between 17 and 25, she had drawn too largely on the reserve funds of life. Weak health and illness, a roving, unsettled life, the birth and rearing, and then the loss of children. Great joys and great griefs, all crowded into a few young years, and coinciding with study and brain work and the constant call on her nervous energy, necessitated by companionship with Shelley, these exhausted her. And when he who was the beginning and end of her existence disappeared, and the light of her life as if gone out, she was left what those 8 years had made her, to begin again from the beginning all alone. And nobly she began, manfully she struggled, and wonderfully, considering all things, did she succeed. No one, however, has more than a certain limited amount of vitality to express in his or her life. The vital force may take one form or another, but cannot be used twice over. The best of Mary's power spent itself in active life, in ministering to another being, during those 8 years with Shelley. What she gained from him, and it was much, was paid back to him 100-fold. When he was gone, and those calls for outward activity were over, there lay before her the life of literary labor and thought, for which nature and training had preeminently fitted her. But she could not call back the freshness of her powers, nor the wholeness of her heart. She did not fully know or realize then the amount of life capital she had run through. She did realize it at a later time, and the very interesting entry in her journal, dated October 21st, 1838, is a kind of profession of faith, a summary of her views of life, the result of her reflections and of her experience. Journal, October 21st. I have been so often abused by pretended friends for my lukewarmness in the good cause that I disdain to answer them. I shall put down here a few thoughts on this subject. I am much of a self-examiner. Vanity is not my fault, I think. If it is uncomfortable vanity, for I have none that teaches me to be satisfied with myself. Far otherwise. And if I use the word disdain, it is that I think my qualities, such as they are not appreciated from unworthy causes. In the first place, with regard to the good cause, the cause of the advancement of freedom and knowledge, of the rights of women, etc., I am not a person of opinions. I have said elsewhere that human beings differ greatly in this. Some have a passion for reforming the world, others do not cling to particular opinions. That my parents and Shelley were of the former class makes me respect it. I respect such when joined to real disinterestedness, toleration, and a clear understanding. My accusers, after such as these, appear to me mere drivellers. For myself, I earnestly desire the good and enlightenment of my fellow creatures, and see all, in the present course, tending to the same, and rejoice. But I am not for violent extremes, which only bring on an injurious reaction. I have never written a word in disfavor of liberalism. That I have not supported it openly in writing arises from the following causes, as far as I know. That I have not argumentative powers. I see things pretty clearly, but cannot demonstrate them. Besides, I feel the counter-arguments too strongly. I do not feel that I could say aught to support the cause efficiently. Besides that, on some topics, especially with regard to my own sex, I am far from making up my mind. I believe we are sent here to educate ourselves, and that self-denial and disappointment and self-control are a part of our education. That it is not by taking away all restraining law that our improvement is to be achieved. And though many things need great amendment, I can by no means go so far as my friends would have me. When I feel that I can say what will benefit my fellow creatures, I will speak, not before. Then I recoil from the vulgar abuse of the inimical press. I do more than recoil. Proud and sensitive, I act on the defensive, an inglorious position. To hang back as I do brings a penalty. I was nursed and fed with a love of glory. To be something great and good was the precept given me by my father. Shelley reiterated it. Alone and poor, I could only be something by joining a party. And there was much in me, the woman's love of looking up and being guided, and being willing to do anything if anyone supported and brought me forward, which would have made me a good partisan. But Shelley died, and I was alone. My father, from age and domestic circumstances, could not me faire valoir. My total friendlessness, my horror of pushing, and inability to put myself forward unless led, cherished, and supported, all this has sunk me in a state of loneliness no other human being ever before, I believe, endured, except Robinson Crusoe. How many tears and spasms of anguish this solitude has cost me lies buried in my memory. If I had raved and ranted about what I did not understand, had I adopted a set of opinions and propagated them with enthusiasm, had I been careless of attack and eager for notoriety, then the party to which I belonged had gathered round me, and I had not been alone. It has been the fashion with these same friends to accuse me of worldliness. There indeed, in my own heart and conscience, I take a high ground. I may distrust my own judgment too much, be too indolent and too timid, but in conduct I am above merited blame. I like society. I believe all persons who have any talent, who are in good health, do. The soil that gives forth nothing may lie ever fallow, but that which produces, however humble its product, needs cultivation, change of harvest, refreshing dews, and ripening sun. Books do much, but the living intercourse is the vital heat. Debarred from that, how have I pined and died? My early friends chose the position of enemies. When I first discovered that a trusted friend had acted falsely by me, I was nearly destroyed. My health was shaken. I remember thinking, with a burst of agonizing tears, that I should prefer a bed of torture to the unutterable anguish a friend's falsehood engendered. There is no resentment, but the world can never be to me what it was before. Trust and confidence and the heart's sincere devotion are gone. I sought at that time to make acquaintances, to divert my mind from this anguish. I got entangled in various ways through my ready sympathy and too eager heart, but I never crouched to society, never sought it unworthily. If I have never written to vindicate the rights of women, I have ever befriended women when oppressed. At every risk I have befriended and supported victims to the social system, but I make no boast, for in truth it is a simple justice I perform, and so I am still reviled for being worldly. God grant a happier and a better day is near. Percy, my all in all, will, I trust, by his excellent understanding, his clear, bright, sincere spirit, and affectionate heart, repay me for sad long years of desolation. His career may lead me into the thick of life, or only gild a quiet home. I am content with either, and as I grow older, I grow more fearless for myself. I become firmer in my opinions. The experienced, the suffering, the thoughtful, may at last speak unrebuked. If it be the will of God that I live, I may ally my name yet to the good cause, though I do not expect to please my accusers. Thus have I put down my thoughts. I may have deceived myself. I may be in the wrong. I try to examine myself, and such as I have written appears to me the exact truth. Enough of this. The great work of life goes on. Death draws near. To be better after death than in life is one's hope and endeavor, to be so through self-schooling. If I write the above, it is that those who love me may hereafter know that I am not all to blame, nor merit the heavy accusations cast on me for not putting myself forward. I cannot do that. It is against my nature. As well cast me from a precipice and rail at me for not flying. The true success of Mary Shelley's life was not, therefore, the intellectual triumph of which, during her youth, she had loved to dream, and which at one time seemed to be actually within her grasp, but the moral success of beauty and character. To those people, a daily increasing number in this tired world, who erect the natural grace of animal spirits to the rank of the highest virtue, This success may appear hardly worth the name. Yet it was a very real victory. Her nature was not without faults or tendencies, which, if undisciplined, might have developed into faults. But every year she lived seemed to mellow and ripen her finer qualities, while blemishes or weaknesses were suppressed or overcome, and finally disappeared altogether. As to her theological views, about which the most contradictory opinions have been expressed, it can but be said that nothing in Mary Shelley's writings gives other people the right to formulate for her any dogmatic opinions at all. Brought up in a purely rationalistic creed, her education had of course no tinge of what is known as personal religion, and it must be repeated here that none of her acts and views were founded, or should be judged as if they were founded, on biblical commands or prohibitions. That the temper of her mind, so to speak, was eminently religious, there can be no doubt. That she believed in God and a future state, there are many allusions to show. Perhaps no one, having lived with the so-called atheist Shelley, could have accepted the idea of the limitation or the extinction of intelligence and goodness. Her liberality of mind, however, was rewarded by abuse from some of her acquaintance, because her toleration was extended even to the orthodox. Her moral opinions, had they ever been formulated, which they never were, would have approximated closely to those of Mary Wollstonecraft, limited, however, by an inability, like her father's, not to see both sides of a question, and also by the severest and most elevated standard of moral purity, of personal faith and loyalty. To be judged by such a standard she would have regarded as a woman's highest privilege. To claim as a woman's right any license, any lowering of the standard of duty in these matters, would have been to her incomprehensible and impossible. But with all this she discriminated. Her standard was not that of the conventional world. At every risk, as she says, she befriended those whom she considered victims to the social system. It was a difficult course, for while her acquaintance of the advanced type accused her of cowardice and worldliness for not asserting herself as a champion of universal liberty, there were more who were ready to decry her for her friendly relations with Countess Guiccioli, Lady Mountcashel, and others not named here. To say nothing of Clare, to whom much of her happiness had been sacrificed. She refrained from pronouncing judgment, but reserved her liberty of action, and in all doubtful cases gave others the benefit of the doubt, and this without respect of persons. She would not excommunicate a humble individual for what was passed over in a man or woman of genius, nor condemn a woman for what in a man might be excused or might even add to his social reputation. Least of all would she secure her own position by shunning those whose case had once been hers, and who, in their after-life, had been less fortunate than she. Pure herself, she could be charitable, and she could be just. The influence of such a wife on Shelley's more vehement, visionary temperament can hardly be overestimated. Their moods did not always suit or coincide. Each at times made the other suffer. It could not be otherwise with two natures so young, so strong, and so individual. But if forbearance may have been sometimes called for on the one hand, and on the other a charity which is kind and thinks no evil, it was only a part of that discipline from which the married life of geniuses is not exempt, and which tests the temper and quality of the metal it tries, an ordeal from which two noble natures come forth the purer and the stronger. The indirect, unconscious power of elevation of character is great, and not even a Shelley but must be the better for association with it, not even he but must be the nobler, yea, 3 times less unworthy through the love of such a woman as Mary. He would not have been all he was without her sustaining and refining influence, without the constant sense that in loving him she loved his ideals also. We owe him, in part, to her. Love, the love of love, was Shelley's life and creed. This, in Mary's creed, was interpreted as love of Shelley. By all the rest she strove to do her duty, but when the end came, that survived as the one great fact of her life, a fact she might have uttered in words like his. And where is truth? On tombs. For such to thee has been my heart, and thy dead memory has lain from girlhood many a changeful year, unchangingly preserved and buried there. End of chapter 24. Postscript. Since this book was printed, a series of letters from Harriet Shelley to an Irish friend, Mrs. Nugent, containing references to the separation from Shelley, has been published in the New York Nation. These letters, however, add nothing to what was previously known of Harriet's history and life with Shelley. After November 1813, the correspondence ceases. It is resumed in August 1814, after the separation and Shelley's departure from England. Harriet's account of these events, gathered by her at second hand from those who can themselves have had no knowledge of the facts they professed to relate, embodies all the slanderous reports adverted to in the 7th chapter of the present work, and all the gratuitous falsehoods circulated by Mrs. Godwin. Falsehoods which Professor Dowden, in the appendix to his Life of Shelley, has been at the trouble directly to disprove statement by statement. Falsehoods of which the author cannot but hope that an amply sufficient, if an indirect, refutation may be found in the present life of Mary Shelley. End of postscript. End of the Life and Letters of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley, Volume 2, by Mrs. Julian Marshall. Read by PhyllisV.